Chapter 301, 301 Varen. Grand Knight Varen. Michael wasn't sure what to make of the man. Powerful? Absolutely. But welcoming? Not in the slightest. Michael honestly couldn't tell who had the colder expression, Varen or a block of ice. The man was too cold. The first time Michael saw the old knight was when he volunteered to stay behind with the 200 knights. The reason was simple. All this preparation, they had to lead somewhere. The land of origin was meant to be a place where one grew stronger, and Michael, who believed he should be strong enough to personally handle the monster, saw it as a golden opportunity. An experience pack, in his own words. He had to be the one to kill that monster. So, with the princess's permission, though he hadn't really needed it, he stayed behind. That was also when he first laid eyes on Varen. This man. If he wasn't swinging his sword, he was practicing his breathing technique. There was no in-between. Ironically, for someone of his status, he despised crowds and preferred solitude. A lone wolf, really. Which was why Michael found it odd, downright strange, that this lone wolf had bothered to seek him out today. You practice the way of the spear? The tone was strange. So were the words. But Michael understood soon enough as he glanced down at the spear in his hand. It had been 3 days since the kingdom's forces departed. After watching Varen train daily with unwavering intensity, Michael, who hadn't had the chance to spar or grind with his undead humans, felt the itch returning. Restlessness clawed at him. What he hadn't expected was for the old man to seek him out. Cautiously, Michael answered, "Yes, I used the spear. Fight me." "Ha!" The challenge came out of nowhere. But before Michael could respond properly, Varen had already drawn his sword and struck. The swing wasn't fast, just average human speed. Michael was confused, but his body reacted on instinct, matching the speed and power exactly. Their weapons clashed with a dull thud. Michael took a step back, adjusting his grip. The strike hadn't been dangerous, but it hadn't been careless either. Another swing came, and again Michael parried. Then another. It was strange. Varen wasn't using his true speed. He wasn't using his aura. No mana. Just pure technique, deliberate, measured, almost slow. But within 10 exchanges, Michael found himself being pushed back. By 20, he was struggling to keep up. And by 30, Varen had disarmed him. Michael's spear was on the ground, his fingers numb from the final strike. He stared in disbelief. That shouldn't have happened. Not at that speed. Not when the old man was holding back so much. Varen didn't speak at first. He simply stood there, sword lowered at his side, eyes fixed on Michael with that ever-frosted gaze. Then he frowned. A spear user who doesn't know how to control his distance. His voice was flat, almost annoyed. Sloppy. Wasteful. Michael stiffened. He didn't speak, but those words dug in. Thanks to Spartan and the others who had served as grindstones for him, Michael's spearmanship was less than 30% away from advanced mastery. This made his close-quarters combat with a weapon especially strong. However, it also made him painfully aware of his shortcomings. He knew how to wield a spear but not how to truly use it. It was like having strength but not knowing how to apply it effectively. For those who could, even against a stronger opponent, victory was possible through pure skill and precision. That was the difference, and Michael knew it. Still, a part of him didn't appreciate Varen's words, especially not after such a blunt and dismissive approach. With a sharp motion, Michael grabbed his spear from the ground and struck at Varen, channeling the full weight of his skill into the attack. Varen parried with ease. Not just ease, grace. His sword met Michael's spear with a lazy flick, redirecting the thrust like a branch brushing off falling leaves. Michael's momentum collapsed, his balance staggered, and Varen stepped in, the flat of his blade tapping Michael's chest. Michael gritted his teeth and attacked once more, this time more cautious, more calculated. A feint, a twist, a low sweep, parried, deflected, countered. Each clash rang with the sound of metal, but none favored Michael. The power was equal. They both suppressed their strength to a standard level, but technique was another matter. Varen's every movement was efficient, his every motion minimal but purposeful. In contrast, Michael realized how much excess movement he used, how many unnecessary steps filled his footwork, how often he left himself open in the milliseconds between attacks. Why? They were using the same level of force, the same restrictions, but he couldn't overpower him, couldn't even touch him. Is his swordsmanship that much better? He knew Varen was strong, but this was something else. This wasn't just a difference in technique. This was understanding, a mastery of the blade so refined that even when holding back, it felt like he was fighting uphill. The thought suddenly hit him. Is he at advanced mastery? No. Michael's eyes widened slightly as the possibility formed. It would explain the distance control, the flawless transitions, the oppressive rhythm. More than that, it would explain the feeling. There were moments during the exchange where Varen didn't even need to move, where Michael felt his intent from meters away, a faint pressure that made him hesitate before a strike. Varen suddenly came to a pause, and Michael followed. You're obviously at great achievement in your spearmanship, but why is it so unrefined? Great achievement? Is that what they call intermediate mastery here? A brief look of confusion flickered across Michael's face, but Varen caught it. Don't tell me you don't even know the level of your skill? Michael didn't reply. Fortunately or unfortunately, Varen seemed to have entered a teaching mood. Entry, small success, great achievement, perfect, and transformation, he listed plainly. Among these 5 stages, you're in the 3rd one. He spoke as if stating the most obvious fact in the world. Unfortunately, what was obvious to him wasn't so obvious to Michael. For spells, advancing in stage usually just means gaining more control. But for weapon users, each stage is a transformation. Eventually, the realm itself becomes irrelevant. Entry is when you're just finding your way around the weapon, learning, fumbling, discovering what works. Varen continued, stepping back with his sword now resting against his shoulder. Small success is when your movements start to take shape, when what you've learned becomes usable in real combat. You stop swinging blindly and start fighting with intent. Michael's eyes narrowed in thought. That sounds like what I always considered basic mastery. Basic, intermediate, advanced, perfect. So great achievement. Is intermediate here? Great achievement, Varen continued, is when your weapon no longer controls you. Your strikes are deliberate. You move with awareness, precision. You start to understand your weapon, not just wield it. That was where Michael was now, or at least should be. Perfect, Varen said, is when instinct and intention merge. Every move is efficient, no hesitation. The spear becomes an extension of thought. Your body follows without conscious effort. And transformation? Michael asked, voice quiet. That, Varen's gaze sharpened, is when the weapon ceases to be just a weapon. It becomes a truth, concept. At that stage, even those in higher realms will hesitate to face you, because skill surpasses power. Of course, it's better to have the realm. Ultimate power is still a thing. You're strong. But strength without refinement is just wasted potential. Next time, fight me properly. With your spear, not your ego. Michael swallowed. Yet a part of him still harbored doubt. Are weapons really that powerful? It seemed Varen caught onto the thought. His expression darkened further, disappointment flickering in his eyes. I suppose this is what you get from a mage, he said flatly. I thought you'd be more interesting. But he wasn't done. He took a step forward, sword still at his side, eyes sharp. Watch closely. This, he raised the blade, and suddenly, the air around him shifted. The world seemed to still, as if holding its breath. Is the perfect stage, when thought, intent, and weapon become one. A faint shimmer of energy gathered around the blade. It wasn't mana. It was something else entirely. Sword chi, he said, though he held a sword. The air split with a whisper as the pressure rose, sharp and focused. Invisible but undeniable. Michael's eyes widened. He felt it. Not just saw but felt. The presence of the blade, the intent behind it, as if it could cut him without ever touching skin. Then it happened. The ground split. A thin, perfectly straight line carved itself into the earth beneath them, extending outwards from Varen's blade, trailing a few meters before stopping. It wasn't deep, but that wasn't the point. It was clean. It was sharp. Michael stared at the cut, a chill creeping up his spine. That had been sword chi? He gulped once more. Chapter 302, 302 Hope. Varen left without saying a word. Michael didn't stop him. Instead, he stood in silence, deep in thought. Advanced mastery. It wasn't like he hadn't seen skills at that level before. He had several of his undead possessed skills that had reached that realm. But perhaps Varen was right. Weapon mastery was different. It reminded him of a post he'd once read, one that discussed the differences between awakeners and traditional cultivators. Getting stronger as an awakener was easier, but sometimes that easy was subjective. Michael remembered an example from the post, that it could take years to bring a weapon skill to the advanced level. At the time, he had assumed it was simply because the difficulty curve was steep. And perhaps it was. Even awakeners, who lived life on easy mode, still had to struggle to achieve it. Now he understood why. Weapon mastery, true mastery, was a transformation. No, all mastery levels were transformations. It was just that, for spells and abilities, the transition felt more direct, less mysterious. But this sword chi, Michael muttered, repeating the term Varen had used when he displayed that strange, terrifying power. It wasn't mana. 100%. 80. Adds by Pub Future. It wasn't any kind of energy Michael was familiar with, but it was undoubtedly destructive. Depending on the strength of the person striking me, even a mana-infused magic sword might not cause too much damage. But that sword chi, he wasn't confident he could handle it. Michael glanced at the spear in his hand. Will I be able to replicate that in the future? Excitement, anticipation, and a flicker of doubt welled up inside him. Took him a while to calm down. It's fine, he finally muttered to himself. I'm an awakener. I have cheat-like perks. Even if it takes time, I will reach advanced mastery in spearmanship. Though he didn't like how easily he had been outclassed in terms of weapon technique, he wasn't bitter. If anything, he felt hopeful. He had something to look forward to now. Ordinary people truly can't be underestimated. Being an awakener was special, but it didn't make him omnipotent, nor inherently superior to those who weren't. In fact, both the princess and teacher Brian, despite being normal humans, could easily crush him if they wished. After a deep breath, Michael turned to look in the direction Varen had walked off. Why did he even come to me in the first place? They hadn't spoken more than a few words before today. Varen was always there, always training alone, his sword never leaving his side. They hadn't shared meals, barely nodded in passing. And yet, out of nowhere, he'd appeared, demanded a spar, and thrown him into a whirlwind of confusion and defeat. Michael tightened his grip around the spear. It still stung, the way Varen's expression had shifted after just a few exchanges. Not just disappointment, contempt? No, it hadn't been malicious. But it was there, plain as day. Varen had expected more. He wanted more. Michael remembered the moment Varen stepped back and lowered his sword. Not because he was finished, but because he was done. Not because Varen was exhausted, but because he was disinterested. That brief, flickering frown that crossed his face before he turned and walked away. It wasn't about winning or losing. Varen hadn't seemed happy even as the victor. If anything, he looked more frustrated leaving than when he arrived. What kind of person seeks out someone he barely knows, fights him with such seriousness, and then walks away without a word? A battle maniac? Varen. He seems to fit that mold a little too well. Varen probably thought Michael would be a worthy challenge. And when he wasn't, disappointment. Michael wasn't angry. Not really. It was just strange. And a little sobering. Someone like that doesn't need friends, Michael said quietly. He needs opponents. I'll catch up to you one day, Varen. Michael didn't say it with resentment. He said it like a promise, to himself more than anyone else. That special energy was cool. It felt so cool. For a moment it made Michael recall some fantasy stories he had read in the past. It made him once again feel the novelty of the fantasy world that has become reality for him. Michael exhaled slowly and stepped back into his stance. The familiar weight of the spear grounded him as he began to move, flowing through a basic thrust, then a sweep, then a parry. Over and over. Simple drills. Nothing fancy. Advanced mastery. Perfect stage. He whispered. Sword chi had come out of nowhere. Was spear chi a thing? Would he ever get to that level? After all, even though there were some similarities, Michael could still find some differences in the power system of this world, or rather the place he was in the land of origin and his original world. He moved into a stab-twist motion, pivoted, and struck an imaginary enemy's neck. Michael knew how to use the weapon. No, that wasn't the problem. The problem was, he didn't know how to fight with it. Not truly. His form was clean, his grip precise, his footwork followed the manuals. Everything about his motion screamed training. However, he was textbook accurate, and that was it. He had no instinct, no flow, no improvisation. Against monsters, it was fine. After all, he had been using his spear to kill all this time. But against someone like Vurin, he'd been dissected in seconds. Still, Michael didn't feel discouraged. One day, maybe he'd be able to shoot out cool energies. 2. Michael couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, spinning the spear once before driving it forward into the air with a sharp whoosh. It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon Michael stopped practicing. The night had grown quiet. With a final glance at the now starless sky, Michael turned and began walking back toward camp. By the time he arrived, the guards were already alert. The knights on night watch greeted him with the usual formality. They bowed deeply, armored hands over their hearts. "Sir Mike." Michael nodded in return, not slowing down as he passed. Chapter 303, 303 Chaos. Michael crossed the encampment quietly, ignoring the flickering torches and crackling tents. The flying ship loomed at the far end, massive and unmoving. Michael stepped aboard and climbed to the room he'd claimed as his own. The hallway was dim, the floorboards creaking under his boots. When he entered, he didn't bother lighting the lantern. Still no sign of the monster, Michael thought as he clenched his fist. It had been over a week now. Nothing. Michael didn't want to admit it, but his patience was wearing thin. He wanted that monster dead. It was the one encounter in this world that had truly shaken him. Not just because of its strength, but because of the feeling it gave him. However, he couldn't wait forever. The competition for the Duke of Evermoon was starting soon. He had a deal to fulfill. Time to prepare for that. But before leaving, Michael figured he should make one last detour. The ruin. His first location in this world. The place where he first met that monster. It wasn't deep within the forest, but quite far away from his current location. 40. Rudkovsky Trading. Ads by Pub Future. Well, if he didn't run. If I'm lucky, I'll find a trace. If not, I'll move on. For now, that is. Michael stood, stretched his back, and turned toward the small trunk in the corner of the room. Inside it, his gear was neatly packed. Let's give it a try tomorrow. At least, that was what Michael thought before heading to his bed to rest, until a few hours later. Loud noises began echoing through the surroundings. Michael, who had been meditating, immediately got up and ran out of his room to the top deck of the flying ship. There he saw it. Far away, a wave of monsters was making its way toward the ship. How many were there? Michael didn't know, but he could swear they numbered in the hundreds. The sounds he had just heard were from the knights already engaging the monsters. But 200 knights surrounded by hundreds of beasts was a daunting scene. The worst part was that Michael couldn't spot Vurin anywhere. Did he go to look for that monster? It was the only reasonable thought Michael could come up with. Even as he considered this, his actions weren't slow. With a wave of his hand, he used undead summoning several times atop the flying ship. A few undead figures rose from dark portals. However, if anyone familiar with Michael's army had seen his selection, they would have been confused. He had only summoned his human undead, including Spartan. Spartan was understandable. It was powerful, But Michael had long since acquired many more human undead thanks to the Hunter Guild's tasks, and his solo hunts in dimensional cracks back in his original world. They were far from weak. Still, shouldn't he be summoning his strongest undead? With them, handling the monster wave would have been far easier. Yet despite the urgency, Michael was thinking ahead. For one, it was now clear the monster hadn't disappeared. That much was evident from the black tentacles visible on the bodies of the monsters. However, the fact that it had chosen to attack now, when the kingdom's army here was at its weakest, showed that it had been taking its time, waiting for the right moment. Of course, Michael could be wrong, but he figured that if he showed all his power now, who was to say the monster wouldn't simply run away? It had taken so long just to find traces of it. Michael didn't want to lose it again. Turning to look at his high-ranking human undead, clad in armor and wielding spears, bows, and various other weapons, Michael gave his command. Go. Stabilize the situation. Yes, stabilize. They weren't to aggressively hunt down the monsters, nor let the knights be overwhelmed. Their mission was to protect the knights, nothing more. The reason was simple. It was also to lower the monster's guard. Watching as his undead leapt off the top of the flying ship one after another, Michael turned and headed back to his room. Once there, he quickly dressed in the equipment he had brought from the Supers Association branch. Though he believed himself to be intelligent, Michael wasn't willing to take any chances with this monster. After all, this was a life-and-death situation. Fully equipped, he returned to the top of the ship. Standing by the edge, he looked down to observe the battlefield below. The battlefield was chaos. Screams echoed through the dark, mingled with the guttural roars of monsters and the clash of steel. The knights were holding, but barely. His undead had formed a second wall behind them, intercepting any stray creatures that slipped past. Spartan was at the forefront, cleaving through enemies with brutal efficiency, his spear sweeping in deadly arcs. Michael stood motionless, eyes narrowing as he scanned the darkness beyond the horde. He watched for a while, minutes, maybe longer. Still, he saw nothing that seemed like it was that monster. No slithering shadows. Nothing. Just monsters. Then he turned, surveying the skies. That thing had to be watching. Michael clenched his jaw. Enough! He muttered under his breath. Then, with a sudden push of strength, Michael launched himself into the air, the wood of the deck cracking beneath his boots. As he ascended, he used his skill. Undead summoning. From a swirling black mist above, a massive form emerged. Gale. His undead griffin let out a soft screech, its wings already outstretched. Michael landed smoothly on its back, not even needing to give a command before the beast soared forward, gliding silently above the battlefield. Below, torches flickered like dying stars, and the tents crackled as stray flames spread from the skirmishes. Michael ignored it all, his eyes locked forward as Gale carried him across the encampment. The flying ship stood on the far edge, towering and unmoving like a fortress in the sky. Where is it? Michael's gaze hardened as he looked around with intense focus. Chapter 304, 304 Searching. Clank, clang, boom. A sudden sound broke through the rush of the wind. Michael turned his head sharply. Far to the east, just beyond a jagged outcrop of trees, flickers of light danced erratically against the dark canopy. Shadows shifted wildly in uneven bursts. There were no torches that deep in the woods. No fires. Something was happening there. Gale slowed at his command, circling once as Michael narrowed his eyes. Another loud crash echoed through the night. Michael didn't hesitate. Go there. Gale tucked its wings and dove, a blur in the sky as they rushed toward the source of the chaos. The wind howled past him. As they approached, Michael saw it clearly now. A man, standing alone in a clearing, surrounded by 4 monsters. It was Vurin. The knight's blade danced in the dark, tracing arcs of silver as it clashed against claw, scale, and shadow. He moved with skill and grace. However, there was a slight issue. Vurin was outnumbered. Part of the group of monsters also seemed to cause him a bit of difficulty. 2 of the monsters were thick-skinned, lumbering brutes. Their hides were etched with deep gashes from Vurin's sword, but they remained standing, snorting steam from their flared nostrils. The other two, on the other hand, were faster, thinner, weaving in and out of Varen's range with disturbing coordination. But they were weakening. One had lost an arm. The other limped as it circled, dripping black blood. And though Varen's chest heaved with effort, there was a sharpness in his gaze. He hadn't lost control. "He's not even close to his limit," Michael murmured. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if Varen had been baited here. For rank 2 monsters didn't just appear out of nowhere. The black tentacles littering the ground, ones that should have been severed by Varen, made their origin all too clear. This was the monster's doing. It had to be. "Where is it?" Michael muttered. He didn't descend to assist Varen. Instead, he turned Gale midair and flew off, soaring low over the battlefield, eyes scanning the forested shadows and cracked earth beyond. Below, the battle raged on. Steel clashing against claw and fang, torchlight flickering madly against dark silhouettes. Michael paid it no mind. He had a singular goal now, to find it. Varen twisted, parrying a claw strike and driving his blade into the gut of the limping monster. It screeched as it fell backward, body convulsing before collapsing into the grass. 3 left. Varen didn't pause. As the first monster fell, he pivoted sharply, ducking under the swipe of one of the brutes. Its claws tore through the air where his head had been just a breath ago. The old man retaliated with a precise upward slash, the edge of his blade dragging an arc across the creature's chest. The faster one lunged from behind, but Varen was already spinning. His heel dug into the ground, kicking up dirt as he brought his sword low, then whipped it upward in a diagonal slash that cleaved through the beast's remaining leg. It toppled to the ground with a heavy thud. Varen's breathing grew sharper, but his form never wavered. His stance remained steady. The brute charged again. Varen's gaze sharpened. His sword began to hum. The faint sound grew louder with each heartbeat, resonating with the air around him. Wisps of white light flickered along the edge of the blade, like threads of mist gathering toward a center. Then he moved. 1 step. 2. He ducked under the charging monster's arm, planted his foot, and struck upward with a clean, fluid motion. Sword chi, crescent line. The blade erupted with light. A shining arc tore through the brute's torso, slicing cleanly through bone and flesh. The impact hurled the creature backward like a broken doll. It hit a tree, snapped it in half, and didn't get back up. This was the realm of intent that came in the perfect stage. Chi was the outlook of the wielder's intent. The remaining monster froze, but Varen didn't stop. His left foot slid back as he raised the sword high, light gathering more intensely than before. His entire body seemed to glow, like a star compressed into flesh and steel. The monster charged. Varen exhaled. Sword chi, final cut. The moment the words left his mouth, the ground beneath him cracked. He dashed forward, faster than before, his entire form becoming a blur of motion. The sword descended in a single, devastating stroke, bisecting the monster from shoulder to hip. Black blood sprayed into the night, and the beast collapsed. Silence returned to the clearing. Varen stood still, sword pointed downward, steam rising from its glowing edge. Then he exhaled, body trembling just slightly from the exertion. However, just as Varen was about to move from his position, he paused and turned toward a particular direction. A genuine smile spread across his face. "Haha, this is good. Bring more if you want. It's been years since I've had a proper warm-up." Far off in the distance, yet still within his keen sight, Varen spotted a monster approaching. Its aura was vastly stronger than the 4 he had just slain. But to the old knight, who believed a life lived by the blade should end by the blade, a stronger foe was nothing short of a blessing. After all, only the kind of challenge that made him break a sweat was worth facing. Of course, even if he didn't fear death, he refused to die a disgraceful one. Flawed as he might be, this grand knight still embodied what a knight should be. High above, Michael still saw no trace of the monster, and frustration gnawed at him. Then a thought struck him, one that made him abruptly pull Gale to a halt midair. Though subdued, Gale's aura was still faintly present. Any creature with keen enough senses would notice. Michael narrowed his eyes. Is it scared of coming out? Michael's thoughts drifted back to Vurin. He was facing 4 rank 2 monsters now. Though their auras were weaker than Gale's, the fact that they carried traces of that monster's influence spoke volumes. Something with the power to control monsters of that caliber couldn't be weak. Chapter 305, 305 Bait. However, if it was also very strong, with its traces of showing domination with numbers, it should have come out and gone all out to clear its opposition. However, this one didn't. So except it was in its nature to be cautious, its intelligence probably told its opponent this time weren't easy. Michael felt this should be the case. Grand Knight Vurin seemed to have been lured out of the camp at first before several monsters then showed up. Perhaps the plan was to first lure the strongest, then kill the weakest ones before concentrating all its power on eliminating the bigger threat. So, I'm the reason it's still hiding? Michael turned to look at Gale. Though he believed he had concealed his aura well, against beings of similar or greater strength, it wasn't much of a disguise. However, except for my mana, I'm mostly likely weaker than it. Perhaps, even with my mana. A thought came to Michael. His path to power differed from the traditional cultivators and knights of this world. Unlike them, who fortified their bodies with mana which left traces in and them, he enhanced his physical strength through attribute points. Just like most other Awakeners, even those in physically oriented classes, his appearance was deceiving. He recalled a female knight he'd seen a few days ago at camp. She was massive, her build muscular and dense, which looked oddly fitting despite her short stature. Then, he thought of his classmates back at Aurora, Mira and Lillian. Both were physically strong, Lillian especially so. Either of them could probably go toe-to-toe with that female knight, yet they looked no different from before their awakening. Stat improvements didn't affect appearance much. The changes were there, but subtle. Unless someone relied on sharpened instincts that grew along with them, it was easy to underestimate an Awakener's physical prowess. Still, I should be weaker than it. This might work. Michael had Gale descend into a clearing and leapt off with a serious expression. He addressed the beast aloud. Search the area for any strong monster like you or close to you and engage them. But mentally, he gave a different order. Just fly in wide circles for a while, then head back to camp. He had to maintain the act. There was always a chance the monster was watching him now. Yes, Michael had made a decision. He would act as bait. It was risky, extremely risky, but it just might force the monster to reveal itself even if only slightly. All he needed was a trace. A clue. With his high intelligence and the equipment protecting his mind, Michael felt somewhat confident in his edge. He didn't believe the monster could kill him instantly from a distance. And if things went south, he'd release Prince immediately and let them have a rematch. As for facing the monster himself, if he could just land the final blow, he'd be more than satisfied. He was confident, yes, but not foolish. The monster was possibly 24 levels above him and was even in an higher rank. Even with mental defenses, Michael wasn't about to leave his mind completely exposed. I should be weak enough for it to seek me out, right? Michael had several thoughts running through his mind. He couldn't afford to appear too weak. If he did, the monster might simply send another one of its controlled beasts rather than come out itself. He had to strike the right balance, strong enough to be taken seriously, but not so strong as to pose a real threat. Just dangerous enough to be worth the monster's attention. That should do it. That should make the monster take him seriously. With deliberate steps, Michael began walking slowly through the forest, carefully scanning his surroundings. And as expected, not long after, a monster stepped out into his path. Forest Ape, LV. 33. With its huge body, the black tentacles on its body revealed its origin. With a spear in hand, Michael took the first step forward and charged. Let's make this fight look just a little easy. Michael didn't rush. He met the monster head-on, his spear held low. The forest ape roared and swung its arm, aiming to crush him in one blow. Michael sidestepped cleanly, his body moving with calm precision. The spear jabbed forward, just enough to graze the ape's side. It howled more in anger than pain. Michael backed off again. He could have pierced deeper, maybe even crippled it. But that wasn't the point. He needed this to last a little. So he held back. The monster charged again. Michael spun to the side and swept his spear in a wide arc. Clank! The shaft struck the ape's knee, making it stumble, but only for a moment. It recovered and came at him with both hands raised. Michael ducked low, rolled under the swing, and stabbed upward. The tip of his spear scraped the ape's ribs, drawing a thin line of blood. Still not fatal. Still holding back. He moved in again. His spear danced around the monster, always just a bit too fast, always just barely slipping through its guard. He let the forest ape swing again and again. Clang! Boom! Their clashes echoed through the trees. But Michael's face stayed calm, eyes sharp. He wasn't trying to win, just perform. Strong enough to challenge, but not win. A threat, but a beatable one. Minutes passed. The forest ape's movements grew sluggish. Michael, in contrast, barely looked tired. His strikes had become more daring. Pushing deeper, brushing vital spots. The forest ape lunged again. Michael responded with sharper movement this time. 2 quick steps forward, ducking low as his spear thrusted up in a clean arc. It pierced the ape's shoulder this time, making it stagger backward. Michael stepped in again, this time no more holding back. The spear flashed. A clean thrust pierced straight through the forest ape's throat. It didn't even have time to react. Blood spurted as its body staggered backward, then crashed to the ground. Dead. Michael yanked his spear free and let the blood drip. Quick, clean, efficient. He stood still, eyes sweeping the treeline. Now then, he muttered. If that wasn't enough to draw you out, I'll just keep going. At the edge of his lips, Michael had a smile on his face. He hadn't seen the monster, but he noticed something. The forest ape he just killed now. It seemed a bit too alive. Chapter 306, 306. Michael had observed how the other monsters under that controller moved. They felt wrong, alive but hollow, like puppets with no soul, acting only on the will of another. They weren't undead, not in the traditional sense. Their bodies were fully alive. Yet something essential was missing. They were like living machines. Their stiff, emotionless movements reminded him of robots. Flawless in function, but devoid of life. It wasn't a bad analogy. And if that was the case, they shouldn't have been able to show things like pain, frustration, or anger. Yet this forest ape, it had. Michael remembered several moments during the fight. Times where it seemed the monster could have gone for the kill, but didn't. Its attacks had aimed for his limbs, not his vitals. Almost like it was trying to cripple him. Is it trying to capture me? To control me? The thought crept in. If that were true, why hadn't it tried to attack him from a distance instead? The controller didn't need proximity to exert influence, it could act from afar. Or does it think I'm not an easy target? That thought felt closer to the truth. Michael had layered protections over his mind. Mental armor designed specifically for monsters like this one. But how would a monster know that? Varen was attacked physically, not mentally, and my intelligence is definitely higher than his. Did that make the monster hesitate? It was possible. But regardless, Michael had no intention of being taken alive. If not for the growing demon inside him, he wouldn't be out here risking his life like this. That first encounter had left a scar, and he needed to end it. For good. Now, he understood what the association meant when they warned, "Don't treat this world like a game." It sounded dramatic, but facing this monster, it made perfect sense. Killing someone wasn't the scariest part. Replacing their consciousness was. It was death without death. And that terrified him. If such a thing could control an awaken's body and mind, could it also find a way into the original world? The thought made him clench his fists. That's why his caution far outweighed that of other new awakeners. Still playing his role, Michael continued deeper into the forest, his steps slow and deliberate. He was bait now, and he hoped the monster was watching. Varen ducked beneath a flash of silver and rolled, narrowly avoiding the wolf's crushing jaws. The beast landed where he'd stood moments ago, its claws gouging deep into the earth. This one was different from the previous 4. Faster. Smarter. Stronger. Varen's arm trembled slightly as he brought his blade back up. He'd already taken a grazing hit to the shoulder, and while it wasn't deep, the pain lingered longer than it should have. Tsage. His breath came in short bursts. What truly annoyed him wasn't the injury, it was his inability to utilize his chi. It wasn't that he couldn't use it. He was already using it. He was using it to guard his mind. A constant, subtle pressure was pressing against his thoughts. It wasn't overwhelming, not enough to cripple him outright, but enough to be a problem. A whisper just on the edge of his awareness, trying to worm its way deeper. He grit his teeth. Mental interference. According to the kingdom's classified combat reports, this was the work of the monster they were after. Right now, Varen was fighting like most Grant Knight would. He was still strong, just not as before. The beast's hind legs coiled for another pounce, and Varen snapped into a defensive stance. Just in time. The wolf sprang. Varen met it head-on, his blade flashing upward in a sharp arc. The edge struck, but only carved shallowly through muscle. The monster twisted midair, slamming into him with its full weight. Ugh! They crashed to the ground. Varen rolled with the impact, instinct kicking in, and brought his knee up to kick the beast off before it could sink its teeth in. He scrambled upright, chest heaving. Still not enough. He needed more power. But calling on his chi meant exposing his mind, and that meant risking whatever was trying to get in. He could feel it like a pressure behind his eyes. Waiting. Searching for weakness. This is ridiculous, he spat. Fighting with one hand tied behind my back. The wolf prowled closer, unaffected by pain. Varen had stabbed it twice, slashed it another 3 times, and the damn thing still moved like it was fresh. Its wounds didn't even bleed properly. Varen adjusted his grip, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his blade. His stance was solid. He couldn't let his guard down. Not even for a second. The wolf charged again. Varen's sword met the claw's mid-swing, the impact jarring up his arm. Sparks flew as steel met bone. The monster snarled, pressing forward with relentless force. Varen slid back, boots dragging along the dirt. Enough, he growled. His breath stilled. A single inhale. He gathered his chi and condensed it into his blade. It was risky. Letting go of the mental defense for even a moment meant inviting disaster. But if he didn't end this now, his eyes sharpened. The world dulled. Only the wolf remained in his vision. Final cut. The sword hummed with power as he stepped in, ignoring the scream in his skull as the mental pressure surged the moment his defenses fell. A single step. A single slash. The blade swept upward, cleaving through the monster in a perfect, upward arc from hip to shoulder. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the wolf froze, its limbs twitching in confusion, as if surprised by its own death. Collapsed a second later, bisected nearly cleanly through. Varen exhaled sharply and staggered, dropping to one knee. The backlash hit instantly. He gripped his head as the whisper returned, louder now, pushing at his thoughts like a tide trying to drown him. Enough! Chi surged into his mind again. The pressure receded just enough for him to breathe again. Damn it! Chapter 307, 307. Varen blade trembled in his hand. This wasn't just a fight, it was psychological warfare. Even now, he could feel the aftereffects, like something greasy had been smeared across his mind. Not deep enough to control him, but definitely enough to rattle him. He didn't even look at the wolf's body. Didn't want to. Instead, he turned and sprinted, pushing through the pain, the exhaustion, and the mental haze. The camp wasn't far. He needed to get back. Regroup. Fighting while constantly shielding his mind wasn't sustainable. This wasn't what he trained for. Battles like these weren't enjoyable. Varen clenched his jaw, trying to push the lingering headache away. It was better to go check on the younger ones. Michael's spear whistled through the air as he twisted his body low, sweeping one monster's legs from under it before driving the butt of the weapon into the second's gut. The third, a grotesque boar-like beast with bony plates over its eyes, charged at him with a shriek. He didn't flinch. Instead, he pivoted and brought the spear up in a perfect arc. The blade carved into the beast's shoulder, not deep enough to kill, but more than enough to slow it. 3 at once, he muttered, ducking beneath the first monster's return swing. You're getting bolder. They came in again, more coordinated this time. Michael moved like a phantom, every step deliberate, every attack measured. Michael grunted as one caught him in the side with a glancing blow, a slight ache blooming across his ribs. He used the momentum to spin, driving his spear clean through its throat. A gurgle, then collapse. 2 left. 1 lunged, too obvious. Michael sidestepped and swept its legs, then drove the blade of his spear downward, pinning it to the forest floor. The third hesitated for a brief second. A flicker of awareness that should not have been there. Michael's eyes narrowed. His mental equipment activated again. A sharp buzz echoed in the back of his mind. An alert signal, one of several enchantments designed to protect him from invasive influence. It flared. Twice. Then a dull, consistent pulse. It's watching me. That wasn't a guess. He knew. He met the last monster's gaze. His head tilted, just slightly. Then it charged. Michael moved, fluid and unrelenting. He met the creature head-on, jamming the butt of his spear into its footwork and driving his knee up into its jaw. Michael ended the last monster with a precise thrust to the heart, then pulled his spear free, letting the body crumple. However, just before Michael could react, the 2 earrings on his ear suddenly emitted a blinding light. He instantly recalled their description. Siren's Echo earrings. They were powerful, rare-grade equipment. When worn, they continuously dampened mental interference and redirected psychic pressure away from the wearer's core. They also passively enhanced mental clarity, boosting casting speed for spellcasters. But most importantly, they held a one-time mental shield capable of blocking a direct high-tier psychic attack. Once activated, the shield would take 7 days to recharge. They had cost him over $1 million to acquire. That wasn't the problem now. The real issue was simple. The shield had just been triggered, which meant whatever was watching him had just attacked. Full force. Thought he'd lowered his guard. Ads by Pub Future. Michael's blood ran cold at the realization. But before he could even process the fear, another sound slammed into his senses. A roar. Then another. And another. From the direction of the camp. From deep in the forest. From everywhere. Michael's head whipped toward one particular location, the source of the loudest roar. A direction where the air itself trembled, saturated with killing intent. Is that where you're hiding? It wasn't just one creature. It was a pack. Dozens of monsters roaring in unison. His mental gears spun rapidly. Do the Siren's Echo earrings have a backlash effect? He didn't know. Still, Michael didn't freeze. His thoughts raced, but his hands moved faster. He stretched out both arms. With a pulse of energy, he summoned Prince from the netherworld and Gale from the camp. 2 magic circles flared to life and his undead appeared from each. As soon as they appeared, he issued a command. Prince, that direction. Attack every monster you see. If it's too dangerous, run. He pointed straight toward the suspicious location, the epicenter of the roars. Prince didn't hesitate. The undead wolf vanished in a burst of wind. Meanwhile, Michael reached up, ripped the glowing earrings from his ears, and shoved them into his storage space. Then he replaced them. Another pair of Siren's Echo earrings. Getting them into place was easy. His ability to harden or soften his body at will included the skin around his ears. By the time he finished, Gale had already lowered its body. Michael leapt onto the undead griffin's back. Go! The undead immediately launched into the sky. Their destination? The same place Prince was headed. And even before they were airborne, several system notifications had already flashed across Michael's vision. Your undead prince has killed. In a blur, it didn't take long for Michael to reach his destination. And there he saw it. A massive clearing stretched out beneath him, bathed in moonlight. Under the night sky, the scene looked almost surreal, like something out of a nightmare. A large number of monsters filled the clearing, all of them rank 2. Not a single rank 1 creature in sight. Yet even so, currently they were utterly helpless. Because amidst them stood Prince, the extraordinary rank creature. The undead wolf moved like a phantom. One moment he was tearing through them, and the next vanishing into shadows and reappearing deep within the horde, like he was teleporting. Wherever Prince appeared, heads flew. Black, thick vines burst from the earth with incredible speed, twisting and snapping like whips. They coiled around bodies, crushing and slicing as they surged upward, leaving chaos in their wake. Though these were rank 2 monsters, they looked like sheep before a predator. None could resist. But Michael wasn't watching Prince. His gaze was fixed elsewhere. In the center of the horde stood something else. His eyes narrowed as he hovered high above on Gale's back, the cold wind rustling his cloak. There, surrounded by death and carnage, was a creature. A body made entirely of writhing red flesh. Black tentacles slithered and twitched across its form, pulsing with some alien rhythm. Michael took a deep breath, staring down at it. His heart beat just a little faster. In that moment, he couldn't help but recall what Mage Lien had once called the creature after knowing its origin. Taboo. He whispered the word under his breath. It was surely a taboo. Something that shouldn't exist. Chapter 308-308. The next moment, Michael felt it again. A gaze. Immediately, both earrings on his ears flared with a bright light once more. He didn't need to think twice. Shit. This fucking bastard. Roar. 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 Once again, several loud roars echoed through the forest, shaking the treetops. There was no mistaking it. The monster had tried to attack him mentally again. Some might say it was foolish after the first failed attempt. Others might argue it wasn't. After all, how was it supposed to know Michael had 2 pairs of high-grade mental defenses? The creature's fear spiked. It immediately withdrew its thoughts, recoiling from Michael's mind like a burned animal retreating from fire. Something Michael didn't know was that the monster recognized him. How could it not? He had nearly been its first meal upon waking from a long, ancient slumber. Unfortunately for the beast, not only had it failed to consume him, but it had also been swarmed and wounded by strange, relentless ants that appeared immune to its influence. So yes, Michael had been right. The monster did have its eyes on him. But it wasn't just because of his strength, skill, or threat. It was personal. Just as Michael was about to react to the sudden psychic assault and retreat, several massive black tentacles erupted from a giant mass of red flesh, hurling toward him like spears. A wolf's howl echoed in the distance, followed by several thunderous roars of equal might. The ground shook from the noise, but Michael had no time to focus on what was happening below. Gale, his undead griffin, reacted instantly, wings flaring wide as it dodged the incoming tendrils and soared higher into the sky. Michael held on tight, barely maintaining balance as another tentacle missed him by inches. He didn't even understand how they were able to reach this high. But in a magical world, common sense wasn't always common, or worse, what was considered common sense depended entirely on who you asked. Luckily, there was a limit to their reach. After a few evasive maneuvers, Gale climbed high enough to be safely out of range. But Michael had no intention of simply retreating. Gale! His undead mount responded instantly, spinning midair and unleashing a volley of wind blades toward the writhing tentacles below. Several were sliced clean through, black ichor spilling from the wounds like tar. Only then did Michael issue a silent command and veer away from the battlefield. Gale flapped its massive wings and carried him to a distant clearing far from the chaos. Landing softly, Michael jumped down and turned back, his gaze fixed on the direction they just escaped from. His expression was tight, concerned. But beneath that worry, his heart beat with something else. Excitement. Though the monstrous abomination radiated an aura of strength, and its abilities had nearly caught him off guard, the pressure it exuded didn't seem stronger than what Prince or Gale emitted. That meant one of 2 things. Either it was a lower-level creature than his undead, or it was higher-leveled, but its racial rank wasn't extraordinary. Unlike Prince and Gale, who were both 1-star extraordinary-ranked beings. Either way, it wasn't as overwhelming as he remembered. What once haunted his thoughts and caused fear now didn't seem so terrifying. This difference, this shift, meant everything to Michael. He had suspected this for a while, but seeing it for himself now gave him real confidence. Of course, that didn't mean he was going to rush back and confront the thing alone. Far from it. He still wasn't foolish. He had other mental defense equipment beyond the siren's echo earrings, but if the best among them could be forced to trigger, then relying on them wasn't something he was willing to bet his life on. He wasn't going to cower away, though. More notifications flickered across his interface, flooding his vision. Your undead prince has slain. You have gained. Your undead prince has slain. You have gained. Michael's eyes lit up. Even if I can't take that monster head-on, no one said I can't hunt the others. He grinned, his voice low and thrilled. These were all experience packs walking around, and with most of them being far above his level, he could practically feel the multipliers stacking up. A suspicion had already formed in his heart, and now, with every kill notification, it grew stronger. Maybe I might actually be able to, he whispered, pulse racing. With a wave of his hand, he summoned more of his undead forces. Lucky, Beginning, Lily, and a random Goliath. A solid team. With a broad, excited smile, he turned to Gale. Go stir up our experience pack. I mean the boss a bit. Make sure it doesn't get too comfortable. The griffin screeched and took off toward the battlefield once more. Michael turned to the rest of his undead. Let's go and take some leaks, guys. Michael let the 3 Goliaths rush ahead and stood alone at the edge of the clearing. He didn't move. Not yet. Moments passed. The sensation of being watched slowly bled away from his body, like a shadow receding with the dawn. He narrowed his eyes. The monster had withdrawn. Or more accurately, it could no longer afford to focus on him. The moment the gaze was lifted, Michael dashed toward the battlefield. In a blur, Michael arrived at the location. The forest was anything but quiet. Chaos rang through the woods, roars, screeches, cracking limbs, and the sharp hum of magic slicing through the air. He didn't need to see it to know the battle had escalated. The pressure in the air was thick, heavy with death and mana. But he didn't jump in right away. Instead, he remained cloaked in the shadows, crouched on a thick branch. Lily and Beginning had joined the fray in their giant forms, towering titans that moved like demigods among mortals. They swept through the battlefield like adults swatting away unruly pets. Every swing of their limbs shattered trees and crushed monsters beneath them. The 3rd Goliath was no different, its massive arms tearing through enemies with ruthless efficiency. In the midst of the chaos, Lucky, just like Prince, was a blur of violence. It flashed left and right, a whirlwind of claws, fangs, and writhing vines. Overhead, Gale unleashed storm after storm, destructive hails of wind raining down like divine punishment. Against an attack like this, it was no wonder why the corrupted monster could not focus on Michael. It had to defend itself. Chapter 309, 309. Staring at the monster struggling to defend itself against Gale, a trace of doubt appeared on Michael's face. Against the undead griffin, the monster looked weak. It had even resorted to sacrificing its flying minions, creatures that barely accomplished anything, just to absorb Gale's onslaught. It seems Gale alone is enough to defeat it, given enough time, Michael muttered, his eyes narrowing. But then a new thought struck him, making his heart race. What would happen to the controlled monsters if their master died? They had no consciousness of their own, only puppets bound to that thing's will. But if that will disappeared, if there was nothing left to control them, wouldn't they become mindless, motionless husks? Wouldn't they become easy targets for me to harvest? The logic was sound. At least it seemed that way. Still, doubt lingered. But Michael didn't let that doubt stop him. He wasn't the type to hesitate once he saw an opportunity. I won't stop casting my net just because the waters are murky, he muttered. But I need to speed this up. He took a deep breath. I'll send Prince to help Gale. The sooner that thing dies, the better, whether or not I lose a few experience points. Without wasting another second, he gave the command. A few heartbeats later, deep in the forest, a mind-controlling tentacle monster felt a sudden spike of panic. The wolf that had always ignored it, the one that had kept its distance despite being terrifying, was now rushing in with killing intent. It didn't understand. All it knew was that its situation had just gone from bad to much, much worse. A blur of red and writhing green vines burst from the treeline. Prince, the corrupted monster, had just barely begun to adjust to Gale's relentless wind assaults when the wolf-turned nightmare tore into its flank. Prince didn't waste time. His vines shot out in all directions like coiled serpents. With a growl that rumbled like thunder, Prince directed them with eerie precision, each tendril winding and weaving between debris, monsters, and broken roots to strike true. The first to suffer were the minions surrounding the Bios. They didn't even get a chance to react. One by one, the vines found them, piercing, gripping, tearing. Some were crushed in place, their bodies folding like paper under pressure. Others were flung through the air, lifeless before they hit the ground. One unlucky creature was hoisted high and slammed repeatedly into the earth until it burst like rotten fruit. And still Prince advanced. The monster reeled, its massive red form writhing and pulsing like a wounded heart. It lashed out with several thick, slimy tentacles, aiming to crush the wolf where he stood. But Prince was faster, far faster. The moment the tentacles descended, vines coiled around him like armor, lifting him high above the ground and pulling him to safety. At the same time, several other vines speared forward, skewering two of the attacking limbs straight through their pulsating veins. Black ichor sprayed into the air, hissing as it splashed against the ground. Then came Gale. The undead griffin circled above like a god of storms, his wings glowing with a pale green hue. With a screech that split the skies, he beat them once, and summoned a tempest. Wind blades surged down like razors. They ripped through the battlefield like nature's fury unleashed. More tentacles fell, severed by the barrage. It tried to retreat, to shield itself using its remaining minions. But Prince's vines wove a massive net of green, sealing every escape route. Each time the beast shifted its bulk, a vine would snap forward to anchor it down. Prince didn't stop. He charged in, fangs bared, a swirling cyclone of vines. Gale swooped low, wind circling his claws like drills. He struck just as Prince disengaged, slashing across the exposed wounds with enough force to rupture flesh and muscle. More ichor gushed out, steaming as it hit the air. A scream came from the monster. It had no mouth, yet it could still let out loud sounds. It was unraveling, truly a taboo. Gale soared upward, avoiding a desperate lash of tentacles, while Prince circled low. The mind-controlling abomination thrashed violently, its tentacles trying to burrow into the earth and create distance, or at least hide. But the vines wouldn't let it. Wherever it turned, there was a wall of green. One tentacle wrapped around a large chunk of broken bark and hurled it at Prince with impressive force. Prince didn't dodge. He caught it. His vines wrapped around the chunk of wood midair, slowed its momentum, then used it as a stepping stone, vaulting off it to launch himself high into the air, straight toward the monster's center mass. Gale descended at the same time. Wind spiraled around his claws, denser now, sharp enough to cut through steel. His wings beat once, twice, sending blades of compressed air straight into the writhing red flesh of the monster. Deep gashes appeared, black ichor spilling like oil from a punctured tank. Then Prince landed. He didn't aim for the body. He aimed for the brain, or whatever passed for one in this thing. Prince landed there, claws first, then dug in with a roar that echoed unnaturally through the clearing. Vines burst from his shoulders, from his back, from his chest. They weren't striking now, they were burrowing, straight through the flesh, weaving into the creature's insides with unnatural precision. The monster screamed again, its massive bulk rising from the ground as if trying to dislodge the wolf clinging to it. Too late. Gale struck next, diving with all the force of a meteor. He slammed into the back of the creature's head, claws forward. Crack. The sound echoed like a bell being struck underwater. At this point, Michael had stopped fishing in troubled waters. His level had increased to 22 and was already a quarter filled, but that wasn't his focus anymore. His eyes were locked on something far more important. The monster's flesh was shrinking, not on its own, but because something was forcing it out from the inside. Vines drenched in a dark liquid burst forth intermittently, and with each eruption, the creature's strange screams of pain only grew louder. Then, Michael caught sight of a flying monster speeding toward Prince's location. A strange feeling surged in his chest. Without hesitation, he dashed in the same direction. It wasn't something he'd normally do, but deep inside, a voice warned him. If he didn't act now, he'd regret it. So he trusted his instincts and moved. As he neared, Michael watched the airborne creature descend like a hawk. It slashed its claws into the monster's collapsing body, cutting free a piece of raw flesh. Clutched in one claw was a squirming ball of meat, something Michael didn't recognize. The monster turned, preparing to flee. But just as it flapped its wings to take off, a storm of wind blades rained from above, shredding it midair. The ball of flesh tumbled from the sky. Before it could hit the ground, a spear pierced it cleanly in midair. Chapter 310, 310. You assisted in killing an extraordinary LV-43 corrupted? You've gained 45,000 experience points. You killed a monster 3 levels higher than your own, earning a 21x experience multiplier. You've gained 945,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 23. You have leveled up to level 24. The first thing that caught Michael's eyes was the monster's rank. A part of him used to wonder if he had seen wrong then due to the haste to escape, but it seems he hadn't. Extraordinary, 3 stars? Fear gripped his chest, just for a moment before confusion followed. The rank is high, but why is it so weak? The old him, fresh after awakening, would never have dared to say that. But the Michael of now could. He had grown. He had earned the strength to judge. With a race rank like that, the monster's potential placed it solidly in Tier 3, the realm of kings. He could accept the relatively low level, it wasn't that low, but its combat ability didn't add up. Not to him. Prince and Gale had ganged up on it, sure, but watching them fight, it had been clear. Either one of them could have ground the monster down alone. It would have taken longer, but the outcome wouldn't have changed. Wait, Michael paused in thought. I'm looking at this from the wrong angle. No one ever said a high race rank equals overwhelming strength in one-on-one combat. In fact, he'd seen it before. Monsters within the same rank often had varying strength levels. This one, it wasn't weak. No, far from it. Its abilities were unique. In a pure duel at peak potential performance. He exhaled slowly, gaze settling on the monster's corpse. The only real weakness was that it operated alone. But in a group? He didn't need to finish the thought. Extraordinary ranked creatures were never to be underestimated. This one may have been outmatched, but its rank wasn't a lie. Not at all. Michael then turned his gaze to the ball of flesh skewered on his spearhead. For a monster so terrifying, its true body was surprisingly small. Unfortunately, aside from being marked as corrupted, nothing else shows. Are you really a taboo existence? Of course, Michael didn't expect a response from a dead creature. Still, the size of the body bothered him. Compared to the overwhelming presence it had projected before, the tiny mass looked almost pitiful. But he wasn't going to complain. Smaller meant easier to store. Had it been larger, Michael would have had to deal with another round of storage headaches. Carefully and cautiously, he removed the ball of flesh from his spear and placed it inside his storage space. Then, he turned his attention to the string of system notifications that had been piling up. I leveled up twice. That meant he was now just 1 level away from hitting level 25, the peak of rank 1. When he first awakened, he thought reaching that level would take forever. Yet here he was, in just over a month, and with less than 2 months remaining before the Awakener Academy entrance exam, he was on the brink of achieving his milestone. And now, that final step was within reach. Michael glanced around. Putting aside the blood-soaked ground drenched in black ichor, what surrounded him was a field full of rank 2 monsters. They stood eerily still, vacant eyes staring into nothing. Just as he'd suspected, their master's death had left them without a will of their own. They were now nothing more than experience cracks waiting to be harvested. Fortunately, Michael had told his undead to keep their hands to themselves right after the corrupted creature fell. If they'd wiped these monsters out on their own, he really would have had no place to cry. Though he technically still had more than a month left to reach rank 2. Getting there early was only an advantage. And Michael knew it was time. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath, raised his spear, and locked onto the first motionless beast. Let's level up. Varen stood in silence, brows furrowed as he stared at the unmoving corpse at his feet. Around him, knights formed a circle, swords drawn, breathing calm, yet wary. Their eyes occasionally flickered to the strange armored beings nearby. Varen glanced at them. These were not ordinary summons. Each seemed to be no weaker than an advanced knight. Then Varen's thoughts shifted to a youth. Sir Mike. Though they'd only exchanged a few words, it wasn't like Varen was without knowledge about the youth. He remembered the princess's warning clearly. Be careful around him. He's not what he seems. And Varen wasn't one to ignore the words of the great mage lightly. Then there were the summons. Not just the armored ones. Earlier, as he fought those grand tier monsters, he'd felt it. A weighty gaze upon him. That boy had a strong summon that could kill him. And according to what he knows, it probably wasn't only one. He's strong, Varen muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. Yet despite the difference in strength, he couldn't help the curl of excitement in his chest. Though it won't be as enjoyable to fight with pure skills. Fighting in our respective zones shouldn't be bad. The thought lingered like the whisper of a future challenge. Yes, he wanted to face the boy now. What did a youth like that look like when he went all out? Still, fantasies of duels could wait. There was work to be done. With a sharp nod, Varen raised a hand, signaling his knights. Clean up the rest. Leave none alive. With military precision, the knights swept through the battlefield. Steel clashed with bone and hide, and monsters that once stood frozen now crumbled one by one. Around Michael were several dead monsters. However, his eyes weren't on his surroundings again. With an excited smile on his face, Michael stared at the panel in front of him. Status. Name. Michael Norman. Class. Adept Necromancer. Level. 25. Max. Strength. 41.75. 6.0 carat. Agility. 57.51. 8.0 carat. Constitution. 50.12. 4.0 carat. Intelligence. 190.32. 11.0 carat. Attribute points. 50. Skills. Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent. Infinite Evolution. Class Skill. Contract Slot 105/125. Gift. Mark of Origin. Chapter 311, 311. This wasn't the only source of Michael's happiness. It's just as I thought, he muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The first rank advancement mission sets the tone for the ones that follow. He clenched his fists in satisfaction. This couldn't have gone any better for me. You have reached the max level of rank 1. Rank up to accumulate experience points again and level up. You have reached max level for Necromancer Apprentice. To rank up to Master Necromancer and continue leveling, complete your rank advancement quest. Generating rank advancement quest. Quest generated. Advancement quest. Have 10 rank 2 undead. 2 out of 10. Funnily enough, it reminded him of when he was still unranked. Back then, only 2 of his undead had reached rank 1, Lucky and Prince. Now it was Prince and Gale. Still 2. But this time, things were slightly different. After reaching rank 2, I can finally evolve Lucky, Michael muttered with a grin. I don't know what level he'll reach, but he'll definitely become my strongest again. He glanced at his panel, where his accumulated evolution points had long surpassed 1,000. That was a lot, and it could do a lot. Unfortunately, the quiet hope he'd harbored, that storing enough evolution points might trigger a change in the red cauldron within his soul, hadn't come true. At least not yet. For now, all he could do was speculate. Maybe he hadn't reached the threshold. Maybe there was no change to be triggered at all. Or maybe something else entirely was required. Michael wasn't crazy for thinking his talent could evolve. The forums were filled with rare cases, stories of people who had managed to strengthen their innate talents under the right conditions. The problem was, he still didn't fully understand his own. There was a lot he didn't know, but he was learning, and soon he'd start testing his theories. Michael turned to look at his status again. Status. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Adept Necromancer. Level: 25. Max. Strength: 41.75. Agility: 57.51. Constitution: 50.12. Intelligence: 190.32. Attribute points: 50. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill: Contract Slot 105/125. Gift: Mark of Origin. His stats were beginning to resemble what they looked like when he was still human. Of course, this was only on the surface. Michael, as a high human, was far stronger than any ordinary human could ever be. A part of him felt that if his current stats were translated into how they would appear had he remained fully human, the results would be terrifying. The fact that he was starting to feel overfilled with mana again was proof enough. It wasn't yet at the level he reached after consuming the soul magic fruits, but the signs were there. With his newly earned attribute points, Michael could easily improve his current condition. But doing so would be somewhat wasteful. After this, he planned to focus on evolving his undead and advancing them to rank 2. The feedback he'd receive from their evolution would still boost his intelligence, but it would also boost his other stats as well. At that time, dedicating most of his attribute points to Constitution afterward didn't seem like a bad idea. His eyes drifted down to the contract slots on his panel. 20 extra slots. That alone was enough to bring a smile to his face. Still, there was a small sense of conflict. More undead meant more evolution points, the very foundation of his strength. But at the same time, it made his army feel messy. It wasn't a bad thing, but Michael couldn't deny it. In some ways, it felt like he was rushing things. He hadn't found a solid solution to this yet. But for now, more contract slots were always good news. Michael dismissed his status panel and turned to scan the area. Off in the distance, he spotted Lucky and Prince together, and it immediately caught his attention. The two looked nearly identical, with one being a miniature version and the other a towering presence. Right now, Lucky was tilting his head, confused, as he stared at Prince. Through their bond, Michael could feel what Lucky was thinking. I recognize this brother. But why brother not brother-shaped? Michael's lips twitched. He shook his head with a faint chuckle. Looking around again, he saw his Goliaths. It seemed like Lily and Beginning had started a strength testing contest, while the third Goliath had taken up the role of cheerleader. Up above, Gale soared calmly through the sky. It's finally over, Michael muttered, the words soft but full of meaning. The corrupted monster had acted like a heart demon ever since that incident. But now, not only had it been resolved, it had given him a massive boost in strength. And that made the sense of relief washing over him all the more powerful. Michael exhaled slowly, savoring the moment of peace as he raised his hand into the air. Everyone return. One by one, his undead turned their heads at his command. Prince stopped flexing his claws. Gale let out a soft screech from the sky, then began descending. The Goliaths froze mid-wrestle, Lily still gripping Beginning's wrist in a mock grapple. Even Lucky stopped circling Prince and tilted his head again. Back to the netherworld. Without resistance, each undead faded from reality, vanishing into the netherworld in ordered succession. Prince went last, giving Michael a brief nod before disappearing in a swirl of black mist. Only Gale remained. Michael moved with practiced ease, hopping onto Gale's broad back. The griffin ruffled its feathers, gave a brief cry, then leapt into the air. The force of the wind beneath its wings kicked up a cloud of dust as they took flight. From this vantage point, Michael could see the forest stretch out endlessly below, scarred in places from the earlier battle but quiet now. Too quiet. Still, he had no plans to linger. He directed Gale toward the camp. "I've got to regroup," he muttered. "Check on the Kingdom Knights. And the others." Chapter 312. By the time Michael returned to the camp, the worst had already passed. From above, the place looked oddly peaceful. If one ignored the scorched ground, shattered trees, and faint traces of blood staining the earth. The fires had long died out, leaving behind blackened trails. A strange calm had settled over the area, like the air itself was trying to forget the chaos that had erupted earlier. Yet just outside the perimeter of the camp, the truth lay in plain sight. Mangled monster corpses strewn in disarray, some burned, others sliced apart, a few with shattered skulls or pierced hearts. It was a massacre. Michael's eyes then shifted to his armored humanoid undead who stood motionless as if waiting for orders. Without hesitation, Michael leaned forward on Gale's back and pointed downward. The undead griffin let out a low screech and began descending in a spiral. The knights noticed him before he even landed. One of them raised a hand and called out, "Sir Mike has returned." More voices followed. "Welcome back, Sir Mike. Good to see you alive, sir." Michael stepped off Gale's back as soon as they touched down, nodding at the greeting knights. Their faces were tired, armor-dented, and cloaked in grime, but there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at him now. Only respect. It was subtle but real. He wondered what had happened. Previously, the knights' respect had seemed superficial, a polite facade. But now it felt like genuine acknowledgement. Was it due to his undead? Perhaps the outcome of the battle had earned him a new level of regard. The casualty count seemed relatively low, which might have contributed to the change. He gave a short wave and swept his hand forward. "Dismiss." All his undead vanished in a swirl of dark mist. Whispers broke out immediately. "Did you see that? They just vanished. How many does he have?" Michael ignored the murmurs. "Where's Sir Vurin?" he asked, scanning the camp. A younger knight straightened and answered quickly. "Resting inside the ship, sir." Michael nodded. "Good. Let him rest." Recalling the old man's deeds a while ago, if he still had strength after all this, he wasn't human anymore. Probably a freak. Michael's gaze turned toward the forest for a moment before returning to the aftermath around him. Charred bark, cratered dirt, collapsed tents. Near the central tent, several long mats had been laid out on the ground. Injured knights were lined up in neat rows, their armor stripped away to reveal bleeding wounds, cracked bones, or deep bruises. He watched as several people in robes moved briskly through the rows, applying salves and bandages with practiced speed. A few of them carried leather satchels filled with small crystal vials, health potions. Only the most injured were given those. One knight, unconscious with a gaping wound across his abdomen, was carefully lifted so a potion could be poured directly into his mouth. Another healer cracked a second vial and gently dabbed it onto the wound, causing faint tendrils of green light to sizzle through the skin as it began closing. For the others, the treatment was far more measured. Diluted potions, recognizable by their pale coloration, were poured onto bandages and pressed against wounds before the fabric was tightly bound around the limb or torso. Occasionally, a sip was allowed if the knight had trouble breathing or moving. Michael raised an eyebrow. All what he saw was quite efficient. One knight winced as a healer dabbed a wet cloth over a gash on his thigh. "That stings like hell," he muttered. "Good," the healer replied without sympathy. "Means it's working." Michael's lips twitched. Knowing he wasn't needed at the camp, Michael returned to his room aboard the flying ship, surprisingly still mostly intact, and quickly fell asleep. He hadn't fought any truly difficult battles, but the chain of events had left him mentally drained. A few hours later, he opened his eyes. After a quick clean-up and changing his clothes, he made his way to the top deck of the ship. It was bright outside, suggesting it was nearing noon, or perhaps already past it. The monsters had attacked deep into the night. Though a lot had happened, the battle ended quickly due to the large gap in power levels. There had been no long, drawn-out conflict. On the deck, Michael spotted Vurin. He was slightly surprised to see him there, but still made his way over. The older man noticed him immediately and greeted him with a nod. Michael walked across the wooden deck with steady steps, the breeze brushing against his face. His eyes were fixed on the old man leaning casually against the railing. Sir Vurin. The man looked quite energetic, but despite the subtle liveliness in his frame, his expression remained as flat as ever, serious, composed, like stone. His face gave away nothing, but something told Michael the knight had a lot on his mind. Michael was about to speak, wondering how he'd talk about what happened with the monster, but Sir Vurin beat him to it. "I sent one of the knights out to scout the surrounding forest," Vurin said plainly, still staring into the sky. "He returned just an hour ago." Michael raised an eyebrow. "And?" The old man turned his head, eyes calm but unreadable. "Sir Mike, your prowess leaves me speechless." Michael blinked. A strange expression subtly appeared on his face. He seemed to have an idea of what happened. Vurin continued, his tone still neutral, but there was an unmistakable undercurrent of disbelief, or perhaps awe. Hundreds of monster corpses. The aura on most of them, at least grand tier. An hour ago, Vurin sat alone in the ship's command room. He needed to think. Hundreds of monsters, slain, in multiple directions. The scout who had made it back couldn't even find what to express exclusively. Confusion, fear, awe, respect, caution. The scout somehow showed all. Sir Mike. There was no fear in Vurin. At least, not so much if one was to ignore his slightly trembling hands. Chapter 313, 313. The monster. It's dead. Sir Vurin turned his gaze from the sky and looked at him squarely. Good. Vurin regarded him for a moment longer before adding, "Don't worry. The kingdom will reward you for your effort and support." Michael's lips curled faintly into a wry smile. Yes. He didn't know how to say he had earned a lot of benefits already. Michael found it strange. He'd imagined needing to explain everything in detail, maybe argue his reasons and face suspicion. But none of that happened. The conversation had flowed far easier than expected. It was probably because he was talking to Vurin. If it had been the princess, "After my deal with Mage Lien, I should start considering a relocation. There's also the issue of my rank advancement. There's that tower too. The capital of Lionheart." Even though a few days had passed, no one seemed to be aware of the massacre that had occurred in the Everlong Forest. These days, the only thing people were talking about was the competition hosted by the Duke of Evermoon. It was finally about to begin. The capital of Lionheart was bursting at the seams with energy. These days, the normally lively streets had turned into a festival ground. The Evermoon competition. Rumor had it that the grand prize wasn't just riches. It was the hand of the Duke's daughter. The declaration had sparked chaos. Whether it was a political move or a test of strength, the result was the same. A tidal wave of participants flooded the capital. Young men from every corner of the kingdom and beyond arrived in droves. Swords at their hips, pride in their chests, and ambition burning in their eyes. Some wore polished noble attire, bearing crests of minor lords or rising houses. Others wore humble travel leathers, seasoned by dust and blood. Foreigners, too, joined the fray, easily spotted by their distinct armor styles or the strange animals that followed them. The guards at the capital's gates had tripled, and inns ran out of rooms within hours. The Duke of Evermoon was no ordinary man, and his daughter, ads by Pub Future ads. She was known as the Evermoon Rose, graceful, intelligent, and said to be as terrifying with a blade as she was charming with words. Many saw the competition not just as a tournament, but a rare path to power through marriage. Meanwhile, betting houses had already opened odds on who would win. The common folk gossiped endlessly. Some swore the winner would be the noble families. Others insisted it would be a dark horse. Someone unknown, someone unexpected. In a certain Grand Mage's study room, Michael was currently having a discussion with Mage Lien. And no, it wasn't about the competition, but rather about the incident that happened a few days ago. Michael was here once again to reap another wave of benefits from the kingdom. Michael sat across from Mage Lien, sipping his tea, when the mage finally spoke. Thanks to your support during the mission in Everlong Forest, the kingdom has decided to reward you with 500 golden papers. Michael paused mid-sip. A golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins, and he hadn't even spent the last one the kingdom had given him. Now he was receiving another large sum. But that wasn't all. Mage Lien wasn't done. When you came to me last time about selling your monster corpses to the kingdom, there's now a response. However, it's not exactly what you might have expected. Mage Lien continued, his tone slightly off. Michael raised an eyebrow. The kingdom is finding it hard to purchase hundreds of grand-tier monster corpses. Even with all their resources, it's a difficult proposition. Mage Lien turned to Michael, his expression oddly scrutinizing. Michael pretended not to notice. I see, he said smoothly. Mage Lien set his cup down gently. However, it's not like they plan to take it from you for free. Michael narrowed his eyes. They're offering you something else. Something that can't be bought with money. Lien's voice lowered slightly, as if revealing a secret. The opportunity to enter the ancestral dragon pool. Michael stilled. And a separate reward of 200 golden papers. Should you accept? Lien added. Now Michael looked up, meeting Lien's gaze. That pool. What exactly is it? Lien leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. Do you remember the statues in the inner city plaza? The towering ones of the third king and queen. Michael gave a slow nod. They weren't placed there just for decoration, Lien said. Green City wasn't always our capital. A few centuries ago, it was just forest and wild land. But then the third king of the Lionheart line slayed a dragon here. And that's why the capital moved here, yes? Exactly, Lien said. With the dragon's blessing, this land's mana density surged. However, what most people don't know is that the queen then, a grand formation mage, also built an immense array to contain and refine part of that energy into what we now call the ancestral dragon pool. He paused, letting the words settle. It's a pool of pure, dragon-infused mana, a holy land for advancement. Even the royal heirs only enter it once in their lives, and only during their greatest bottlenecks. Michael's heartbeat quickened. Bathing in that pool can strengthen your foundation, elevate your body's affinity with mana, and even help awaken dormant bloodlines, Lien said softly. It is, without exaggeration, a miracle for anybody. Michael didn't respond immediately. His thoughts ran like wildfire. Lien raised a brow. You look conflicted. You shouldn't be. Entering the pool is a privilege offered only to a handful in each generation. You earned it, and there's no guarantee the offer will remain if you delay. Michael looked down at his teacup. He finally looked up, his expression unreadable. Please give me time to consider it. Mage Lien smiled faintly. Just don't take too long. The royal family doesn't wait forever. Outside, the city buzzed with excitement over the Evermoon competition. Inside, Michael sat quietly, weighing the worth of a nation's fortune. Chapter 314, 314. Pub Future Ads. Michael's path to power was different from the traditional routes taken by other supernaturals. However, that didn't mean their methods couldn't benefit or strengthen him in some way. One thing that worked for both sides was consumable treasures. Take the ancestral dragon pool, for instance. It wasn't that Michael underestimated its value, but much like his last deal with Mage Lien, very few things could genuinely attract his interest. It wasn't because he was picky. His talent simply spoiled him. It was an opportunity in and of itself. Unless a treasure aligned directly with his talent or could help him evolve further, it was hard for Michael to be instantly drawn in. Still, in the end, Money is great, but just like Mage Lien said, there are some things that can't be bought with gold. And it's not like I'm not still receiving some. However, the ancestral dragon pool is likely a foundational treasure of the kingdom. If it belonged to another kingdom, it might not be a problem. But this one, he frowned. If I do take it, leaving afterward might not be so easy. Maybe he was overthinking it, but the idea of interacting further with a power that likely already suspected his true identity didn't sit well with him. When he considered it like that, he much preferred money, clean, simple, and with no strings attached. But there was another problem. To be honest, Michael didn't even know what to do with the amount of money he had on hand. Just the first reward alone this time had given him 500,000 gold coins. Where was he supposed to spend it all? He hadn't even touched the previous stash and was still wondering what to do with it. But hey, more money wasn't a bad thing. Who knew when he might stumble upon something that truly caught his eye in this world? It was always better to have more money and nothing to spend it on, than to have nothing and 1,000 things you could spend on. Michael exhaled slowly. Is it possible to exchange the chance to enter the ancestral dragon pool for extraordinary materials? Yes. Michael immediately thought of a better way to squeeze more out of the kingdom. The ancestral dragon pool seemed to come with complications, but exchanging it for materials? That was just business. As for why he chose materials instead, the reason was obvious. It was for his undead. To be honest, he was genuinely interested in the pool. If he hadn't interacted with the princess, Michael believed his answer might have been different. I didn't expect you to refuse something like that, Lien said. But I won't pry. Everyone has their reasons. As for the materials, I think it should be possible, but I'll need to confirm with the kingdom first. I see, Michael replied calmly. Mage Lien reached into his robe and pulled out a small pouch. Another 200 golden papers. Michael took it with helpless acceptance. Is this what it felt like to be rich? Worrying about having too much money? Sigh. Feels good. Thank you, Michael said as he collected the pitch. Mage Lien simply waved it off. It's what you deserve, the mage said plainly. And besides, you've given the kingdom more than you know. Michael didn't press for more. He wasn't sure what hundreds of Grand Tier corpses would do for the kingdom's future, but that wasn't his concern. Now, let's talk about something else. The Grand Mage's tone shifted slightly. Are you confident about winning this? He stopped mid-sentence, blinking in surprise. Heavens, when did he become so dense? Was he seriously asking a youth capable of slaughtering hundreds of rank 2 monsters if he could handle a mere competition? Had his constant stress dulled his mind? Or was it just old age catching up to him? Instead of worrying about whether Michael could win, he should be thinking about what reward would even be worthy of him. Mage Lien cleared his throat and quickly corrected himself. For the Duke's competition, just do your best and have fun. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Michael, unaware of the Grand Mage's inner spiral, simply nodded. They exchanged a few more words before he took his leave. 2 days later. Today was the day of the Duke's competition. Michael walked alone, clad in flowing black robes that gave off the faint shimmer of enchanted silk. His pace was unhurried, his expression calm, and his gaze steady as he made his way through the outer city's paved streets. Ahead, towering over the neighboring buildings, stood a grand arena, an enormous structure said to be capable of seating over 100,000. It was primarily used by nobles for events, tournaments, and their strange pastime games. But today, it would host something far more significant. Michael glanced around and noticed that everyone walking in the same direction as him was young. Very young. Some wore armor and others simple martial garments. And then there was him. He didn't carry a weapon visibly. He wasn't escorted by guards or followed by a proud retinue. He walked silently, cutting a lonely figure in black. His steps were light, as though he weren't even pressing against the earth. Yet, many who glanced his way quickly turned away, feeling a strange tension emanating from him. That was fine by Michael. He wasn't here to make friends. But just as he neared the arena's outer gate, a cheerful voice rang out from his side. Bro, are you participating in the competition too? Michael, who had been addressed, turned to his side in confusion. A boy in simple, but clearly high-quality clothing stood beside him. Though not extravagant, the outfit hinted at wealth, perhaps the son of a noble or a wealthy merchant. Michael wasn't sure why this stranger was speaking to him, but he still responded with a single nod. However, the gesture didn't seem to get the message across. The boy remained, undeterred. The boy smiled and extended a hand. "Name's Ren." "You?" Michael glanced at the hand but didn't take it. "Mike," he said simply. Ren tilted his head slightly. "You don't talk much, huh?" Michael didn't answer. Unfortunately, Ren didn't seem like he planned on leaving. Instead, he leaned in a little, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial tone. "Hey, I know what's going to happen in the arena today." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly at that. He didn't pause his walk, but now he was listening. His eyes then subtly examined the boy. Ren had short, messy brown hair, sharp amber eyes, and a youthful face that seemed a bit too carefree for someone heading into a competition. On his waist, he wore a wooden sword, completely out of place given the context. Michael's lips twitched at the sight. "A wooden sword? What is going to happen?" Michael inquired. Ren grinned like a child about to reveal a treasured secret. "The first stage of the competition is taking place in the arena. That much is confirmed. Not sure about the later stages, but this one, definitely here." Michael resisted the urge to sigh. Of course it's in the arena. Where else would it be? He secretly rolled his eyes but chose not to interrupt. It was clear Ren enjoyed talking, and Michael had nothing better to do while they walked. Ren continued, lowering his voice again. "The first stage. It's actually a qualification trial." That caught Michael's attention. He glanced sideways at the boy. "Qualification?" Ren nodded quickly. "Yup. You don't even make it to the main event unless you pass this first trial. Only the ones who meet the Duke's standard can proceed." Michael hummed in thought. If memory served him right, there were two key requirements. The participant had to be under 25 years of age and at least at the intermediate rank. That already weeded out a good chunk of the population. However, this reminded Michael of a lingering headache. He was still unfamiliar with the power system of this world. Now the question was, what level of power should he reveal? Or rather, what level could he safely reveal? Their conversation died down as the two arrived at the arena's massive iron gate. Four knights stood at attention, flanking a middle-aged man in a crimson robe who looked half bored, half harassed. He handed wooden number tags to each youth in line, occasionally scribbling notes on a thick scroll at his side. When it was their turn, Michael and Ren each received a smooth, palm-sized token etched with just numbers. Michael eyed the piece of wood. His thoughts returned to the upcoming trial. He didn't care for the structure or the people, but he wasn't arrogant enough to ignore the possibility of a surprise. Hidden elites, political traps, divine artifacts. Anything was possible in a noble-led competition. And though he was confident in himself, he also had a rule. Never be careless in unfamiliar territory. Ren, unaware of Michael's musings, inspected his number like it was a prize. 48. Nice, right? Michael didn't respond. He glanced at his own. 31. His eyes flicked toward the large archway leading into the inner stands. Time to see what sort of trial the Duke had prepared. Chapter 3:15, 315. The two stepped through the iron gate into the arena's inner ring, greeted immediately by a wave of murmurs and the faint clatter of footsteps on stone. The arena, vast and circular, stretched high above them with tiered seating packed with young competitors. A youth in red robes waited near the entrance. "Sirs," the red-robed youth gestured, "please find your seat and wait. You'll be called when it's your turn." Michael gave a short nod and walked past him without a word. Ren, however, paused to ask, "Do you know what the trial will be?" Michael internally sighed. He didn't even need to look at the red-robed boy's face to know the answer. Predictably, the youth replied, "You'll find out when it starts." Michael rolled his eyes. Quietly, of course. He didn't bother waiting for Ren and simply moved on toward the seating area, weaving past others as he picked an isolated corner with a good view of the arena floor. Ren, as if magnetized by the decision, conveniently followed and sat beside him. Fortunately, once seated, Ren fell quiet. Instead of rambling, his amber eyes roamed the surroundings with childlike curiosity. Michael did the same, though with a more calculated gaze. There wasn't much of interest. The arena floor was bare. No weapons, no obstacles, no markers, just smooth stone. However, the large cage doors embedded into the walls drew his attention. Michael's eyes lingered on them. Unfortunately, he was able to gain more information just by looking at them. After looking around a bit more, he closed his eyes to rest and wait. Time dragged on. The sky shifted from pale morning light to the brighter blaze of midday, but still no trial began. They waited and waited. The entire arena, nearly filled to capacity with youths, had long since turned restless. While no one dared complain openly, the subtle signs were everywhere. The tapping of boots against stone, the low hum of impatient murmurs, and the occasional frustrated sigh. It created a constant backdrop of noise, like a hive of uneasy bees. Even Michael was beginning to grow tired of it. He shifted slightly in his seat, stretching his legs out before pulling them back in. Still, he said nothing. He knew better. Complaining wouldn't bring good news. So instead, he stayed quiet and let his thoughts drift. Specifically to his rank advancement quest. This one was very similar from his last. However, unlike before, where the mission duration was shorter, this one came with a much longer deadline, an entire year. On the surface, that made it seem easier. But Michael wasn't naive. 10 rank 2 undead wasn't an easy feat, no matter how long the time frame. Sure, he had the means to do it. With the evolution points he had saved up, he could easily evolve several of his undead to rank 2 if he wanted. Some might even become stronger than that, depending on how he invested the points. But that wasn't the goal. 10 rank 2 undead wasn't his goal. Not this time. Michael wanted another perfect performance rating. It wasn't arrogance. It was logic. He had the tools, the timing, and the knowledge. Anything less than a perfect rating would be a waste of his advantage, and worse, a personal disappointment. Also, there was another reason. Perfect is said to be the highest rating. But Michael couldn't help but get curious if that was truly the case. The last time he could only increase the quest difficulty to having 20 rank 1 undead, and the moment he was done the quest was automatically completed. Was this because that was the limit, or because he only had 20 undead max then? Or both? Could he go beyond this time? Michael wanted to try. That was why he was accumulating his evolution points. At the very least, though, he needed a perfect rating. The extra levels that came with it would do a lot for him. There was also a matter of timing. The Awakeners Academy entrance examination wasn't far off. Michael wasn't worried about missing it, but he still wanted to enter the academy with his advancement complete. That way, he wouldn't just be catching up to the elite peers who had awakened 2 years ago. He'd be stepping onto the same stage. From there, he could finally slow down. Not because he planned to relax, but because the mad sprint would no longer be necessary. With the right foundation laid, his rise could be consistent and terrifying. His thoughts were interrupted by the faint creak of the massive iron gate entrance. 2 figures stepped through, instantly drawing attention. They wore deep blue robes marked with silver trim. A man and a woman. They both looked middle-aged. Their appearance didn't quiet the arena, but it did shift the tone. Murmurs grew more curious. Movement slowed. Even those who had been chatting mindlessly now sat straighter in their seats. Michael leaned forward slightly, watching them. Still, nothing started. Just more waiting. Eventually, Ren stirred beside him. "Think they're stalling because they're not ready?" he muttered. Michael didn't answer. However, he had his own suspicions. One of them was relating to the number of youths around him. The middle-aged woman in blue robes finally stepped forward, raising her hand for silence. Her presence alone commanded attention, and while the noise didn't vanish entirely, it dulled enough for her voice to carry through the open-air arena. "Welcome, all of you," she began, her voice clear and authoritative, carrying across the massive space without needing to shout. "On behalf of the Duke of Evermoon, I welcome each and every one of you to the first round of the selection." Michael's eyes sharpened. Finally, she didn't bother with pleasantries beyond that, her gaze sweeping across the crowd of seated youths like a blade. Since you are here, I assume most of you already have some idea of what this event is. I will not waste our time explaining every detail. You want something, and to get it, you must prove yourself. She paused briefly, letting the words sink in. However, she continued, her tone hardening, some among you seem either ignorant of the most basic requirements or worse, have chosen to ignore them outright. Murmurs flared again. Michael saw heads turning, people exchanging glances, some faces twisting in confusion or dawning realization. I'll repeat them for clarity, the woman said. Firstly, all participants must be between the ages of 18 and 25. A beat of silence. She continued, there is an exception, however. The Duke has graciously allowed those younger than 18 to participate, though it must be made absolutely clear that those younger than the official minimum should not expect any form of reward. If you are here to test yourself or spectate from within, you may stay. Ren frowned beside Michael, his brows knitting. So basically, kids are allowed to play pretend. Michael didn't reply, but the woman's next words echoed his thoughts. As for those older than 25 who dared step into this arena, her voice dropped, icy and sharp. Leave, immediately, or face the consequences. Michael noticed several people stiffen. A handful even rose hesitantly from their seats, faces pale. The woman gestured casually, and a group of armored guards began to fan out across the arena, their expressions stone cold. No exceptions, she said. The tension in the arena thickened. A pair of older-looking youths near the western edge tried to argue, only to be forcibly removed by guards without a word. The message was clear. Once the brief purge was done, the woman clasped her hands behind her back. Now that that's settled, perhaps, she said with a mysterious smile only those with excellent eyesight could spot. Let us begin. She stepped aside, and the man in blue robes, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The man in blue stepped forward with deliberate poise, his eyes scanning the arena with a critical gaze that made more than a few participants squirm. His voice, when he finally spoke, was smooth and firm, laced with a subtle edge that demanded attention. As Lady Cyril has made clear, the age requirement is only the first of several filters. The next is perhaps even more important. Strength. He paused. To be eligible for true consideration, you must be, at minimum, either an intermediate-ranked mage or knight. A quiet wave of murmurs swept the stands. Some looked to their neighbors, others shifted in place uncomfortably. The unspoken truth was settling in fast. There is no leniency on this point, he continued, tone unyielding. In a competition like this, without sufficient strength, you are just useless. If you do not meet this threshold, I suggest you take your leave now. Ren let out a low tsk beside Michael, crossing his arms. Good luck to all those poor kids who thought they stood a chance, he muttered. Michael remained quiet. In the first official trial, the man went on, 100 youths will enter the arena as a team. Your task is simple. Work together to defeat 10 intermediate-class monsters. Chapter 316, 316. The effect was instant. Outrage erupted like wildfire across the arena. What? 10? All at once? That's insane. The man's response was immediate. He raised a single hand and unleashed a subtle pulse of mana. Silence. The uproar died abruptly as the pressure in the air spiked. Conversations were cut off mid-sentence. It wasn't an aggressive aura, but it pressed down enough to still the crowd. Michael didn't even flinch. To him, it was like a breeze. The man's eyes narrowed, his voice now sharper. Did you think this was a game? A fairground contest? You're here seeking rewards from the Duke of Evermoon. Do not expect them to come cheap. He let the silence linger before continuing. If you're afraid of death, you still have 3 minutes to leave. No shame. But once the trial begins, that door closes. Many heads turned toward the exit. Some hesitated. A few stood. When it became clear the man wasn't bluffing, dozens more joined them. The clamor of departing footsteps echoed through the stands. But Michael didn't move, nor did Ren, and neither were alone. Still, the arena looked notably more empty afterward. Once the last group exited, the man gave a faint nod of satisfaction. Now then, with that out of the way, let me make something clear. His voice grew calm again, but with an undertone of cunning. Though this step is dangerous, you are not alone. Lady Cyril and I will be overseeing the event. If something unacceptable is about to occur, we will intervene. He paused, then added with a faint smile. However, if we do intervene to save you, consider it an automatic disqualification. Strength means surviving without a guardian. At this, Michael's lips twitched faintly. Cunny bastard, Ren whispered beside him. Michael let out the faintest breath of agreement. The man's expression remained calm, almost bored. If any of you also believe the Duke will hand out equipment or rewards like charity, then perhaps it's best you leave now. You weren't forced to come here. There were movements in the audience. Shuffling feet, sideways glances, subtle murmurs. But it didn't escalate into another uproar. Everyone understood the implication. The man gave it a few moments after more people left, then raised his hand again. Now then, in just a few minutes, the first trial will begin. With reduced numbers, we need to confirm who's participating. What followed was slow and methodical. One by one, number tags were verified. Once again, they saw the same middle-aged man and youth in red robes from earlier. Both nodded without expression and moved on. It took almost half an hour for the entire process to complete. After the final participant was recorded, the announcer finally spoke again. We now have a total of 1,033 participants. However, as stated before, only 100 will proceed to the next stage. That means 33 of you will pass this round, if you're lucky. A heavy silence followed his words. The middle-aged man stepped forward once again, his hands clasped behind his back. The first trial begins now, he declared, his voice steady and cold. If your number is called, step forward onto the stage. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Numbers were then being called. 023, 114, 298, 306. The numbers continued, each one drawing murmurs or gasps from the crowd. One by one, youths began to stand and make their way down toward the central stage. Some with nerves in their eyes, others brimming with confidence. Michael watched closely as the list continued. 512, 649, 700, 701. As more numbers were called, Ren began to lean forward, anticipation on his face. But by the time the final number was spoken, neither Michael nor Ren had been chosen. Ren leaned back, breathing out. Ha! Lucky us. Michael didn't respond right away. His eyes remained on the group gathering below. After a moment, he said quietly, Maybe. Ren blinked. What do you mean, maybe? Michael's gaze was steady. It's not bad to sit out the first round. We get to observe. 100 youths now stood on the main platform, spread out in rows of 10. Michael's eyes swept over them. Some looked older, well-trained, even arrogant. Others stood nervously, gripping weapons they clearly weren't comfortable with. Ren followed his gaze. You think any of them stand a chance? Michael's eyes narrowed. Hard to say. Some look strong, but looks don't decide strength. True, Ren murmured, nodding in agreement. Still, he hesitated, then turned to Michael again. There's something I've been wondering. What if someone's strong, but they get ganged up with weak teammates? This trail feels unfair. His words hadn't even fully left his mouth before the middle-aged man spoke again. The man's voice echoed across the arena once more, cutting through the thick silence. If you're worried that weak teammates will drag you down, don't be. His tone was sharp. This isn't a test of teamwork. We are not asking you to win as a group. He let that sink in before continuing. 10 minutes. That's all you need. Hold out for 10 minutes and you'll have proven yourself. If you can't endure for that long without crumbling, then you don't belong in the next round. Murmurs returned, though far more subdued now. And yes, he added, almost as an afterthought, if you kill the monsters, all the better. In that case, your entire group qualifies. But that's not the goal. The goal is to showcase your capabilities. His eyes scanned the 100 youths on the platform below. Stand out. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood now. This wasn't just about fighting. This was about performance. They just needed to prove, no. They just needed to show. Yes, that was the word. They just needed to show they had intermediate rank abilities at least. If this is the case, then it should really pick out who actually had the required strength requirement. In the case someone was able to kill the monster quickly, then it was good luck to the others for having a good teammate or two. Chapter 317, 317. However, the way the trial was conducted still raised some suspicion in Michael. Based on the tricks the middle-aged man had used earlier, like secretly sending people out of the arena and subtly manipulating others to withdraw, it felt like they were deliberately trying to reduce the number of participants. Now, this would make sense if it were simply due to the overwhelming number of applicants. But Michael didn't believe that could be the sole reason. He didn't doubt it was a reason, just not the reason. The real issue lay in the nature of the competition itself. One of the grand prizes was the hand of the Duke's daughter. Even ignoring the Viscount title also being offered, Michael couldn't believe the princess wouldn't attract many suitors. But would the Duke truly allow that? The possibility of any random person having his daughter? Michael doubted it. Even if the Duke hated his daughter, she was still tied to his face, his pride, and his political standing. From his many discussions with Mage Lien, although the Grand Mage never stated it outright, Michael had pieced together the truth. This competition was some sort of political maneuver. It was entirely possible that the winner had already been chosen behind the scenes. I should be careful, lest I get disqualified for no reason. Michael had no interest in the Duke's daughter, and he figured that as long as he made that clear, he'd be safe. And if things still went wrong, well, he had a Grand Mage behind him. In any case, while he might be entangling himself in deeper political currents, Michael wasn't too worried. In a few more days, he wouldn't need to fear this kingdom or its people the way he did now. By then, even if he couldn't walk around arrogantly doing whatever he pleased, he'd at least have the freedom to act on his own terms. For now, he simply wanted to maintain a relationship with a Grand Mage, until the day it no longer proved useful. The 100 chosen participants stood upon the massive stone platform, each group of 10 gathering instinctively into tight clusters. At first, it was spontaneous, natural. People gravitated toward those who looked strong or familiar. They whispered hurriedly, eyes darting between faces, trying to assess allies and threats alike. Some even laughed nervously. It was clear many believed that sheer numbers would be their strength. 10 against 1 monster. It sounded doable. But reality came crashing down the moment the caged walls on all 4 corners of the arena cracked open with a screech of grinding metal. Out came wolves. Not just any wolves. These beasts were massive, twice the size of normal ones, with dark steel-gray fur and jagged teeth. Their bodies were lean and whipcord thin, built for nothing but speed and slaughter. Their eyes glowed with a cold, blue light that sent shivers down the spines of even the boldest participants. The moment the gates opened, they didn't hesitate. With explosive bursts of speed, the wolves leapt forward, crashing into the disorganized clusters of youths like living missiles. Screams rang out. Weapons were drawn late. The groups had barely even taken stances when the wolves were already among them. One youth was immediately tackled, his arm torn open before he could even scream. Another rolled backward just in time to avoid fangs snapping shut on his throat. A girl shrieked as a beast barreled into her shield, sending her flying into another group. The assumption that numbers equaled strength shattered in an instant. But not all was lost. Some of the groups responded well. A pair of twin spear-wielders launched into a coordinated defense, fending off one of the wolves. Another group had a sword user with remarkable footwork, weaving between bites while slashing at joints. Even so, blood began to stain the white stone beneath them. From the judging seat, the blue-robed observers watched intently. Their expressions remained passive, hands twitching only slightly, but they didn't intervene. Not yet. Michael leaned forward, his eyes glued to the chaos below. "They're fast," Ren muttered under his breath. Michael gave a small nod. "And smart." Indeed, the wolves didn't behave like mindless beasts. They darted and weaved through their targets, never overcommitting. They seemed to assess each group quickly, targeting the weakest with frightening precision. But the worst part wasn't the speed. It wasn't even the ferocity. It was the coordination. The wolves had no rule against working together. When one group faltered, another wolf would swoop in to support its kin. The effect was immediate. Group cohesion shattered wherever two wolves joined forces. Still, miraculously, no one had been disqualified yet. Injuries mounted. Limbs were bloodied. Faces were pale with terror. But no one had been rendered helpless enough for the blue-robed observers to move. At least not yet. Below, the battlefield had shifted. Pub Future adds. Groups that failed to adapt were clearly on the brink of collapse. One boy had already dropped his weapon and begun running in circles, screaming as a wolf chased him in lazy arcs. Another participant had frozen entirely, eyes wide, hands trembling as he stood amid the chaos. A faint shimmer crossed the platform, and the blue-robed observer nearest the judge's seat vanished. A second later, the screaming boy disappeared in a flash of blue light. Disqualified. It was like a switch had been thrown. The instant the first participant was removed, pressure intensified across the entire arena. Some fought harder, others cracked. But one thing became clear. No one wanted to be next. More groups faltered. Another youth vanished. Then another. Still, the remaining participants fought with growing determination. The tide slowly began to shift. One group, led by a girl with flame-tipped hair, coordinated their attacks flawlessly. Her fire spells illuminated the arena, carving molten streaks across the floor while her teammates struck from behind. Their wolf lay charred and unmoving by the 8-minute mark. As for why girls were also competing in a marriage competition, it was beyond Michael. Others' groups weren't as clean though. One group lost 4 members before the wolf was finally skewered on a glaive, leaving the remaining 6 panting and bloodied, but alive. By the time the 10 minutes passed, only 20 of the original 100 youths stood upright and uninjured. The air felt heavy. The silence afterward was louder than the battle itself. Then came the slow clap. The middle-aged man from before stood once more, smiling faintly. "Well done. I see some of you still believe in grit." He let that hang in the air before continuing. "Those of you still standing, congratulations, you've passed. As for those with missing limbs or more serious injuries, don't blame me. This is not child's play. So I'll say this one more time. The last chance, if you want to leave, do so now." Chapter 318, 318. A tense silence followed the middle-aged man's announcement. No one moved at first, but then one boy stumbled forward. He was missing most of his sleeve. The middle-aged man had casted healing magic on all the participants, showing his occupation as an healer. But either he was unable to rejoin limbs or couldn't be bothered. Those who lost it remained that way. The boy's lips trembled, and though he tried to hold back, the words slipped out. I can't do this." No one stopped him as he limped toward the exit. That opened the floodgates. 3 more followed. One by one, more participants left the arena. Their faces a mixture of fear, shame, and bitter acceptance. Some had even passed the trial, technically, but passing meant little if your spirit was broken. Even those who had successfully slain their wolves weren't immune to the atmosphere. Blood had been spilled. Bones had snapped. They'd all signed up for a competition, but now it felt more like a war. Half of them had come here to test their luck. A chance at glory, riches, or even the Duke's daughter. But witnessing firsthand that failure didn't just mean losing. It meant potentially dying, changed everything. Michael watched with quiet detachment as more figures disappeared. Each one thinned the crowd further. Soon, the arena felt too large for those who remained. Eventually, the exodus slowed, then stopped. Ren sat beside Michael. He muttered, barely loud enough for Michael to hear, "I wonder How many of us are even left now? Michael didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the arena. Ren didn't press further. Silence hung between them. As before, the middle-aged man and the youth in red robes stepped into the arena once again. Their expressions calm, professional, detached. The youth held a scroll and a quill, while the older man began moving from participant to participant, asking for their number tags and recording them. Each time a number was read aloud, the youth scribbled it down. Soon another total came out. 432. The middle-aged man in blue robes spoke again, his voice carrying over the arena. Assuming no one else runs away, you all will be divided into 4 groups in the next 4 rounds. He paused. 100 from each group will participate, and the last people standing, together with the remaining 32, will advance to the next round. Also, don't think that only the trail will be difficult, as the other ones will not be any easier. Passing this is a rough way to determine your strength, and the method is very loose, as some of you might not even have the required strength. If you know you're not up for it, you're free to leave. Yet another attempt to reduce numbers. Michael turned to observe his surroundings, but unlike the previous times, though some people's faces were pale, it didn't look like there would be anybody leaving from the man's words. This should indeed be the final round. Next batch. Number 117. Another 100. Michael didn't feel anything. Ren looked at his own tag and grinned. Not us again, Ren muttered, leaning back with a smug sigh. Luck's still on our side. Michael nodded slightly, his gaze drifting back to the fresh group assembling below. Among the newly called, one figure immediately stood out. He was massive, easily 2 heads taller than the others. His shoulders were broad enough to make a doorframe nervous, and every inch of him bulged with tightly packed muscle. But the oddest thing was his face. Round, soft, and almost childlike, with wide brown eyes and a nose that looked like it hadn't caught up with the rest of his body. It was a jarring contrast. Look at that guy, Ren whispered, letting out a low whistle. He looks like a bear with a baby's face, but I'd bet he hits like a cart full of bricks. Michael didn't reply, though he agreed. The youth radiated power, but Michael didn't believe in judging strength by appearance. Still, that one might be worth watching. The arena grew quiet again as the middle-aged man signaled the start. The gates in the arena creaked open once more. This time it was another batch of wolves. Did they capture a whole pack or something? Ren muttered beside Michael. Michael didn't respond, though he had the same thought. Perhaps because of the earlier experience with the first 100 participants, 10 teams had already formed among the strongest-looking individuals even before the wolves appeared. However, numbers meant little in the face of true strength. Those lacking power were quickly exposed, but surprisingly, no blood was spilled this time. Whenever someone was on the verge of injury, they immediately screamed their intent to be disqualified, forcing the middle-aged man in blue to rush in and remove them. But none of that truly held Michael's attention, and it seemed the same for most of the arena. Their focus was drawn elsewhere, to a bear-like youth standing alone. He was currently facing 5 intermediate-rank wolves on his own. It appeared the wolves had identified him as the biggest threat, and a significant number had zeroed in on him. Normally, monsters at the same rank were stronger than humans. Yet now, the 5 wolves couldn't even touch him. They lunged and snapped, but the youth moved with uncanny strength and ease, almost playfully swatting them aside. He didn't even seem to be trying to hurt them, just enduring. And from the looks of it, he intended to last the full 10 minutes required to advance to the next trial. The youth stood still and didn't dodge. He let the wolves come, their fangs bared and claws flashing, and he simply took it. One lunged for his neck. He caught it midair by the scruff and slammed it into the ground. Another clamped its jaws around his forearm, and though blood welled up, he didn't flinch. He lifted his arm, wolf still hanging, and swung it into another oncoming attacker like a living flail. A gasp rippled through the watching crowd. Even the officials paused. Chapter 319, 319. What the hell is he doing? Ren whispered, leaning forward. Michael's eyes narrowed. The situation on the stage was odd to say the least. The 5 wolves were starting to hesitate. Despite their numbers and speed, they couldn't bring him down. Worse, their instincts, finely honed from hunting weaker prey, were failing them. The boy didn't move like prey. He didn't even flinch. Then came the strangest part. He sat down. Right there, in the middle of the arena, he sat cross-legged with his arms. The arena was deathly quiet. The beasts growled, pacing around him, their ears flattened and fangs bared, but none lunged. One stepped forward, snarled, and snapped its teeth. But the boy didn't move. Like this, everyone waited as more people were disqualified from the stage and more wolves were killed. Now all the attention fully shifted to the bear-like youth and the 5 wolves. Without a sound, the middle-aged man appeared in the stage. Following his appearance were 5 dead wolves. The crowd grasped at the show of power. The bear-like youth, however, had a frown on his face but didn't speak. The middle-aged man, however, didn't seem like he was done. "Why didn't you kill the wolves when you easily could?" The boy paused for a moment with a contemplative look on his face before responding. "Village chief, don't kill it, you won't eat." The sentence was broken. "Excuse me? Yuga, not hungry, won't eat." The conversation gave the middle-aged man an headache, but he couldn't be bothered again. "Whatever," be dismissed with a wave of his hand as he addressed the youths. "If you're still standing here, it means you passed. Now let's get ready for the next round." Everyone waited as more contestants were disqualified and more wolves were killed. Gradually, all attention shifted to the bear-like youth and the 5 wolves surrounding him. Without a sound, a middle-aged man appeared on the stage. At the same time, the 5 wolves dropped dead. The crowd gasped at the display of power. The bear-like youth, however, frowned but said nothing. The middle-aged man didn't seem finished. "Why didn't you kill the wolves when you clearly could?" The boy paused, a contemplative look on his face, before replying, "Village chief, don't kill if not eating." The sentence was fragmented. "Excuse me? Yuga, not hungry, won't eat." The response gave the middle-aged man a headache, but he decided not to push it. "Whatever," he said, waving a hand dismissively before turning to the rest of the youths. "If you're still standing here, it means you passed. Now get ready for the next round." The next set of numbers were called. Number 204, 206, 207. Michael barely registered the voices until he heard the last number. Ren froze. His hand slowly drifted to the tag pinned to his chest. The color drained from his face. That's me," he whispered, barely audible over the quiet murmurs spreading through the crowd. Then he turned to Michael, eyes wide and pitiful, like a man walking to the gallows. "If I don't make it back, tell my mother I died bravely, and that I regret not kissing that baker's daughter when I had the chance." Michael raised an eyebrow. Ren clutched his shoulder. "Also, if I die and you survive, take care of my sword. But don't give it to just anyone, all right? Make sure they have a cool name or at least nice hair." Michael's expression didn't shift. "Not even a smirk? Nothing? Gods, you're cold." Ren sighed dramatically and made his way toward the arena with slumped shoulders like a man attending his own funeral. Michael watched him go with cold eyes. He didn't believe a word of the act. It wasn't just intuition. It was what he'd seen earlier when he'd activated Detect on Ren out of idle curiosity. Sword Cultivator, level 25. The moment he saw it, Michael's wariness had been locked in. The question wasn't whether Ren would survive. It was what he was doing here, and why he'd chosen to befriend Michael specifically. Was it a coincidence? Or on purpose? Still, he said nothing. Down below, the arena gates creaked open. The familiar low growls of wolves echoed across the open space. The middle-aged man and the youth in red stepped back. Another trial was beginning. Ren stood at the edge of the group, his shoulders still hunched, his wooden sword awkwardly dangling from his side like it didn't belong to him. A few others stepped forward to form teams, but Ren merely shuffled to the side, looking around nervously as though trying to find someone to hide behind. The wolves pounced. The first blood spilled within seconds as a youth was tackled and dragged. He screamed for disqualification. The blue-robed man appeared and whisked him away, but not before the wolf's claws left 4 deep gashes across his leg. The others scrambled to respond. Ren, on the other hand, stood completely still. A wolf noticed him. It lunged, fast and low, teeth bared. Ren flinched, then moved. His sword was a blur. The wolf's body hit the ground a moment later, cleaved cleanly through. The entire arena froze. Ren looked down at the corpse, blinked, and then rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Oh no!" he muttered, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Beginner's luck." Michael snorted. That wasn't luck. The moment Ren felled the wolf, everything changed. Several youths, panicked and desperate, turned their gazes toward him. Protection. That was what they needed, and Ren looked like the best bet. At first, Ren looked like he might run too. His body tensed, his feet half-turning toward an escape route. A girl stumbled into place beside him, her arms bleeding. 2 others followed, dragging their injured friend. The wolves weren't far behind. In fact, they led the beast straight to him. With a determined expression, Ren raised his wooden sword again. The wolves snarled and charged, and Ren met them head-on. 1 clean stroke. 2. 3. Each wolf fell in a single, fluid motion. The arena was dead silent. Chapter 320. 320. Ren Noah had never been the shining star of the Noah family. Born as the 3rd son to a minor baron in the remote outskirts of the Lionheart Kingdom, Ren's life had always been quiet, uneventful, ordinary. The Noahs were nobles, granted their title generations ago when an ancestor did something brave in a long-forgotten war. Since then, they'd lived on the borderlands, managing wheat fields and obscurity. To the world, the Noahs were nobles. To real nobles, they were commoners dressed up in second-hand pride. That quiet humiliation sat heavy on every Noah. None of them said it aloud, but all of them felt it. They weren't climbing the ladder. They were clinging to the bottom rung. And Ren? He understood that more than anyone. His eldest brother had a brilliant mind for numbers and trade, already running most of the estate. His second brother was a knight in training with natural talent, even invited to train at a Count Lord's hall. His younger sister, younger than him, was already outpacing him in schooling. And him? He had a wooden sword. A crude thing, carved by his father when he was 5. He didn't think he was useless. He wasn't weak either. Definitely not strong though, at least to him. But somewhere in between was a worse place. Forgettable. Just average. For a long time, Ren thought that would be the story of his life. He tried not to resent it. Most days he succeeded. Then the Duke's competition was announced. A chance to marry into the Duke's family. A title. A leap from Baron to Viscount. To his brothers it was a joke. To his father it was impossible. To Ren, it was something else entirely. It wasn't about marrying the princess. He couldn't care about her. It wasn't even about the title. It was about proof. If he could win even once, just once, maybe that would be enough. Enough for his family to finally be seen. Enough for him to believe he wasn't just a shadow trailing behind brighter lights. So he packed a small bag, left a short letter, and walked away from home before he could change his mind. No grand speeches, no send-off, just quiet footsteps and a pulse loud in his ears. He arrived at the capital with nothing but nerves, and in that same wooden sword at his hip. He expected to be overwhelmed. He was, but not in the way he thought, because when the wolves came and the other contestants hesitated, he moved. His body didn't freeze. His hands didn't tremble. He just moved. And when the fight was over, when the silence fell like a curtain, he stood, blinking at the fallen beasts. No cheers, no praise, just stunned silence. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Again, beginner's luck? It was a joke. Kind of. Not really. He didn't expect the wolves to be so weak. The middle-aged man in blue robes said these were intermediate-rank creatures. Off the stage they looked ferocious, but in person? Ren tightened his grip on his wooden sword. Perhaps his father was right. Perhaps he was indeed very strong. He still didn't trust it fully though. Perhaps he might truly not be strong as his second brother. But maybe, just maybe, he wasn't weak either. And for now that was enough to keep going. Not for glory. Not for the princess. Not even for pride. but for the Noah name. For himself. Ren turned back to the crowd, scanning the sea of faces, and then he found him. Michael. A broad grin spread across Ren's face, and without hesitation, he waved enthusiastically like a child spotting an old friend. A few people glanced at him in confusion. Others followed his gaze to Michael, who remained seated, still as ever. Ren didn't approach with a calculated move. The first reason was because the moment he first spotted Michael, his sword had vibrated faintly at his side. That wasn't normal. Ren didn't think he was anyone special. But he also wasn't blind to the strange things that sometimes happened when he held a sword. He wasn't trained in magic, nor did he understand aura the way real knights did. So when he noticed Michael, just a rich-looking youth dressed simply, without guards or attendants like the other nobles, his curiosity had sparked. Even when the kingdom guards passed by earlier, the sword had been silent. But with Michael, something about the boy didn't fit. Ren wasn't foolish enough to ignore that, and so he decided to get close not out of strategy but out of instinct. Or maybe curiosity. Michael met Ren's wave with a simple nod. Sword cultivator. That was what he'd seen floating above Ren's head. Michael's gaze lingered on the wooden sword at Ren's hip. It looked harmless, almost laughable, but Michael wasn't laughing now. He had watched every step the boy made on that stage. The way he shifted his weight, the fluid transition between strikes, the precision of his footwork. It all screamed of someone far beyond beginner training. At the very least, intermediate mastery of the sword. In this world's terms, that likely translated to the great achievement stage. But there was something that bothered Michael. Was that the limit? He frowned slightly, eyes narrowing. No, there was more. The way the sword responded to Ren's intent. The way the air itself seemed to still just before each movement. Michael wouldn't have noticed this before meeting the Grand Knight Vurin, whose skills was at advanced mastery. But who knew how old that monster was? Ren was different. If he truly followed the competition requirements, he was definitely below age 25. It wasn't like the other party was also an awakener. But could he have reached advanced mastery in swordsmanship? Michael had a hard time believing it. That would be absurd. Michael leaned back in his seat, eyes briefly closing. He wasn't worried about threats. But he also couldn't ignore everything. This kind of person, Ren was worth watching. He cracked one eye open and gazed down at the arena again. Ren was still smiling, his grin too wide, too sincere for someone who just won a deadly duel. It was almost charming. Almost. Michael's lips twitched faintly. Interesting. Perhaps this competition might not be as boring as he thought. And as for the possibility of Ren having ulterior motives, Michael believed as long as he did not interact too deeply with the youth he should be fine. Ren returned to the audience stands, his heart still pounding. Not from the fight, but from everything after. He could feel the gazes of his fellow contestants following him as he climbed the steps. Whispers traveled like wind, and though none were loud, he could feel their weight. He wasn't used to attention. The Noahs never got attention. But maybe that was starting to change. As he reached Michael's row, he hesitated for a second, just before sitting down. Then, without realizing it, he turned to glance at the youth beside him. Quiet, still, eyes half-lidded, almost as if dozing off in the middle of this chaotic event. Ren couldn't help but wonder, just how strong is this guy? He took a seat beside him and nudged lightly with his elbow. So, how was my performance? Michael cracked an eye open and stared at him for a moment. Food. Ha! That was my thought during your fight. I was hungry. Ren blinked. Right? That makes sense. He let out a helpless laugh, then sighed. Talking to Michael was like tossing pebbles into a well and expecting music back. And yet, he couldn't help but smile. There was no shift in Michael's tone. Ren had been half expecting to be treated the way his father once looked at him after he accidentally destroyed the crop field at age 7. But here, there was nothing, just that same calm indifference. It was oddly reassuring. Together, they sat in silence as the announcer's voice boomed again, calling the next 100 contestants to the stage. The crowd shifted with excitement. Ren leaned forward slightly, curious. Then he heard it. 031. Ren's brows rose in surprise. Wasn't this Mike's number? And sure enough, Michael stood up. He gave a small nod before making his way to the stairs. Ren watched Michael descend the stairs, step by step, his figure composed and measured. He didn't carry a sword, nor armor, nor anything that suggested strength. And yet, there was something about his presence. A quiet pressure that bent the air just slightly. Ren reached for the hilt of his wooden sword, not out of fear, but instinct. That boy, he's not simple. The stage below was once again filled with numbers. Ren leaned back, arms crossed, eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the youth who sat beside him without pretense, who said food after his best performance, step into the ring. Michael observed the arena stage. There weren't any limbs scattered around, but blood stained the floor. As soon as everyone had arrived, groups of 10 formed almost instantly, with people gravitating toward those they believed were strong. Surprisingly, no one approached Michael. He stood out like a sore thumb. Chapter 321. 321. It wasn't that Michael wanted people to gather around him, but he couldn't help but wonder, do I really look that weak? His gaze dropped to himself. Long hair, fair skin, so pale he could be mistaken for a noble's daughter. A slender frame, no sight of a weapon on his body. Yeah, he did look fragile. Michael's lips twitched at the thought, but in the end, he didn't really care. He shifted his focus back to his surroundings. Unlike previous times when there were 10 groups, this time there were 11, with him being one all by himself. It made him stand out, sure, but Michael couldn't be bothered with the stares. Just as he continued observing and wondering how he should handle the trial, the gates embedded in the arena's wall creaked open, followed by the chilling howl of wolves. The wolves emerged from the gates one by one, their paws silent on the blood-stained stone. Unlike before, they didn't rush in immediately. They simply stood there, eyes glowing faintly, their low growls rumbling like distant thunder. Michael narrowed his eyes. They were behaving differently. Before, the wolves had attacked with unrelenting madness. But now, they were cautious, almost hesitant. At first, he wondered if it was a tactic, a trick. But then he realized something subtle yet unmistakable. They were staring at the bloodstains on the arena floor. The last group had been slaughtered here, and these wolves could smell it, sense it. Whatever bloodlust had driven them before now warred with the memory of death. The scent of their fallen kin lingered in the air like a warning. That wasn't all he noticed. With a soft whisper, he activated his detect skill, letting his perception sweep over the wolves. What he discovered made his brows lift slightly. There was no alpha, no leader. That explained their strange, scattered formation. They worked together but not as a cohesive unit. He also noticed something else. They'd been starved. That explained their earlier ferocity, their relentless aggression even when wounded. Desperation. However, it didn't take long for the wolves to be once again taken by hunger. What Michael didn't expect was to be ignored. As the wolves emerged fully from the gates, snarling, lean with starvation and twitching with anticipation, they didn't charge at him. Not just him. They ignored several others too. The wolves seemed to have locked onto something else entirely. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. A single group. One group out of the 11. And without hesitation, the wolves surged. 10 of them, all in coordinated motion, as if drawn by an unseen hand toward that cluster of contestants. The crowd stirred. Gasps rippled through the audience stands, murmurs rising in waves. In previous rounds, wolves had fought in chaotic spurts, sometimes attacking lone individuals or focusing in packs of 2 or 3. But never had they moved like this as a unit targeting one group with collective aggression. On the stage, panic erupted. The targeted group, a mix of 10 young men, scrambled into a makeshift formation. But the outcome wasn't difficult to predict. 2 of the contestants had been bluffing. They weren't intermediate rank as they'd claimed. Primary rank at best. They'd thought, perhaps, to sneak past with clever tactics or luck. a calculated risk that turned suicidal in the face of 10 starving wolves. Even those who were intermediate didn't fare much better. Monsters at the same stage were generally stronger, faster, deadlier, and these wolves had been starved, driven to a frenzy. The group held for a moment. Then the wolves struck. The first clash was brutal. One boy's shield shattered instantly, his body flung across the arena like a broken doll. A girl screamed as a wolf lunged past her guard. However, before anything truly brutal could unfold, the middle-aged male officer suddenly appeared in the middle of the group. With swift movements, he dragged the injured participants out and, at the same time, grabbed the wolves that had inflicted the injuries, flinging them across the stage to separate them. This happened 5 more times as 5 additional participants vanished from the stage. Only then did the middle-aged man return to his seat in the audience. Now, the stage was relatively even. Michael, who had intended to continue observing, found that he no longer had the luxury. One of the wolves had locked eyes with him. However, unlike the other participants who would have panicked in his position, Michael's eyes remained calm. Almost instantly, the world around him seemed to slow. Even the seemingly powerful officials in blue robes were no exception. Michael stood in the middle of the stage, his eyes lingering on the still wolves at the far end. He hadn't moved yet, not because he was unsure of what to do, but because, for the first time since the competition began, he was truly considering his approach. How should I go about this trial? He had been determined to win the competition from the very start. That much hadn't changed. But now, standing in the arena, feeling the rough stone beneath his feet and the sharp gazes from the stands above, he couldn't help but wonder, should I show everything? Originally, he had planned to hold back, reveal just enough strength to pass each round, and then gradually ramp up his power as the stages went on. It wasn't about hiding his strength. He didn't care about secrecy. He simply didn't see the point of gathering too much attention. But now, as he stood with blood drying on the floor and tension heavy in the air, a different thought crept in. Why bother holding back at all? These people were all his competition. Every one of them. Eventually they would be eliminated, if not by monsters, then by the challenges ahead. Mercy was wasted effort. And at the end of the day, if he was to be recognized, he would have to stand above them anyway. Michael's eyes turned cold. He glanced at his surroundings. All 10 wolves were still alive. He looked down at his hands, unarmed, unmarked. And then, Chapter 322, 322. He vanished. A blur shot across the stage, too fast for the untrained eye to follow. When he reappeared, he was at the very edge of the platform. A wolf's severed head dangled from one hand. His clothes remained spotless. The rest of the stage, however, was a canvas of carnage. 10 wolves. 10 clean kills. Not a single growl, not a single yelp. Their bodies lay where they had fallen, heads severed so cleanly it looked surgical. Silence reigned. The silence didn't last. A heartbeat later, the entire arena exploded into chaos. The audience roared to life, a tidal wave of noise crashing through the stadium. Voices rose and overlapped, some screaming in excitement, others shouting in disbelief. Even the blue-robed officials exchanged glances. Shock, amazement, confusion. One youth, no weapons, no armor, a single movement, and 10 wolves were dead before most even realized he'd acted. Impossible! Was that movement-type magic? No, it was too fast. There was no mana surge. Who the hell is he? The murmurs grew louder, the speculation wilder. Amidst it all, in one of the upper rows, a young man sat frozen in place, eyes wide, heart hammering. Ren Noah. His breath caught in his throat as the scene replayed in his mind. Again and again he saw the moment Michael moved. The blur, the precision, the silence, the absence of effort. It was too clean, too inhuman. So this is what caused that reaction in me. And my sword. He had known from the moment he saw Michael that something was different about him. He couldn't explain it, but his instincts had screamed at him, and even his wooden training sword had responded. But this was beyond what he'd imagined. Ren's hands trembled slightly. Not in fear. Not entirely, at least, because even as awe wrapped around his spine. I won't lose. He whispered the words under his breath, barely audible even to himself, as his fingers brushed against the hilt of the wooden sword strapped to his waist. The polished grain felt familiar beneath his fingertips. Comforting. Solid. The sight of Michael on the stage had shaken something loose inside him. Fear. But not the kind that overwhelmed, it was the kind that awakened. A challenge. A reason. What puzzled Ren the most was something else, though. He knew Michael's speed was insane. But did it seem like... Maybe. He didn't even know why he was having such a thought, but why did it seem it shouldn't be hard for him to receive such an attack? The angle of the first step. The twist of the wrist. The rotation of his frame to maximize torque without sacrificing balance. The way he moved his foot, not in brute force but in perfect flow. Ren saw it all. I could see every move. His eyes dropped slightly, resting on the wooden blade resting at his hip. A simple training sword, one he'd had since childhood. But even now, it hummed faintly, resonating with something in the air. It wasn't audible, not to others, but Ren could feel it. Like the blade had seen something it had long waited for. Something familiar. Someone worthy. His hand tightened on the hilt. I don't care how strong you are, he muttered. I don't care if everyone else gives up before they even fight. You'll probably beat me. A soft laugh escaped his lips, dry and self-aware. But I'll make sure you earn it. For a moment, Ren's presence sharpened. People beside him paused and turned to glance at the seemingly ordinary youth who had suddenly become more there than he'd ever been. His aura, previously quiet, now pulsed with something subtle but undeniable. Resolve. And deep beneath that, hunger. I'm not scared. He repeated it like a vow. And strangely, he wasn't lying. Not anymore. Michael, meanwhile, stood motionless on the stage, gaze sweeping over the wolves one last time. There was no satisfaction in his expression. No arrogance. Just clarity. He had made his decision. No holding back. Let everyone know what it meant to stand before him. In the high pavilion reserved for officials and nobles, two middle-aged figures in blue robes stood in stunned silence. The man's hand, resting on the edge of the rail, tightened slightly. Did you? He began. I didn't see it, the woman replied before he could finish. Her voice was calm, but her eyes betrayed her shock. The man turned his head slowly toward her. Neither did I. They both looked down at the stage. The youth, Michael, stood calmly at the edge, a picture of composure amidst the bloodied floor. 10 wolves lay dead in an instant. Not wounded, not injured, dead, their heads cleanly severed. And the youth hadn't even drawn a weapon. The man exhaled slowly. Not even a ripple, the woman muttered, her brow creased. How strong is he? That thought hung in the air like a thundercloud. The man leaned back slightly. His gaze never left the youth on the stage. He's different. More than different, the woman replied, eyes narrowed. He didn't just move faster than we could see. He eliminated all 10 wolves in the time it takes most people to blink. And he didn't exert himself. His breathing hasn't changed. The man's lips pressed into a thin line. I fought beasts stronger than those wolves. I know how they move. Even a peak advanced Niwi wouldn't be able to do what he just did unless they were on the cusp of advancing. No, the woman said flatly, her voice suddenly low. He's beyond us. The man looked at her sharply. You feel it too, don't you? She asked, still watching Michael with a guarded expression. A beat of silence passed between them. Then the man asked the question they were both thinking. Who is he? The woman shook her head, a trace of frustration flashing in her eyes. He's dressed ordinarily. The man frowned. A commoner, then? If he is, she replied slowly, then we've all been living blind. Please support the book by voting. Chapter 323, 323. For a moment, neither spoke. Then the man leaned forward again. Could he be a hidden scion from the royal line? One of the outpost heirs raised in seclusion? Or an imperial foster child trained in one of the Empire War academies. Maybe, the woman said. Or maybe he's something else entirely. The man rubbed his temples. Should we report this to the Duke? But the woman shook her head again. Later. For now. Her eyes flicked down to the stage. We need to finish judging this round. She straightened her back. Make the announcement, she said coolly. Only he makes it to the next trial. The man gave a low grunt of agreement and raised his voice. 99 participants eliminated. The crowd erupted again at the official declaration. But neither of the blue-robed officials looked away from the youth standing below. He had turned slightly, just enough to glance up at them. Not arrogantly, not even curiously, just aware. Their eyes met for a brief instant. And in that moment, both the man and woman felt something ancient in that gaze. As though the boy below wasn't truly a boy at all. As though he'd already seen through all their disguise. This one, the woman murmured softly, is not someone we can afford to ignore. Gasps rippled across the arena like thunder, silencing even the most talkative in the stands. Only he makes it to the next trial. The words echoed ominously, reaching every corner of the stadium. The audience, once buzzing with excitement, fell into stunned silence before erupting into chaotic noise once more. On the stage, the 99 other participants froze where they stood. The weight of the announcement crashed down like a boulder on their shoulders. Not one of them had qualified. Except him. Whispers turned to stares, stares into glares. Some filled with awe, others with a venomous edge. This is ridiculous. Isn't this too harsh? None of us qualify. That kid killed 10 wolves in a blink and left the rest of us in the dust. What did you expect? Some lowered their heads in shame. Others clenched their fists, unable to accept the outcome. Among them, a boy with short-cropped red hair stood trembling. He was one of the true intermediate-rank youths in the trial. His name was Kaysen, 25 years of age and a hunter. He was talented, his potential respected, and power made him proud. Too proud. This is a joke, he muttered, voice thick with fury. The others around him took a step back as Kaysen's mana surged, visible veins of glowing energy running along his arms. Michael, meanwhile, had already turned. His steps slow and deliberate, he walked toward the edge of the arena where the participants' seats awaited. Still holding the wolf head, he seemed entirely unconcerned with the noise behind him. That was when Kaysen snapped. You selfish bastard! His shout tore through the growing roar of the crowd, drawing all attention back to the stage. You think you're better than us just because you had some flashy moment. You didn't even try to help. Didn't spare a single glance while others fought for their lives. Kaysen's mana flared fully now, and he dashed forward, feet cracking the stone beneath him with every step. You think you're above everyone? Gasps filled the stands. But Michael didn't stop walking. He didn't even turn, until the very last step. Kaysen was mid-charge, drawing his arm back for a mana-infused strike. And Michael turned his head slightly, just slightly. He raised one hand, and slapped him. Crack. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. The sound echoed like thunder. Kaysen's body went limp mid-air, flung sideways with such force that he bounced twice across the stage before rolling to a stop several meters away. Unconscious, mouth bloodied, cheeks swelling instantly. The stone floor beneath where he'd been struck shattered from the sheer force of the impact. Silence fell. Complete, utter silence. The audience was stunned into breathlessness. The participants on stage, pale, shaking. A few even stumbled back, as though the blow had landed on them instead. Michael didn't even look at Kaysen again. He continued walking without missing a beat. Step by step, he reached the edge of the stage. Then, without ceremony, he let the wolf head drop from his hand. It hit the floor with a thud, bloodless yet final. Without hesitation, he climbed the stairs. Michael slid into his seat calmly, as though nothing of note had happened at all. Nobody moved for a while. It wasn't that Michael had struck a fellow participant, something that usually warranted disqualification. It was how he'd done it. Effortless, casual, as if he hadn't even needed to try. And that was what terrified them. The crowd eventually stirred again, but it was different now. Quieter, reverent. In the upper section, the middle-aged man turned toward his companion once more. "Still think we should wait to report him?" The woman remained quiet, her gaze fixed on Michael's face. She couldn't read him. No arrogance, no smugness, not even calm pride, just stillness, like a blade left standing in the rain. "No," she murmured finally. "We report him to the Duke. Today." The man gave a slow nod. Michael remained seated, eyes forward, expression unreadable. "You were incredible," Ren said after a moment. Michael didn't reply right away. Finally, he turned slightly. "It's nothing," he said, his tone even. Ren blinked. "Nothing?" Michael glanced at him, then smiled faintly. "If anyone was impressive, it was you." The words were subtle, tossed out in a quiet tone that carried a particular weight. Ren froze. He stared at Michael, confused at first, then unsure. "Me?" Michael didn't say anything more. Ren looked down at his own hands. He remembered the fight, remembered watching Michael's every move, how each detail had imprinted itself in his mind. "I admit it," Ren said, his voice firmer this time. "You're strong, seriously strong." There was a pause before he continued, just a flicker of hesitation passing through his tone. "But—" He exhaled slowly, and his hand dropped to the wooden sword at his waist. "I don't think I'll lose." Michael's expression didn't change. He simply looked at Ren. No mockery, no amusement, just silence. Then he smiled again, just a slight twitch of his lips, and said nothing. He didn't need to, because deep down, he too didn't think he'd lose. Not now, not later. If anything, he couldn't see himself ever losing. Chapter 324, 324. The stadium began to shift again. While the crowd still buzzed from Michael's performance, the officials had already begun resetting the stage for the next group. It was time for the next round. Compared to the chaos and awe that had followed Michael's round, this one opened with little fanfare. The officials didn't even announce the start with the same energy. 100 numbers were soon called. Soon, 100 youths made their way down from the audience to the arena stage. Most of them looked average. Some looked impressive. From his seat, Michael didn't watch with particular interest. He leaned back slightly, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded. Ren, however, did glance toward the arena. He was curious. The next trial began shortly after. The group of 100 spread out across the now familiar stone platform, their expressions a mix of nerves and excitement. Compared to earlier stages, the atmosphere was quieter. No one dared act arrogant. The gate embedded in the arena wall creaked open. 10 wolves emerged. They weren't particularly different, roughly the same size and ferocity as those from earlier trials. The participants, to their credit, responded well. Formations were formed almost immediately. Those who had grouped up huddled together tightly. Within seconds, battle broke out. Swords clashed against claw. A shield shattered from a brutal charge, but the defender held firm. It was clean, efficient, almost dull. Even Ren, who had been watching closely at first, slowly leaned back in his seat. His brow twitched slightly. "No surprises this time," he muttered. Michael didn't respond. The third round ended quietly. 22 participants stood victorious, bloodied but upright, and for a brief moment, the crowd offered them polite applause. There was no break, no grand speech, only the efficient rhythm of a well-oiled examination moving toward its end. The final 100. A stir ran through the audience as the last group descended. Like the rounds before it, this stage showed no sign of grandeur. The 100 contestants lined up quickly, some glancing nervously around, others determined to end strong. The gate opened. 10 wolves emerged again, and just like the previous round, everything unfolded as expected. Swords met teeth, shields locked tight, but there was one difference. Unlike the earlier groups, this batch worked together surprisingly well. Camaraderie, that was the key here. They weren't the strongest, They weren't the flashiest, but they were organized, and that alone made a world of difference. They managed to endure for 10 minutes straight before the middle-aged man in blue descended to kill the wolves. Though there was no excitement, there was something almost refreshing in the way this group worked. It was less a display of talent, and more a demonstration of cooperation. Ren, slouched in his seat, gave a slight nod. The trial was over. Not a single participant had died or been severely wounded. In total, 36 participants had qualified. It was the largest successful group of the entire day. The blue-robed, middle-aged woman rose from her seat as murmurs swept the stadium. She raised her hand, and the audience stilled. Her voice echoed clear and sharp across the stone. "With that," she said, "the fourth and final wave of this trial has come to an end." She paused for a moment, then continued. "From the final wave, 36 participants have qualified for the next round, bringing our total count of successful candidates to 88. A beat. The crowd murmured louder now. Some were surprised by the number, others pleased. But the woman wasn't finished. He raised a second hand, tapping the badge on his chest. The spell formation glowed. In addition, he announced, 33 participants, who were luckily exempt from today's stage, will also be joining the next phase. Another ripple of gasps spread through the crowd. The middle-aged woman's gaze swept the arena as she concluded. In total, 121 participants will advance to the next trial. She paused, then added with finality. Tomorrow morning at sunrise, the next stage will begin. Those who pass that will have truly earned a place in the Duke's attention. With that, the trial stage officially closed. Participants began leaving the arena. But in the upper seats, Michael hadn't moved. Neither had Ren. They sat in silence. 88, Ren said slowly. Plus 33. He let the number hang in the air. 121 competitors. Michael gave no reply. Ren looked at him sideways. That's a lot of people to beat. Michael finally stirred, his voice quiet. Not really. And just like that, Ren grinned. Perhaps. As the crowd thinned and the stage dimmed beneath the setting sun, Michael found himself lost in thought. 121 participants. That was the number that would proceed. It sounded large, but he wasn't concerned, not about numbers. No, what tugged at his mind was something else entirely. The Duke's attention. That was the goal of this competition. That and something more. The Duke's daughter. One of the announced prizes was her hand in marriage. This was the goal for some and perhaps for most. It wasn't subtle. It had been made public long before the trials began. But now that he thought about it, why hadn't any true noble heirs shown up? Not a single one among the trialists today had worn a house crest worth remembering. No one had arrived with fanfare. No bodyguards. No banners. No distant cousins of a marquis announcing their bloodline. Michael's brows furrowed. It didn't make sense. Even with the risk involved, surely some noble sons would have tried to compete. The chance to marry into the Duke's lineage to gain power, wealth, legitimacy. It was the kind of opportunity that should have drawn them like moths to flame. So, why were they absent? His eyes drifted across the rows of participants still filtering out of the stadium. What's happening, he thought. Or perhaps were they part of the exempt 33? Such a move would be dirty. But the Duke's competition, the Duke's rules. That seemed possible. Even likely. Still, it gnawed at him. He didn't know that one such noble heir sat right across from him. He couldn't be blamed. Nothing about Ren screamed privilege. Not his clothes, not his posture. Certainly not that wooden sword at his waist. But even if the nobles had been quiet today, Michael had a feeling. Tomorrow, he thought. If not then, soon. As long as the competition continued, truths would surface. This trial was just a formality. From one angle, that was all today had been. The real trial hadn't even started yet. Chapter 325. As the last of the crowds began to filter out of the arena, the two boys finally stood from their seats. Neither said much at first, walking side by side. Then Ren broke the silence. So, he asked casually, do you live in the capital too? Michael glanced sideways at him. The question wasn't particularly odd, but he was still quite suspicious about Ren. Still, there was no harm in being honest. Yeah, Michael said. I do. He wasn't prepared for the reaction. Ren stopped walking. Slowly, he turned toward him with a look that could only be described as reverence. You're serious? Michael blinked. Yeah. You live in the capital, like your own space. Ren repeated it like a sacred chant, eyes wide, posture stiff. His hand even touched the wooden sword at his waist, as if grounding himself. Why do you look like that? Michael asked, genuinely confused. Ren didn't answer at first. He just stared at him like he was a walking miracle. You're practically a god of wealth. Michael frowned. I think you're exaggerating. No, Ren said, stepping closer now, voice low and almost mournful. You don't get it. Do you know how much it costs just to have space in the capital? And not the grant help given to commoners. The poorest merchant in the capital is wealthier than my whole household. Your household? Ren scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm from a minor baron family, far off from the outskirts of the Lionheart Kingdom. Most of our wealth is tied up in land and tradition. Old names, empty coffers. We live like nobles because it's expected of us, but we barely scrape by. Michael stared at him for a beat, and slowly the pieces started to click. That explained a lot. Ren didn't look poor, not really. But he didn't carry the ease or polish of a pampered heir either. His clothes were well-kept but plain. His sword, wooden and worn from use, was clearly not a showpiece but a tool. And that reverent tone now made sense. To a struggling noble, a youth who could afford to live in the capital, even if it was just a small room in the outer ring, would seem unimaginably rich. Michael exhaled. It's not that impressive. To you maybe, Ren muttered. To me? That's halfway to being a duke. Michael didn't know whether to laugh or correct him, so he said nothing, and they walked on. They walked in companionable silence for a while, the hum of the dispersing crowd fading behind them. After a few moments, Ren spoke again. So, do you use a weapon? Michael glanced at him. Yeah, spear. Ren nodded thoughtfully. But you didn't bring it with you today? I didn't think I'd need it, Michael replied without missing a beat. It was the truth, just not the whole truth. What Ren didn't know was that Michael always had his spear, just not strapped to his back or hanging from a holster. It existed in a separate space. He could summon it in an instant, but for the trial he hadn't needed to. Ren gave a small laugh. A spear though, huh? Not many our age use them. Most go for swords or daggers. Flashier, easier to control with less training. A spear takes patience, range, rhythm. Michael didn't respond immediately and turned to look at Ren with interest. Ren's movement on the arena stage showed that his swordsmanship was at least at intermediate mastery. But after hearing him speak more, was it possible it wasn't only the sword he was skilled in? Michael's gaze lingered on Ren a moment longer. Then he asked curiously, Do you know how to use any other weapon besides the sword? Ren blinked. Me? Michael gave a slow nod. You sounded like someone who's trained with a spear before. Ren scratched the side of his neck, looking a little sheepish. Nah, I've only ever trained with a sword. He patted the hilt of the worn blade strapped to his waist. This thing's been with me since I was 5. Michael arched a brow. Then how do you know quite a bit about spears? Ren hesitated for a beat, then smiled faintly. I have a brother. He's older by a few years. A spear user. Michael's expression didn't change, but he understood immediately. So you picked things up from watching him? Michael asked. Ren nodded. Pretty much. Michael didn't say anything for a moment and kept quiet. Meanwhile, Ren was observing Michael with an odd expression on his face. For one, this was the longest conversation they'd had since meeting each other. And two, Ren was starting to seriously wonder, who exactly was this guy? Michael hadn't reacted much when he revealed he was from a noble family. Just a small flicker of surprise. No change in tone. No awkward silence. No nervous flattery. That was rare. In a world where status often determined whether someone bowed or stood tall, that kind of reaction, or lack thereof, was telling. Ren recalled something his father once told him. It had been during a heated argument about trade rights with a local merchant guild, back when Ren was still too young to understand why they were practically bowing to commoners. His father had sat him down later and said, "Even though we're nobles, there are some merchants we have to treat with more respect than marquises. Some of them could buy 3 of our estates before breakfast. You'll understand when you're older." Now, walking beside Michael, Ren did understand. Or he thought he did. Is he a merchant's son? That was Ren's first guess. Michael didn't have any attendants, no guards, no family crest sewn into his clothes. He wasn't flaunting status, and yet he carried himself like someone with nothing to prove. That kind of quiet presence didn't come from coin alone. But then again, could a merchant cultivate a beast like this? That was what Michael had seemed like during the trial, a beast in human skin. Ren frowned slightly. He hadn't even considered it before. But maybe Michael was a noble, just not the flashy kind. Maybe he came from one of those old houses who didn't bother with crests or titles. The ones who stayed out of the courts and focused on building legacy through strength. Or maybe he was something else entirely. Still, as all these thoughts bounced around Ren's head, one thing never occurred to him. The same thought others in the arena might have had after watching him move. Because while he thought Michael was a beast, he never once realized, so was he. Michael and Ren walked shoulder to shoulder down the main road of the outer market. They passed through clusters of buildings that wore age like a badge. Stone facades chipped with time, roofs patched with cloth. "This is where we split, yeah?" Ren finally said, slowing to a stop at the corner where the market forked into several alleyways. Michael paused and looked at him. "My inn's down that way," Ren said, pointing left. "It's not much, but they've got warm bread and don't steal your boots while you sleep. Usually." Michael gave a small nod. "Not bad. What about you?" Ren asked, tilting his head slightly. "Which direction's yours?" Michael glanced toward the rightmost path, one that led toward a quieter, better paved road where faint glimmers of mana lamps shone a little brighter. "Other side of the district." Ren whistled softly. "Figures." Michael said nothing. "Well," Ren said at last, reaching out his hand. "Guess I'll see you tomorrow, huh?" Michael eyed the offered hand for half a second before taking it. "Yeah," he said. "Tomorrow." Ren gave a firm shake, then flashed a lopsided grin and turned, disappearing down the alleyway with a relaxed gait and his wooden sword bouncing at his hip. Michael watched him go for a moment. Then he turned and walked the other way. His pace was calm, but steady. Eventually, Michael reached his home. However, just as Michael was about to reach out to the doorknob, he paused. A moment later, the door opened. On the other side was Leah and Ace. Michael had sensed them earlier. This was why he had paused his actions. Leah and Ace had a lot of surprise when they saw Michael at the door. However, though they were taken aback, they immediately gave a short bow. Their movement so natural it was evidently different from how it was weeks ago. Even from Leah, there was no conflict on his face and his movements looked just as natural as any noble attendant. If anything, it had more sincerity than them. Why was this the case? What had happened in these past few weeks to cause so much change? The reason for all this was naturally due to Michael. From feeding to respect to later having access to resources to get stronger. Michael gave it all. Please support the novel by voting and commenting. Chapter 326, 326 Change. Their first encounter with Michael had been far from respectful. They had tried to rob him. A foolish plan born not just of desperation, but spite. They weren't thieves by trade. Just 2 commoners from the rougher side of the outer city, embittered by years of being looked down on by nobles who flaunted power and coin like divine right. People who took something precious from them. When they first spotted Michael, young, clean, and alone, they'd mistaken him for an easy mark. A rich noble brat out of place, maybe even playing adventurer. They thought they'd teach him a lesson. Scare him. Maybe rough him up and take something of value in the process. But instead, they were the ones taught a lesson. Not just in strength, though Michael had easily subdued them both, but in something far more rare in their world: restraint. Michael hadn't harmed them more than necessary. No broken bones. No mocking words. No punishment beyond the humiliation of being thoroughly outclassed. He could have reported them, had them branded or enslaved under noble law. But instead, he let them stay. He didn't treat them like friends, no. But he didn't treat them like trash either. He treated them as people. And for two commoners who had lived their lives walking hunched beneath the weight of noble arrogance, that was more jarring than any beating. Over time, things shifted. He gave them food, a roof, work. He didn't bark orders, but he expected effort. He didn't flatter them, but he noticed improvement. That alone was enough to earn their grudging respect. But what truly shattered their old perception, what broke the invisible wall that made them look at him as another noble to resent, was the day Michael handed them both a set of refined cultivation supplements. He handed them over with no fanfare, no speech, just instructions. That was it. He had no reason to help them. No gain. They weren't talented. They'd both found out soon enough their talents were barely average. But Michael didn't care. He still gave them a chance. And somehow, that hit harder than any generosity born of pity. He treated them like servants, yes, but never like slaves. He gave orders, but not insults. He maintained distance, but not disdain. He treated them like people with a place in his world. And now, weeks later, when they stood at his doorstep and bowed instinctively, not because they had to, but because they wanted to, they didn't do it out of fear. They did it out of respect, and a quiet, growing loyalty they never expected to feel. Michael turned and activated Detect on the two after giving a small nod in response to their greeting. Lia was now level 4, while Ace had reached level 5. Just over a week ago, they'd both been stuck at level 1 with no sign of progress. But with the help of the spirit liquid and other resources Michael had brought from Aurora, items specifically useful for unranked cultivators, their growth had accelerated rapidly. Of course, there was a limit to everything. This burst of improvement wouldn't last forever. Still, at the current pace, they should reach the peak of the unranked stage within 4 months. And if all went well, they could break into the ranked stage in half a year. Michael deactivated Detect, his gaze lingering on the two for a moment longer. They stood upright, hands at their sides, waiting silently for permission to speak. He broke the silence first. "Where are you two headed?" Lia answered promptly. "To the market, my lord. We were planning to restock the food supply. Most of the storage is empty." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Is it?" He honestly had no idea. It wasn't that he was negligent, though in this case maybe he was. He simply didn't eat at home very often. Still, he nodded. "All right. Do you have enough coins?" Ace gave a short nod. "Yes, my lord. The last amount you gave us was still enough. We've managed the spending well." Michael didn't press further. "Good. Go ahead then." "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison, giving another short bow. Without further delay, they turned and made their way down the path, steps brisk but orderly. Michael watched them leave for a brief moment before turning. Michael returned to his room and sat down to meditate. Lately, there hadn't been much for him to do. At the moment, he had the competition to focus on, a goal he believed was progressing smoothly. Then there were his undead, waiting patiently to be evolved. He currently had enough evolution points to raise 10 of them to the extraordinary rank. That alone would be enough to complete his rank advancement quest. But Michael wasn't satisfied. 10 wasn't enough. 10 wouldn't even earn him a perfect rating on his advancement evaluation, and that was the bare minimum he was aiming for. And then, of course, there were the college exams approaching fast. Thankfully, there was no conflict. If everything went according to plan, he could handle all of them without issue. For now, there was nothing to do but ride the current. And so, Michael meditated for a long time. The next day, Michael awoke early. After washing up, he reached into the wardrobe and picked out another black robe. Sleek, simple, but cut just well enough to suit his taste. He ran a hand down the fabric and gave a faint nod. It looked good. That was enough. Dressed and ready, he stepped out of the house and onto the familiar road leading toward the arena. But something was different this morning. Yesterday, The roads had been lined mostly with commoners. Today, though, the crowd had changed. There were nobles. Not many, but enough to stand out. Their carriages rolled by with polished coats of arms glinting in the early light. Their attendants moved with practiced precision, clearing paths with subtle gestures. Cloaks embroidered with silver trim, boots with metal caps that barely touched dust. Please support by voting. A little surprise coming soon, but I don't want to disappoint by making promises. When it does arrive, though, I hope y'all are satisfied with it. Chapter 327. 327. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't like yesterday. One carriage in particular caught his attention. A crest. The Golden Family. Michael's steps slowed briefly. He knew that crest. It belonged to the family that had helped him connect with Mage Lien. Syria. The name drifted across his mind. The lady of the Golden Family he'd spoken to, sharp-witted. Was she in that carriage? Michael stared for a moment longer before he shook the thought away. But before he could get far, a familiar voice called out behind him. Mike! He turned. Ren Noah, the ever-relaxed Baron's son, jogged up beside him, hair still slightly damp, likely from a rushed morning wash. You're up early, Michael said. Ren grinned. Same could be said for you. I was wondering if you'd get too rich to walk. Michael blinked. What does that even mean? I don't know, Ren shrugged. It just sounds like something a noble would do. Ride a beast to the arena while the rest of us walk. Michael shook his head. I don't even own a beast. Well, did an undead count, though? Ren clicked his tongue. Now that's the real surprise. And just like that, they fell into step again. Two figures moving side by side through a street slowly being claimed by banners, murmurs, and the quiet buzz of everything else. The two made their way into the arena with little trouble. This time, however, entry was being tightly managed. A duo in red robes stood at the arched gate, checking each entrant for the numbered badge given yesterday. Anyone without one was turned away, regardless of how loud or rich they sounded. It wasn't long before Michael and Ren passed through, their badges shown and acknowledged with a polite nod. Inside, the difference from the previous day was immediately noticeable. The seating, once filled to the brim with spectators and hopefuls, was now nearly empty. The side arena had been split clearly in two. On one side, commoners and lesser-ranked participants. On the other side sat the nobles, those with trimmed coats, silk sleeves, and gold-threaded crests displayed openly. The gap between the two sides was wide, both literally and symbolically. Michael paused to glance at it but didn't slow. He made his way to the same spot he'd used yesterday and sat down without hesitation. Ren followed, flopping into the seat beside him. A minute passed in silence before Ren's eyes drifted back toward the noble seating. He squinted, then leaned toward Michael. Hey, shouldn't you be sitting over there? He asked, nodding toward the clearly noble half. Michael tilted his head slightly, then gave Ren a sidelong glance. Shouldn't you be? Ren stiffened, blinking. He let out a weak laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. Touché. But he didn't answer the question. Because what was he supposed to say? That in the eyes of commoners, his barren blood made him a noble. That his last name could command a bow in the outer city. But in noble circles, he was just a bigger commoner. A glorified peasant with land too small to matter and a title too cheap to hold weight. Michael said nothing more. Ren stayed quiet. Michael, on the other hand, was doing something else. It was then Ren spoke. Hey, doesn't it seem the number in the arena now is too much? Michael didn't reply immediately. He glanced toward the noble section again and did a quick count. 57. 57 noble males, most dressed in silks, some wearing light armor emblazoned with family crests. Most of them hadn't been present yesterday, at least not in the trials. And yet here they were, seated like kings, backs straight, gazes detached. It didn't make sense. But Michael wasn't surprised. People in power always played by different rules. What did surprise him, however, was that the commoners who had qualified yesterday were all still here. None missing, none replaced. Yet the math didn't lie. There were more participants now. The number had grown. People noticed. Murmurs started to rise. Some of the commoner-born participants began to shift uncomfortably in their seats, eyes flicking toward the other side. But no one said a word, because who would? These were nobles, and everyone here knew exactly what that meant. You could only grit your teeth and whisper under your breath, as expected. The nobles wouldn't let them have the prize so easily, not without tilting the odds. Moments later, two familiar figures stepped into the arena. The blue-robed officials from the day before, the middle-aged man and woman. The woman remained seated on the elevated platform, expression calm and unreadable. The man descended the steps and walked to the center of the stage, his robes fluttering faintly in the wind. "Welcome," he said, his voice deep and smooth, echoing throughout the mostly empty arena. "To the second trial." A murmur of attention rippled across the crowd. Conversations halted. "I congratulate you all," the man continued. "Making it here means one thing: you've proven yourselves." A few heads turned instinctively to glance at the noble side. Even more turned bitterly. But the official either didn't notice or chose not to. "This second trial will be simple," he said, folding his hands behind his back. "There are currently 178 participants." He let the number settle in the air. "Your goal," he continued, "is to cut that number in half." Several eyes widened. The noble side remained eerily calm, but on the other half, where most commoners sat, tension thickened like a fog. "One-on-one combat," the man announced. "Victory by knockout, ring-out, or submission. No killing is permitted. Any participant who kills intentionally will be disqualified immediately." Michael leaned back in his seat. "So that's how it is, a direct culling. No monsters this time. No formations. Just raw competition. Just strength." The official continued without pause, his voice steady and firm as the wind stirred his robes. "Now," he said, sweeping his gaze across the arena, "an official will be coming around shortly. Each participant will be required to register their name and number tag." Chapter 328. 328. The man gestured toward the side of the arena where a group of red-robed assistants had already begun to move, clipboards and tablets in hand. "Once registration is complete, pairings will be generated at random. Matches will begin immediately afterward." The man paused. "This is not a test of luck. It is a trial of individual ability." His voice dropped slightly, carrying a weight that settled over the arena like a thick blanket. "If you wish to stand before the Duke, prove that you deserve it." With that, the man turned and walked back toward the platform beside the blue-robed woman, who still hadn't moved or spoken. Her sharp eyes watched the crowd in silence, as though taking in everything: reactions, shifts, tensions, with cold precision. Around the arena, the red-robed assistants spread out. Michael remained seated as one approached their row. The assistant, a young man, likely no older than 20, stopped before him, head bowed slightly. "Name and number tag, please." Michael handed over the tag clipped at his waist. "Mike Knorr." The assistant gave a brief glance at the number inscribed on it, then nodded. "Confirmed." He turned to Ren. "Ren Noah," Ren said, offering his tag. The assistant took it, repeated the same process, and then left without another word. Michael sat back, arms folding loosely as he watched the assistants continue their rounds. Pairings would be announced soon. There were 178 of them, and soon that number would be 89. Michael didn't care who he was paired with, but from the sideways glances, subtle whispers, and tensing shoulders across the arena, he had a feeling more than a few were hoping it wouldn't be him. Michael leaned back slightly, his gaze sweeping across the divided arena. He noticed it again, those subtle shifts of attention. He could understand the look in the eyes of the commoners. They had seen him fight yesterday. They'd seen the wolves fall like leaves in a storm, seen him walk through the trial with not so much as a scratch, seen him slap another participant unconscious with a single hand. They had felt his strength. But what confused him was the look from some of the nobles. They hadn't even been present yesterday. He was sure of it. And yet, There was wariness in their eyes too. Like they knew something. Michael frowned faintly. Had word spread? It was possible. He hadn't exactly gone unnoticed during the trial. All it would take was one noble with the means and interest to purchase a report. Besides, in a place like the capital, information flowed like blood. If you had the coin or connections, you could find out who tied their boots wrong that morning. Michael let out a breath through his nose. No point worrying about it. Let them look. Let them wonder. If anything, he was wondering how they recognized him. Was it through a portrait? And also, were they wary due to his performance yesterday? Or because of something else? Perhaps because of what had happened a few days ago. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Meanwhile, beside Michael, Ren shifted in his seat. Michael didn't look at him directly, but he caught the subtle tension in his frame. The quick glance, the way his fingers tapped lightly on the wooden sword at his side. He was nervous. Not the kind of fear that made people tremble. Just alert. Ren turned slightly, eyeing Michael out of the corner of his gaze. Please don't be me. That was what his expression said. Michael almost smirked. Ren was many things, but he wasn't dumb. And while he joked, teased, and walked beside Michael as a companion, he hadn't forgotten what Michael was. A monster. That was the truth Ren wasn't saying aloud. He didn't think he'd lose, not exactly. If anything, Ren was someone who believed in his sword. But there was always a but. If it could be helped, Ren would prefer not to cross blades with him at all. A low chime echoed through the arena, and the blue-robed woman finally stood. For the first time since the trial began, she stepped forward. Her expression was cold, composed. Her voice, when it came, was sharp and clear. First pairing, Derek Harn versus Ludo Vane. Make your way to the stage. The two young men stood from opposite sides of the arena, one from the commoner section, the other from the edge of the same side. Neither came from noble circles. It showed. Their steps were uneven, their expressions tight with nervous energy. As they reached the stage, the difference between them and the other participants became obvious. Both wielded weapons, but that was where the similarity ended. One had a chipped sword with no guard. The other carried a crude spear that looked like it had been reassembled one too many times. The tip was dull, and the shaft had visible splinters near the grip. Michael's eyes flicked toward them, then away. Unlike yesterday, nearly every participant had come armed. Swords, spears, axes, even strange contraptions that looked part tech, part artifact. Armor too, light leather for the poor, refined mana-woven fabric for the rich. Everyone had come prepared. Everyone, except him. Michael, in his sleek black robe, looked more like a wandering scholar than a competitor. No armor, no visible weapon. He sat calm, composed, almost detached. A few eyes glanced his way again, even more after that, because in a place where everyone looked like they were going to war, he looked like he'd taken a casual walk and wandered into the wrong event. But only a fool would mistake him for unarmed. Ren noticed the contrast too. He wasn't dressed much too, but compared to Michael, he at least looked prepared. He shifted beside Michael, arms crossed tightly. Those two on stage, they weren't ready. Their bodies were tense. Footwork uneven. Fear was all over them. He felt bad. Not for them necessarily, but for what this trial was shaping up to be. Then, almost involuntarily, his gaze turned again to Michael. He watched the calm posture, the way his eyes didn't dart or shift, the way he didn't so much as fidget. Ren exhaled. Chapter 329, 329. The signal to begin was given with a wave of the blue-robed woman's hand. Derek and Ludo hesitated for a split second, then lunged at each other with the clumsiness of desperation. It was fast in the way two frightened animals might clash. Their weapons collided with a dull clang, metal on metal, but not the refined hum of well-forged blades. It was awkward, brute strength, poorly directed. Both missed their mark several times before either made a true connection. Michael leaned back slightly, observing them with a detached expression. They were older than most others here, likely already brushing the upper limit of the competition's age requirement. In fact, they might already be past it. He narrowed his eyes as he watched their movements. They weren't untrained, just unpolished. Their footwork was too grounded, their flow too stiff. They lacked the clean transitions of a real fighter, of someone who had lived with the blade, not merely learned it. Early primary rank, Michael estimated. Suddenly, a realization bloomed in his mind. This trial, it isn't just to reduce the number. Perhaps it was to expose the unqualified, to weed out those who had slipped past the first trial by luck or cleverness. Those two on stage, they wouldn't last in the next phase. Even if one of them won, they had already reached their limit. They had no business standing before the Duke. Michael's brows lowered slightly, but then he paused. There was still a flaw. Someone might not be at the intermediate rank, but if they had strength, they could still advance. Michael's eyes drifted back to the stage. Derek stumbled as Ludo landed a shallow cut across his shoulder. Ludo followed up, swinging wildly with his chipped blade. Derek ducked, lashed out. Ludo fell to a knee. The match was almost over, but Michael had already stopped watching. He'd seen enough. The outcome was inevitable. Ludo swung again, too wide, too high. Derek stepped in, drove his shoulder into the older man's chest, and knocked him flat. The crude spear clattered from Ludo's hands and skidded across the arena floor. A breath later, the blue-robed woman raised her hand. Winner, Derek Harn. A few polite claps rang out, mostly from the commoner side. There was no joy in it, no celebration, just the sound of people acknowledging the result and moving on. Michael didn't clap. Neither did Ren. Derek helped Ludo up with a shaky hand, and the two limped off the platform together. There was no pride in their movements, no fire. Also, Michael noticed that a little distance away from the stage, the number tags of the two were taken. The winner wasn't excluded. He seemed to want to argue but for some reason didn't. The stage was cleared. Another pairing would be called soon. Michael's eyes swept across the arena again. The commoners were already tense, many of them clenching their weapons too tightly. Some were visibly sweating. But what was more interesting were the nobles. They looked confident, too confident. He figured this was natural. If the nobles couldn't perform better, he'd only be disappointed. Michael leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on his knees. The wind picked up faintly, brushing his robe. Another match was about to begin, and eventually his name would be called. Next pairing, Theogram versus Van Arlo. The two stepped onto the platform, each from opposite sides. One with the quiet steps of a boy trying not to trip, the other with swagger. Theogram wore white and gold light armor, his family crest shining on the shoulder. A sleek saber hung at his waist, and he drew it with a fluid motion, letting the polished metal catch the sun. His opponent, Fun, had no armor, just a loose brown tunic and baggy trousers tucked into worn boots. His weapon was a curved dagger, old, slightly chipped, and poorly balanced. He held it in a reverse grip, crouched low like he was used to back-alley fights rather than arena duels. The difference was obvious. Even the audience, those who had been quiet, seemed to hum with silent expectation. The blue-robed woman gave no warning, just a flick of her wrist. Theo moved before Fun could even react. One step, one arc of his blade. The flat side, a clean strike across Fun's chest that sent him sprawling before he could raise his weapon. The blow hadn't been deep, controlled, but decisive. Fun hit the ground, clutching his chest, groaning but alive. The arena was silent, and then Theo turned not to leave, but to face the crowd. His sword still in hand, he raised it slightly and spoke, voice loud, clear and condescending. "Is this what we're fighting?" His tone was smooth, almost theatrical. "Peasants with scrap metal and second-hand boots?" The crowd stiffened. "Tell me," Theo continued, pacing along the front of the stage like he was addressing a classroom, "did you all come here chasing a dream? Hoping for the wealth promised to the winner? For the title of Viscount? For a taste of the Duke's favor?" He smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Or maybe—" He paused, gesturing broadly toward the commoner's side. "You want something else and thought, Why not me? A few of the commoners looked away. Some glared. Theo scoffed. You're dreaming. You don't belong here. He looked down at Fawn, who was still groaning and trying to rise. This is mercy, he said. Better to crush your hopes now than let you step into a battlefield you'll never survive. Then he turned to the officials. I'm done. He stepped off the stage. Fawn's was taken without ceremony. Michael watched the entire thing without blinking. It wasn't the words. It wasn't the arrogance. It was the way Theo looked not at individuals but at types. People like Fawn weren't competitors in his eyes. They were obstacles. Filler. Trash to be cleared before the real duels began. Ren whispered, Damn! Michael's gaze remained steady. That noble had just painted a target on his back. And there were plenty of people in the arena who didn't take kindly to being called trash. Chapter 330 Disqualifications. The matches continued. One by one, names were called, and one by one, participants took to the stage. Sometimes it was a commoner versus a commoner. Awkward, scrappy fights that lacked flair but were fueled by desperation. Other times it was a noble versus a commoner, uneven battles that often ended in under 10 seconds. But never, not once, did two nobles step onto the stage to face each other. First, it was hard to notice. The matches came quickly, and the crowd was too focused on the brutality or drama of each fight to keep track of the broader pattern. But Michael wasn't most people. He watched everything. And after 10, then 20 matches, the realization crept in and rooted itself in his mind. No noble had fought another noble. None had even been called against each other. Across from him, Ren gritted his teeth and muttered beneath his breath. Bullshit. Michael turned slightly. Dirty play, Ren added, voice just loud enough for Michael to hear. They're rigging it. Michael didn't answer, though he agreed. The matchups might have looked random, but they weren't. No algorithm, no chance-based system would avoid putting two nobles against each other for this long unless it was designed that way. And no one said a thing. Not the participants. Not the audience. Not the officials. Because this was the capital. The Lionheart Kingdom. And in this world, fairness was often just a pretty word used to sell the illusion of opportunity. Sometimes you had to swallow injustice like a bitter pill and move on. That's what everyone else did. Michael, however, watched with clear eyes. He didn't get angry, didn't frown. He simply observed. If this trial was designed to trim the numbers, then why did it favor only one side? Why go through the charade of including everyone, commoners, outlanders, wandering swords, if the outcome was meant to revolve around the nobles? The Duke, or whoever sat behind the curtain, didn't create this competition to reward potential. The ones with name, with legacy, with controlled power. This was their target. If that was the case, then Michael understood. It was ugly, but it made sense. Still, one question lingered in his mind like a shadow. If they already had their favorites, why allow everyone to compete? Was it to keep up appearances? To let the nobles shine by comparison? Or maybe they were looking for someone rare. Someone who didn't just meet the bar, but shattered it. Michael leaned back slightly, eyes distant. He didn't mind the politics. He didn't mind the bias. Not really. All he needed was to advance. But a different concern lingered at the edge of his thoughts. He knew he was strong. Strong enough to win. Strong enough to stand above many of these so-called chosen heirs. But strength wasn't always protection. Sometimes strength made you a threat, and threats were eliminated. Michael's fingers curled slightly in his lap. He wasn't afraid of facing someone strong. He was just wary. What would they do then? Make up a rule? Accuse him of cheating? He wouldn't be surprised. So, as the trial continued and the next names were called, Michael didn't relax. He only prepared himself mentally. From another point of view, what was happening was expected. Injustice always hit hardest when it looked like it was trying to be fair. But from where Michael sat, surrounded by sweat-drenched commoners and posturing nobles, the imbalance didn't feel like some grand conspiracy anymore. It just felt inevitable. Not right, but inevitable. He watched the matches with a clarity most lacked. And through that lens, the truth became difficult to ignore. Most of the commoners wouldn't have made it far anyway. Their footwork was too rigid, their grips too uncertain. Their movements screamed hesitation, fear, and in some cases, raw inexperience. Whether they were forced out by biased pairings or beaten by their own limits, the outcome would have been the same. Failure. Harsh? Yes. Michael could see what others might not admit. Most of these people were outmatched. If they weren't eliminated now, they would have been crushed later, and on a much grander stage. He recalled the whispers he'd heard in the city before the trial began. The final stage of the Duke's competition would be public. Not just in a closed arena. Public. Open. Watched by thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. A stage like that wasn't meant for people who didn't even have the basics down. It wasn't for commoners still swinging chipped iron or scraping by on borrowed footwork. Only those who truly qualified, would get to stand under the eyes of the public, under the weight of noble judgment, and still have the strength to raise their heads. And unfortunately, at least 80% of the commoners here wouldn't even make it to that stage. They weren't ready. They didn't have the skill, the composure, the foundation. Some might have heart, sure, but heart alone wouldn't keep you from being humiliated. Michael watched a match where a thin, wiry commoner lasted nearly 2 minutes before being knocked clean out of the ring by a noble boy who didn't even draw his weapon. The crowd was silent after the fall. No cheers, no pity, just silence. And then the red-robed assistant walked forward and took the boy's number tag without a word. Michael exhaled slowly. From the outside, this competition looked like a path for the common man. But from where he sat, it looked more like a filter. A wall dressed up as a door. Ren leaned forward, elbows on his knees, gaze fixed on the stage. "You know," he began slowly, voice low, "I didn't notice it yesterday, but now that everyone's fighting one-on-one, it's clearer." Michael glanced at him but didn't interrupt. "People were hiding things," Ren continued. "Their skills, their movements, their real strength. Yesterday, most just held back, kept to the group, didn't stand out too much." Michael gave a slight nod. That was true. But now, Ren exhaled softly. "Now it's obvious." He gestured faintly toward the arena. A new match had just ended, another commoner falling to a noble in less than 30 seconds. It's not the kind of strength that makes you hold your breath. Not awe, just the absence of it, Ren said, brows furrowed. You can't fake combat skill. Not for long. And these people, they never had it to begin with. Chapter 331. 331, Yuga, one palm. Michael followed his line of thought. Even the best commoners so far were in their early 20s. And yet, most weren't even at the intermediate rank. That was telling. Those who had reached that level either had backing, be it as adventurers, hunters, or the sons of wealthy folk, or they were 1 in 1,000, clawing their way up from sheer talent and survival instinct. But the rest? They were brave. But bravery without bite was just noise. Still, that wasn't to say there were no interesting figures among them. Michael's eyes drifted to the next participant stepping onto the stage. A massive youth with a bear-like body and an oddly soft, young-looking face. He moved with a kind of lazy strength, each step slow but steady, as if nothing could shake him. The size of his arms alone made several heads turn. Michael recognized him immediately. Yuga. He learned the name just now from the official. Yesterday, this youth had faced 5 intermediate-ranked wolves and not only survived, but handled them with something that almost bordered on amusement. Even though he hadn't gotten serious, none of the beasts could gain an advantage. Michael had watched the whole thing with interest. The boy hadn't shown off, hadn't bluffed. He just moved when he had. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't use detect from this distance, but his instincts told him one thing. Yuga probably wasn't just at the intermediate rank. He was likely in the advanced stage. The youth himself didn't even look like he belonged here, with his baby face, unruly curls, and thick, oversized hands. Yet it all looked harmonious, as if nature itself had decided, yes, this is what strength wrapped in a smile looks like. Is that? Ren leaned in, staring. That's the guy from yesterday. right? Michael nodded once. He's not normal, Ren muttered. Not at all, Michael agreed. Finally, a genuine threat. Not a noble. Just a quiet beast, hidden in plain sight. The moment Yuga stepped onto the platform, the atmosphere in the arena shifted slightly. Not out of fear, but confusion. The youth's massive figure, mismatched with his almost cherubic face, was hard to take seriously at first glance. He wore no armor, no visible weapon. His thick limbs hung lazily at his sides. The noble he faced, a tall, lean boy clad in blue lacquered armor with a silver crescent crest on his chest, eyed him with immediate disdain. The noble's name was Callan Durith, a rising scion of House Durith, a minor noble family known more for their ambition than their influence. And he was clearly not amused. The moment the signal to begin sounded, Callan didn't attack. Instead, he raised his voice, confident, mocking, and just loud enough for the entire arena to hear. Today, everything could be heard. Some sort of amplification magic was in play. It hadn't been there yesterday. Likely something embedded into the arena structure or cast from one of the officials. Either way, anything said on stage was now being projected clearly for all in attendance. Callan grinned, clearly aware of this. Are you serious? He scoffed, gesturing openly at Yuga. Is this a joke? No response. Did you forget your gear? Or is that a strategy? Callan chuckled and leaned on his sword. Hoping to confuse me with that bare face of yours? Laughter from the noble side followed. A few scattered chuckles from others. Yuga didn't seem to mind. I mean, look at you, Callan continued. You're not even holding a weapon. Do you think this is a livestock pulling contest? Or did you mistake this place for the stables? More laughter. Yuga tilted his head slightly. Then he opened his mouth. Yuga has hands, he said in a low, slow voice. Yuga not need weapon for stick boy. The arena paused. Did he just say? Ren blinked. Yuga nodded sagely to himself, then added, stick boy mouth very big, brain very small. A few gasps and stifled snorts broke out. Michael's eyelid twitched. That was an unexpected retort. Callan's grin faltered, then sharpened. You think you're funny? Yuga not think? Yuga said, tapping his head. Yuga no. Callan's lips thinned. He drew his sword in one fluid motion and lunged forward. Fast, precise, well-trained. The strike was aimed at Yuga's shoulder, not to kill, but to humiliate. It didn't land. Yuga tilted to the side. Not stepped, not retreated, just tilted, as though the wind had nudged him slightly. The sword passed an inch from his arm. Callan's brows rose. He followed up. Another slash, low this time. Yuga shifted the other way, effortless, as if Callan's blade was a lazy breeze and he was merely swaying through a dream. The crowd began to murmur. Callan's face tightened. He picked up speed. 3 strikes. 4. 6. All clean. All sharp. None connected. Yuga didn't look serious. In fact, he looked distracted, like he was thinking about breakfast. Then Yuga stopped moving. Callan froze mid-swing, panting slightly, sweat starting to bead at his temple. Yuga raised a hand. Stick boy should go sit. Callan scowled. What? Yuga scared. The giant youth said with utter sincerity. Yuga hit too hard. Stick boy body look fragile. Gasps echoed across the arena. Even the commoner side went silent. Then came a snort from somewhere. Then another. A ripple of suppressed laughter spread, though no one dared laugh too loud. Except Ren. He choked. Michael's eyes twitched again, and this time he smiled. The noble sneered. You think this is funny, you overgrown ox? Yuga blinked slowly. Yes. Then, without a shift in posture, Yuga moved. 1 step. 1 palm. It was gentle. A tap really flat and open against Callan's chest. But the result was anything but gentle. Boom. Callan flew. Not stumbled. Flew. His armored body was lifted clean off the ground, soaring backward like a sack of flour tossed from a wagon. He landed with a violent thud on the arena floor, skidding for several feet before finally stopping near the stage's edge. His limbs spread like a discarded puppet. Silence. Then a collective gasp broke over the crowd like a wave. Yuga scratched the back of his head. Yuga warned, he muttered. Yuga has strong hand. A beat of stunned silence. Then, almost lazily, Yuga turned to the blue-robed officials. Yuga win now? The woman didn't blink. She raised her hand. Winner Yuga. Chapter 332, 332 Monster Participants. The match was over, but the aftershocks of it rippled across the arena. For a long moment no one moved. The noble section, previously so smug, so full of snickering confidence, had gone silent. Even the ones who had laughed the loudest earlier now sat stiffly, eyes trained on Yuga as if trying to make sense of what they'd just seen. Yuga, for his part, didn't bask in the attention. He gave a slight wave to the crowd, muttered something about lunch, and ambled off the platform like nothing happened. Michael leaned back in his seat, his expression unreadable. Kalanduratha's number tag was taken without ceremony. There was no argument. He didn't even get up. Assistants carried him off the field, groaning and red-faced. Not from pain, but humiliation. A noble had fallen. And not just fallen. He'd been embarrassed. By a commoner. Michael's eyes slowly scanned the arena. 57 nobles had entered. 10 had passed. All of them had only fought weak commoners. If Yuga hadn't been there, it would have been 11. On the other hand, only 5 commoners made it through. 5. Excluding Yuga. All were older. Men who had real combat experience, most likely adventurers or hunters. And more importantly, they were all already at the intermediate rank. Michael lowered his gaze and did the math. 178 participants in total. With 35 matches held so far, 70 people had already fought. 16 advanced, 54 eliminated. 10 nobles, 5 commoners, 1 Yuga. That left 108 participants, which meant 54 matches remained. He tapped his leg once. That was a lot. The officials would want to wrap things up before evening. The audience was quieter now. Yuga's performance had shaken assumptions. Suddenly, the line between noble and commoner looked thinner than before. But the structure remained. There had been 57 nobles in total. 1 was eliminated, Kalandurath. 10 had already advanced. So 46 nobles remained. And odds were most of them would face commoners next. The trend was predictable now. Michael glanced at Ren, who still looked annoyed but a bit better. He closed his eyes for a second. 54 matches. 108 people. His turn was coming. He just hoped it was soon. For some reason, he started craving potatoes. The matches rolled on. Noble versus commoner. Commoner versus commoner. A rare noble defeat here and there, but not many. Still, they were happening. Slowly. After Yuga's match, the tension in the arena seemed to deepen. The officials didn't pause. The next names were called without delay. But the spectators leaned forward now, eyes sharper, no longer lulled into the certainty that bloodlines alone guaranteed victory. Michael noticed it immediately. Some of the commoners weren't the clueless fodder from earlier. They fought like people used to bleeding. In 3 matches, just 3, Michael watched nobles lose. None of the defeats were as brutal as Kalen's, but each still sent ripples through the crowd. 1 noble was forced to yield after dislocating a shoulder. Another was knocked out cold by a backhand strike from a brawler wielding iron knuckles. The third had to be carried off unconscious, a well-placed elbow ending the fight in seconds. Still, 3 out of dozens wasn't much. But it was enough to shake the illusion. And while the ratio remained heavily skewed, nobles winning by sheer advantage in equipment and technique, the cracks had started to show. Steel was steel. Flesh was flesh. Talent didn't always wear a crest. More fights passed. Another noble fell. This time to a spear-wielding man whose eyes looked too tired to care about pride. He fought like it was his last shot at something, and maybe it was. He advanced. His number tag wasn't taken. Michael tracked the numbers again in his mind. At this point, 45 matches had been completed. 90 participants had fought. 20 had advanced. now including 3 commoners who'd taken down nobles. That made 8 more wins since Yuga's match. He did the quick math. 178 total. 90 fought. 88 left. 44 matches to go. It was getting close. The crowd was more restless now. The sun had shifted slightly, casting longer shadows along the edge of the arena. Michael caught the officials whisper to one another, likely calculating how quickly they needed to push things along. Then, next pairing, the blue-robed woman called, voice calm and sharp as always. Ren Noah. Michael's eyes snapped open. Beside him, Ren blinked. For a moment he didn't move. Then he let out a soft exhale and stood. Well, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Guess it's my turn to be a disappointment. He rolled his shoulders once, glanced briefly at Michael, and smiled. And then he walked off toward the stage. From their high platform overlooking the arena, the 2 blue-robed officials watched the proceedings with practiced calm. The middle-aged man's arms were folded behind his back. The woman sat beside him, one leg crossed over the other, her posture relaxed but gaze razor-sharp. Yesterday, 3 names had stood out to them since the first trial. Yuga, Ren, and Mike, each for different reasons. Yuga's strength had been unconventional. The officials had already labeled him as a problem or a valuable asset, depending on how things unfolded. He was unpredictable. Then there was Ren. His presence had been quiet, modest, but his swordsmanship, remarkably polished. Unlike the others, his techniques were fluid. Compared to Yuga and Michael, however, he was the weakest of the 3. Not in talent, but in overall presence. He wasn't terrifying. He didn't exude that oppressive weight. But his power had still earned him a place on their watch list. Then came Mike. He was the one they still hadn't figured out. The moment he'd walked through the first trial like a phantom, they'd both taken note. The ease with which he dismantled the wolves, the calm with which he incapacitated another participant without a flicker of strain, it had been too clean. The man had quietly pulled out a thin notebook from his inner robe. It was filled with annotations. Level uncertain. At least advanced stage. Possible grand tier. Appearance, late teens. Suspicious. Between the 3, they believed Ren would be the easiest to read. Yuga would be the hardest to predict. But Michael was the one who made them uncomfortable. As Ren stepped onto the platform, both officials watched. Not with expectation, but with interest. Of the 3, he might be the least frightening. But sometimes it was the ones without an aura who cut the deepest. Chapter 333, 333 Cut. Ren stepped onto the arena platform, his boots quiet against the stone floor. The sun glared slightly over the rooftop frames, but he barely noticed. His eyes were on his opponent. The youth waiting across from him was dressed in fine navy robes laced with golden thread. His posture was perfect, his chin slightly raised. Every part of him screamed refinement, heritage, and rank. Ren didn't know him, but thanks to the middle-aged man in blue robes, he knew his name, Darvin Ellerance. Among the noble circles, it was a name whispered among noble circles. 24 years old, one of the oldest nobles present, and an advanced rank mage. Ren, by contrast, looked quite ordinary. The wooden sword at his waist lacked any ornamentation. And though he, too, was a noble by birth, there wasn't a single soul in the audience who would have guessed. To the commoners, he looked like one of them. Ren hated how much that got to him. It wasn't that he disdained commoners, but as a Noah, it was his life goal to make his blood feel noble. Not out of fear too, but of awe. You should forfeit, Darvin said, his voice smooth, confident, and loud enough to carry. A few murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the blue-robed officials exchanged glances. Ren blinked, then frowned. He hadn't even drawn his sword yet. What? He asked flatly. Darvin didn't smirk, but his tone was lined with pity. I'm not trying to humiliate you, but this won't be a contest. There were a few gasps. Ren's jaw tensed slightly, his fingers twitching near the hilt of his wooden blade. He forced a breath. So, you're underestimating me? Darvin shook his head calmly. No, His gaze dropped briefly to the wooden sword. But even if I wanted to take you seriously, that thing on your waist makes it difficult. This time the nobles laughed. But the commoners did not. They had seen what that wooden sword was capable of. Still, Ren's face remained caught somewhere between a scowl and a smile. He wasn't angry. Not exactly. He just couldn't decide how to feel about Darwin. There was no arrogance in his voice. No venom. No disdain. It made it difficult to hate him. He was proud, sure, but not unbearable. I think, Ren muttered, tilting his head slightly, we should fight first, before deciding who's got no chance. Darwin sighed. I said it out of kindness, not insult. I'm an advanced rank mage. He paused, his expression calm and composed. You should give up. Silence stretched for a moment. Ren didn't speak right away. He took one step forward and gripped his wooden sword. Not drawing it yet, just holding it. You might be strong. You might even be right. But I've come this far with nothing but this blade. He looked up, his brown eyes meeting Darwin's. I'm not giving up. If it was before the competition, Ren wouldn't have believed himself doing this. For one, the noble in front of him was the real deal. Two, he didn't find himself as a genuinely strong person. However, after leaving his house, his vision started to change. Surely, this youth can't be another Mike, right? If he didn't think he'd lose to Mike, so he should not lose to the person. From the official's platform, the woman raised her hand. Begin. Darwin's eyes flickered, and a pulse of mana radiated from his frame. The stone under his feet cracked slightly from the surge of energy. Wind gathered at his back. Magic swirled around him like an unseen cloak. The nobles roared in approval. This was what they expected, a true display of status and power. But Ren didn't flinch. He closed his eyes for just a moment, exhaling. Then drew the wooden sword in a single fluid motion. It made no sound. No shimmer of mana. No aura. Just the soft whisper of wood scraping against cloth. And yet the atmosphere shifted. Not dramatically. Not loudly. But enough. A few commoners leaned forward. The officials narrowed their eyes. This was Ren's first time fighting a mage. Darwin raised a hand. A magic circle quickly formed, and blue-white light gathered instantly. The magic formed in the shape of a spiraling hive, each strand of fire weaving together with terrifying precision. Ren had no idea what it was, only that it burned to look at. He was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the spell that seemed to have been drawn in 3 air strokes. The spell shot forward. Fast. For a moment, Ren's instincts screamed at him to dodge. His feet twitched, his grip tightened, and then he stopped. Something told him not to move. It wasn't logic or training. It wasn't even courage. Just a whisper in his mind. Cut it. His brows furrowed. Cut magic? But still, the thought remained. And before he could think again, he moved. Ren swung his wooden sword in a sharp, clean arc. Nothing fancy, nothing elaborate. Just a cut. The spiral of fire slammed into it and split apart. A ripple echoed through the air as the magic dispersed, cleaved as if it were mere fabric. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Even Darwin's eyes widened. Ren stared at his blade in disbelief. His arm trembled slightly. It had felt like something had opened. A door? No, a threshold. For a brief second, when the sword met the magic, he had felt in tune, not just with himself but with something larger. Darwin didn't wait. Another spell flared to life. This time a volley of sharpened shards of fire, 5 in number, arced forward. Ren didn't move. He didn't need to. One step back. One sweep left. A twist of his wrist. His sword moved with him like an extension of thought. Each spell was cut mid-flight, shattered into harmless glimmers. The nobles stopped cheering. The commoners started rising from their seats. Chapter 334 Perfect Realm Swordsmanship. Chapter 334. Chapter 334 Perfect Realm Swordsmanship. As the last of Darwin's spells vanished in glittering fragments, Ren stood still, his blade lowered at his side. The whispers from the crowd barely reached him. For a moment, the arena faded from his senses. Something tugged at the back of his mind, faint, like a memory rising through fog. He blinked, and he was 5 years old again. The sun was softer back then. It was his birthday. His father, stoic but warm in his way, had handed him a gift, a wooden sword. Not store-bought, handmade. The wood was dark, smooth, and oddly heavy. His father said nothing of where he got it, only that it was a gift meant to stay close. Ren, wide-eyed and giggling, had carried it everywhere since. He even slept with it by his side. He remembered swinging it clumsily through the air, chasing chickens and pretending to be a knight. He remembered the warm pride in his chest every time it made a solid thwack. But something else had followed. The feeling. Each time he swung the blade, something stirred, like a sleeping beast taking shallow breaths. He didn't understand it, but it felt good. Until the incident. He had been 7. It was evening, and he was alone near the family's western farmland. He remembered swiping the sword at empty air, grinning at the invisible foes in his mind. And then, without sound or warning, something tore through the world. Half the field vanished. No fire, no tremor, at least not until a beat later. Just absence. The crops, the soil, the fence, gone. He'd stood there, shaking, unable to speak. His father had arrived moments later, breathless and pale. For the first time, Ren had seen fear in the man's eyes, not at the destruction, but at him. There were no words that night, only silence. Then the training began. Hard, repetitive, and focused. But the sword never came up again. Not that night. Not in the years after. And the sensation? It never returned fully. At times, he could coat the blade faintly in a strange glow. Until now, back in the present, Ren looked down at the wooden sword. His grip tightened. It wasn't just a tool. It never had been. That night had left a scar. Not just in the earth, but in his mind. His father had never trusted the blade again. Perhaps not even him. But now, as the blade hummed faintly, Ren didn't feel afraid. He felt whole. The thing inside him, whatever it was, had awakened again. With clarity, as if it had waited for this exact moment. Darvin tried to cast again. His hand lifted, mana swirling at his fingertips, forming the outline of a glowing circle. But then he froze. His entire body stilled. Slowly, his pupils dilated. A thin, cold sensation touched his neck. No pressure, no heat. Just a trace of something that didn't belong. Blood. A bead slid down from beneath his ear to his collarbone. Darvin's hand trembled. He hadn't seen Ren move. No one had. But something had touched him. And if it had been any deeper, it wouldn't have been a cut. It would have been an end. The spell in his hand collapsed into sparks. And without waiting for judgment, Darvin lifted both hands and said in a steady but low voice, "I yield." The arena went still. A few people blinked, unsure they'd heard right. But the blue-robed woman didn't hesitate. Winner Ren Noah. The effect was immediate. Shock rippled through the audience. Not because a noble had lost. That had happened before. But because this noble had admitted defeat. One must know that the other nobles that lost would have continued fighting for their pride, had the officials in blue robes not stepped in. Ren straightened his stance and gave a knight's salute, fist to chest, followed by a bow. Darvin, composed even in defeat, returned the gesture with a mage's salute. Fingers pressed together over his heart and dipped once in quiet acknowledgement. Then he turned and walked off the stage. Not defeated in dignity, but undeniably outmatched. He was silent the entire way. But inside, Darvin's mind churned. He wasn't angry, not in the usual noble way. He had pride, but he wasn't blinded by it. His instincts as a mage, no, as a scholar, were buzzing. What had that been? Even now, his skin itched near the shallow wound. There had been no heat, no surge of energy, just motion. A blade that passed through the air like a whisper and somehow through his defenses. Darvin sighed as he reached the edge of the arena. He wasn't okay with losing, but he wasn't one that couldn't accept a defeat. Perhaps this attitude has attributed to his current height. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a spark had lit. A curiosity not of resentment, but research. Up on the official's platform, the blue-robed woman still hadn't moved. But the man beside her slowly let out a breath and chuckled under it. So the Duke's competition really did drag some monsters out, he said wryly. Perfect realm swordsmanship. In a boy who can't even grow a proper beard yet. The woman didn't respond. Her eyes narrowed slightly, flicking between Ren and Michael. You think the wooden sword's enchanted? She asked at last. Maybe, the man muttered. But I doubt. That was him. A long silence followed. Then he added quietly, with that level of refinement in his technique. As long as Ren isn't too weak as a knight, there's almost nothing they can do to stop someone like him. He tapped his notes twice, then turned the page. Including us. The woman finally nodded. And below, as Ren returned to his seat beside Michael. Breathing softly, his hands still tingling from the sensation of that final strike. The crowd had yet to settle. Another noble had fallen. And the competition was only halfway through. A moment later, 2 more names were called to take the stage. And just like that, the matches continued. Some won. Some lost. Occasionally, both participants were eliminated. Round after round passed. Until finally, when only 9 matches remained, Michael's turn came. Chapter 335 Leonard Vale. Chapter 335. Chapter 335 Leonard Vale. Among the 57 nobles that had entered the competition, 12 had now been eliminated. That left 45 nobles. Aside from 3, the rest had already fought and won. On the other side, things had been far more brutal. The commoners had suffered greatly, not just from their matchups. In more than one instance, both participants were eliminated when it was clear neither possessed the qualified strength. Victory wasn't enough if the officials deemed you unqualified. And so, while a few rose, like Yuga, the hulking youth who flattened his opponent with a single palm, and Ren Noah, whose swordsmanship left even mages speechless, many fell. Now, after hours of trials, bruises, and blood, only 18 participants remained. Among them stood Michael, and 3 nobles who had yet to fight. The arena hushed. Next pairing, Mike Nor versus Leonard Vale. Michael stood. There was no reaction from the crowd at first. Well, except for some commoners who immediately started murmuring to themselves. His name meant nothing to some nobles. No family crest. No famous clan. Just a quiet young man with no armor, no visible weapon, and robes more suited for a walk through a garden than a duel. But he didn't seem nervous. He moved with the same calm grace he'd shown since the start, shoulders relaxed, eyes steady, as if what he was about to do was routine. The silence cracked a light when Leonard Vale stood. This time it was the nobles who reacted. Whispers surged like a tide. Leonard Vale, 25 years old, the upper limit for participation. He descended from the Vale branch of the royal family, distant blood of the current queen herself. A noble with power, resources, and more importantly, a bloodline. The white leopard lineage. It granted enhanced agility, explosive strength, and mana sensitivity far beyond the norm. Leonard wasn't some ordinary noble. Leonard didn't walk to the stage. He glided. Each step was measured, elegant. His white hair caught the wind, and even without armor, the silver-trimmed uniform he wore gleamed with quiet dominance. A few of the commoners didn't know who he was, but most nobles did. Michael, meanwhile, made no attempt to mask his indifference. He wasn't dismissive, simply unaffected. That, in itself, made several nobles scoff. It was arrogance, some thought, foolish pride. And yet, those who had heard of his actions yesterday, those who had paid attention, watched with narrowed eyes. They thought he was at the advanced stage, probably peak. At his age, he had to be a freak. But such existence was not impossible. As such, thanks to their ignorance, general belief remained unchanged. He was powerful, yes, but within reason. Someone like that had the right to be arrogant. And Leonard had the right to put such arrogance in its place. He stepped onto the stage, letting his aura pulse slightly. A restrained pressure, like a spring held just tight enough to remind you it was there. Michael met him at the center, and the two locked eyes. Leonard smiled faintly, lips curving in a way that was both friendly and predatory. Michael simply stood. No stance. No tension. As if the battle hadn't begun yet. As if it never would. Then the woman in blue robes lifted her hand. Begin. The moment the word left the official's lips, Leonard moved. There was no hesitation. No testing the waters. No drawn-out build-up. He was arrogant, yes, but his pride wasn't foolish. This was a chance. A rare chance. Even he knew the Duke's competition wasn't tailored for him. It was meant for other people. However, he had no intention of falling before them without giving everything he had. That meant securing victory now, against this Mike Knorr, whose exploits yesterday had drawn quiet conversations and hidden reports. Before facing whoever the competition was designed for, Leonard planned to eliminate all variables. Michael was one of those, which is why he didn't hold back. His body glowed faintly as he activated his bloodline. White streaks traced his limbs, glowing lines like tribal runes etched into skin, and his pupils narrowed into feline slits. A thin sheen of silver shimmered across his arms and neck, hair whipping back from the surge of energy. The white leopard had awakened. In a burst of speed that made air crack, Leonard vanished. A second later, he reappeared in front of Michael, fist drawn back, aimed straight at his chest with terrifying precision. But just as it was about to land, Leonard's eyes widened. Michael had moved. He hadn't blocked. He hadn't countered. He had simply tilted. A slight shift, almost lazy, and Leonard's fist grazed the edge of his robe instead of his ribs. The momentum carried Leonard past him. Michael took a step back, calm as a drifting cloud. Leonard landed lightly and spun, his face now serious. That shouldn't have been dodged. The gap in their distance closed again, this time with a flurry of strikes. Fast, clean, and relentless. Fists, palms, sweeps, short kicks. Leonard's movements were sharp and feral, combining martial refinement with beast-like aggression. But Michael kept evading. Not with desperation, not with effort, with grace. Each time Leonard struck, Michael would shift, sidestep, or lean, never more than he needed to, always just enough. From the stands, it looked like a light show. Blurs of white and silver, broken only by a flicker of movement as Michael avoided each blow like he already knew where it would land. And all the while, Michael watched. Not coldly, not with disdain, but with curiosity, as if Leonard Vale was a fascinating new toy. At first, Leonard didn't think much of it. Leonard pressed harder. He poured more of his bloodline into his movements, pushing his legs past their comfort, accelerating his reflexes. His body blurred as he launched another combination. A rising knee, a twisting elbow, a clawing palm toward Michael's throat. Michael didn't blink. He simply leaned again, letting the wind of the blow pass through his collar. Leonard's fist crashed against air. However, again, and again, the white leopard noble began to falter. Leonard's chest tightened. His muscles trembled, not from exhaustion, but from something worse. Despair crept up slowly, like cold water climbing his spine. A question echoed louder with each missed strike. Am I really this weak? Or is he just... No, Leonard hissed under his breath, forcing the thought down. I'm not done. He prepared to lunge again. And then, that's enough. The voice wasn't loud. It didn't echo. But it was final. Leonard's body stopped. No froze. His pupils shrank, the blood in his veins recoiling. A strange pressure fell upon him like a mountain, slamming him down to the ground before he even realized he'd moved. His knees hit the arena floor, then his back, then darkness. He didn't even feel the fall. The last thing Leonard heard was the crack of air shifting, and then nothing. From the stands, silence fell once more. The match hadn't ended with a strike. It had ended with a single word. Leonard Vale, heir of the Vale line, bearer of the white leopard bloodline, had been outclassed. Utterly. Chapter 336-69. First, no one spoke. The silence that followed Leonard's collapse wasn't the usual kind. The kind that came with shock or awe. No, this was the other kind. The kind that made the hairs on the back of every neck rise. The kind that thickened the air, as if the arena itself didn't know how to process what it had just witnessed. Then came the gasps, soft at first, then sharper, then full-on murmurs, building like a tide of stunned confusion. But oddly enough, it wasn't the commoners who reacted first. It was the nobles, the ones who thought Leonard Vale would put the upstart in his place. Their eyes were wide. Some leaned forward. Others gripped their seats unconsciously. One or two stood without realizing. They'd seen the initial clash. They knew Leonard's strength. And now, they had no explanation. Next were the hunters and adventurers. They weren't nobles. They weren't rich. But they were fighters. They understood power. They recognized it the moment Leonard activated his bloodline. They saw the strength in his steps, the force behind his strikes, the terrifying burst of momentum that could shatter boulders. And they'd felt what it meant when someone entered that state. When Leonard had drawn on the white leopard bloodline, he hadn't just gotten faster and stronger. No, he had briefly stepped beyond the advanced stage and into the grand tier, a state of power known only to a handful in the entire kingdom. It wasn't true grand tier, of course. More of a bloodline-induced simulation. A fake grand tier, as some called it. But fake or not, the power was real. With it, Leonard should have been invincible in this trial. He shouldn't have met a match. And yet, he had. And worse, he had been crushed. No wounds. No visible injuries. Not a single blow exchanged. He had simply been told to fall. And he did. The officials in blue robes didn't speak. They didn't need to. They too had recognized what had happened. They hadn't seen a clever trick. Not sleight of hand. Not hidden technique. They had seen suppression. That was the only word that fit. Michael hadn't fought Leonard. He had suppressed him. A being who stepped into the grand tier, if only briefly, had been rendered powerless without a scratch on him. The female official clenched her quill so tightly the feather bent at an odd angle. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, eyes narrowed at the boy on stage. Beside her, the older male official just leaned back and let out a long, slow breath. "Grand tier," he muttered, voice hoarse. The woman finally spoke, voice low. But he didn't. He didn't need to. Another moment passed. Then he added, "And if that's what he does without trying, then we weren't just sent a freak. We were sent a monster." Back in the stands, even Yuga blinked slowly, watching Michael with unreadable eyes. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. But for the first time since the competition began, he looked interested. Ren, sitting beside him, let out a quiet whistle and muttered under his breath, "Well, I'll be damned." And on the platform, Michael just stood there, still, silent, as if nothing had happened, like it had all gone exactly as expected. Michael didn't move for a while. He stood there calmly, as if waiting for the officials to call the result. Even though the outcome was clear to everyone. Leonard Vale hadn't just been defeated. He had been rendered inert, reduced to a collapsed figure lying on the stage like an offering to something beyond understanding. Eventually, Michael turned and walked off the platform, his pace unhurried. But behind that serene gait, his mind was anything but still. Should I have ended it sooner? It was a thought that had crossed his mind multiple times throughout the match. Honestly, he could have ended it the moment Leonard activated his bloodline. But he hadn't moved. And there was a reason for that. Truth be told, Michael had been conflicted since the beginning of the trial. Not about winning, that much was inevitable. But how to win. Disqualification on technicalities. Sudden violations. Mysterious injuries or accusations. He was overthinking it. He felt he was. But it didn't stop him. And truly, Michael was indeed overthinking it. Nobody was going to stop his fair win. At least, not until now. Before this battle, the Duke hadn't perceived him as a threat. The nobles saw him as a strange, maybe overpowered advanced stage freak, but still within the lines of the trial. Had he gone aggressive yesterday and showed his true power unnecessarily, the situation today would have been different. There was also something else. Curiosity. That was the second reason the battle lasted longer than it needed to. Michael had sensed it the moment Leonard activated his bloodline. The way the mana flowed, the shift in his presence, the subtle but distinct pressure, it was familiar. Not identical to his own, but resembling. Leonard had a bloodline, just like him, that had caught Michael's attention. It had been almost 2 months since his awakening. He wasn't a novice anymore. He knew some things now. He knew his bloodline wasn't ordinary. Not when it allowed him to overwhelm even beasts ranked above him. Not with the perks that came with it or the way Teacher Brian had been envious of his opportunity. He was a High Huma, a race with power far beyond the ordinary. He'd classified his bloodline as extraordinary rank. Leonard's, by comparison, rare rank at best. It was strong, no doubt, but that was where it ended. Michael couldn't use himself as a reference. That wasn't fair as he was an awakener, but he could use Spartan. Spartan would have destroyed Leonard. So Michael's conclusion was fairly accurate. Of course, it could also be that Leonard was the one unable to show the true potential of his bloodline. Michael exhaled softly as he returned to his seat. His expression was still calm, but his thoughts were clearer than ever. Ren leaned forward the moment Michael sat down beside him. He stared at his friend, or perhaps stranger, with an unreadable expression, eyes squinting slightly as if trying to peer through fog. Michael didn't look at him. He sat with the same steady calm he always wore, gazing out at the arena where the officials were already preparing for the next match. But Ren couldn't hold back. "Be honest," he said, voice low but sharp. "Are you the king's bastard?" Michael's gaze didn't waver. Ren blinked, then added, "Or the duke's. Or, I don't know, some ancient clan's secret heir." Still nothing. Michael didn't frown, didn't shift. He just breathed. "Minecraft." Ren sighed loudly and slumped back into his seat. "Of course you won't answer." Michael didn't smile, but the corner of his mouth did twitch. That was all Ren got, and somehow it was enough. He turned his attention back to the arena. "You know," he muttered, "I was planning to feel good if I advanced today, proud even." He paused. "But now I feel like I've been sparring with a sleeping dragon and didn't realize it." Michael didn't respond to that either. He just kept watching. 8 rounds remained. Of the remaining participants, 2 were nobles. The rest were commoners. Ren kept his mouth shut as the next match was called. The nobles still in line had watched the earlier battles with great care. However, no one cared about the nobles. The crowd barely reacted. After Leonard's collapse, everything else felt small. The last 2 did advance, though. Michael's attention turned to the commoners. 7 of them. The few of them fought like they had nothing to lose. 3 commoners advanced. Only 3. The others, even those who won their matches, were deemed unqualified. The standard had been set. Intermediate rank at least. All eyes turned toward the blue-robed officials. The woman stood, parchment in hand, her expression unreadable. She didn't speak immediately. Instead, she slowly scanned the crowd, then the stage, before finally raising her voice. "With the end of this trial," she began, "we now have our final tally." Her voice was crisp, carrying through the stands with perfect clarity. "Out of the 178 participants, a beat, only 69 have qualified for the next stage." A few murmurs rippled among the noble families. Relief for some, disappointment for others. Ren folded his arms and leaned back in his seat. Michael's expression didn't shift. His gaze was already turning inward. The woman rolled up the parchment, nodded once to her fellow official, and sat back down. "Those names will be posted shortly," she added. "Tomorrow, the final stage will commence. And it would be public." And just like that, the second trial was over. 69 would move forward. Ren scratched the back of his head. "You know, it's weird. I'm nervous." Ren chuckled bitterly. "I don't even know if I'm scared of you or scared of whatever else they're hiding in this trial." That comment earned the slightest turn of Michael's head. Ren pressed on. "Because let's be honest, there were nobles today who didn't show up yesterday. A few familiar family crests showed up last minute. And you know what that means. Michael finally looked at him. Chapter 337. Chapter 337 Festive Capital. Ren nodded. Tomorrow's going to be worse. Michael didn't nod. Didn't shake his head either. He simply turned back toward the now empty stage. He agreed. Tomorrow would be different. Michael could feel it. Not from anything concrete. Just a quiet certainty. There were stronger nobles waiting. Possibly hidden participants. People who had probably been chosen even before the competition started. There was no way the Duke would place treasures out like a saint. Michael knew it in his bones. The real trial begins tomorrow. If it was only the people here now, this competition would have already ended in his favor. Ren rose from his seat with a groan, stretching his limbs. Well, I'm getting sleep. I need all the strength I can muster tomorrow, assuming no one dies from nerves. He hesitated, then added, You should sleep too, Dragon. I'd hate to lose you to insomnia before the real war starts. Michael didn't reply, but his lips twitched. A twitch that almost passed for a smile. Ren walked off, shaking his head. Michael remained seated for a few more moments, watching the horizon darken. The sun was setting. Tomorrow, surprises awaited. Should I have fried or roasted potatoes? Or both? The next day, the capital came alive like a beast roused from slumber. Dawn had barely touched the horizon when the streets of the capital began to swell. Merchant stalls rolled open with practiced efficiency. Banners were raised, and the scent of roasting meats and spice-soaked bread filled the air. Today wasn't just any day. Today, the Duke's competition would finally open to the public. No more waiting behind closed doors. No more whispered rumors or second-hand tales of mysterious youths and shocking upsets. Today, the city would see. The people had waited long enough. For a while now, speculation had run rampant. Talk of monstrous commoners, fallen nobles, strange names like Mike Nor and Yuga, and the sword-wielding commoner who made a noble surrender. Whispers had become discussions. Discussions turned to debates. And debates, full-blown anticipation. But now all that ended. Now the stands would open wide. The arena's vast decks, reserved for the public, had been sealed during the first stages of the trial, available only to a small audience. But today, the stone gates parted, and the commoners poured in like floodwater. The noise was thunder. People with business who wanted to take advantage of the traffic had smiles on their faces that looked more intimidating than they should be. Vendors shouted for attention. A few bards stood atop crates, retelling embellished versions of the trial so far. Most of them wrong, all of them dramatic. Did you hear? One woman gasped to another as they rushed to the arena gates. A noble fell yesterday without even being touched. No way. I swear. They said the boy just looked at him and the noble collapsed. That's not even fair. Fair? No one cared. Not the crowd. Not today. Because fairness had nothing to do with the show they'd come to see. This wasn't about honor or politics or family prestige. Not for them. This was spectacle. They wanted to see spells clash and weapons fly. It wasn't often commoners got to witness supernatural battle firsthand. But today they had front-row seats to gods in the making. Even the noble side was more crowded than usual. Members of distant houses had arrived overnight. Some in carriages, others by mounted rare beasts, still more through expensive teleportation slips. The stands filled with young lords and ladies, their retainers, and their endlessly gossiping attendants. Of course, not all eyes were on nobility. In fact, many weren't. To the common man, nobles were arrogant people with fancy clothes and thick wallets. What mattered was what they could do. And rumor had it, some of the strongest weren't nobles at all. People kept whispering one name in particular. Mike Nor. No one knew where he came from. No records. No family. No known association with any guild, faction, or house. But yesterday, he had dropped a royal-blooded noble like a sack of potatoes without even lifting a hand. People wanted to see that. The butcher's son, the old carpenter with the crooked back, the wide-eyed little girl gripping her mother's sleeve. They didn't care about noble hierarchy. They wanted explosions. They wanted awe, and they were ready. The city's inns were packed, the streets jammed, and makeshift illusion viewing platforms had been erected in buildings or on buildings by mages who wanted to make money from those without entry tickets enter the arena. The capital city hadn't been this festive for a long time. Even the sky seemed to approve, cloudless, deep blue, and bright with promise. At the arena gates, officials guided the crowds through runic checkpoints. Security had tripled. Guards stood tall in full ceremonial gear, more for intimidation than safety. Inside, the stands filled fast. Excitement buzzed like lightning caught in a net. Michael moved with purpose, slipping through the morning crowd. The cheers of the city rose around him, festive and chaotic, but they hardly reached his ears. He had other things to think about. Unlike the previous days, he wasn't dressed in casual robes or unassuming garb. Today he was ready. Black armor clung to his lean frame. Smooth, form-fitting plates of lightweight alloy reinforced with mana-treated fibers. Subtle arcs of green shimmered faintly along the lines, whispering to those with trained eyes that this wasn't simple gear. Behind his back, his spear was sheathed, the exposed part of the greenish-black metal humming softly as if a battle was close. His hair, long and dark, flowed freely behind him, brushing the top of his neck as he walked. And on his ears, small, almost unnoticeable, were the earrings. Siren's Echo, the same artifact that had saved him weeks ago during the corrupted monster ambush. Michael adjusted them absently. He didn't need to test them. He knew they worked. He looked the part now. When the trial ended yesterday, the officials had informed them that participants were to enter from a different path, one of the side tunnels near the base of the arena. Michael had paid attention. It was the same route he suspected they used to transport the monsters for the first trial. It was discreet, and more importantly, it was separated from the fanfare. That was fine by him. Chapter 338 Arrival. Michael felt a lot of eyes on him. The moment he stepped into the street in full gear, people looked. Even without recognition, even without a name, something about his presence demanded attention. His pale face and fair neck, exposed just enough beneath his collar, gleamed in the morning light. He looked too beautiful to be a fighter. Yet something primal beneath his skin warned the instincts of those who saw him. This one is dangerous. Michael blurred once, his body vanishing in a streak of speed, displacing air and silence in his wake. When he reappeared, it was behind one of the side walls of the arena, just before a guarded entrance. The guards at the door immediately reacted but stopped when Michael raised both his arms, their hearts beating like it wanted to come out of their chest. They only reacted when Michael threw his number tag at one of them. They stepped aside. He was expected. Inside the tunnel, the air grew colder. Less sunlight reached this far back. Michael walked with slow, sure steps. He entered a large chamber, wide, circular, with worn combat marks on the walls. A waiting area for the finalists, or whatever name the officials wanted to give it. He wasn't the first to arrive. A few other figures were already there. Leaning on walls, sitting on crates, stretching, whispering to each other in low tones. He recognized them from yesterday. The quiet brawler who'd slammed his opponent into the ground with iron fists. The lean spear wielder who moved like water and had never spoken a word. Even Yuga was there, slouched near the wall like a dozing bear in winter, arms folded, head nodding slightly. They looked up when Michael entered. None of them spoke, but every single one watched. He nodded once in return and found an empty bench to sit on, then frowned. Ren wasn't there. Michael scanned the chamber again just to be sure, but no, not a glimpse of brown hair or that casually sarcastic scowl. Maybe he's running late, Michael thought. Or maybe he didn't finish that thought. His mind drifted elsewhere. Today wasn't going to be simple. He could feel it. Yesterday, nobles who weren't present during the earlier stages had appeared. Not many, but enough to raise questions. If more had been held back for today, Michael closed his eyes. He was ready. In a modest room tucked behind one of the many inns crowding the southern edge of the capital, Ren Noah sat still on his bed, his back straight, his hands firm, his eyes, locked on the wooden sword resting across his knees. The same sword that had never left his side since he was 5. The blade looked dull, ordinary, slightly chipped at the edge from overuse. Yet somehow, in the light filtering through the curtains, it gleamed with something more. Ren didn't know what, but it was his. And soon that blade would either elevate him or see him fall. His fingers tightened slightly on the hilt. "This is it," he muttered under his breath. The final trial. In a few hours, he'd be on that arena stage again. This time with the world watching. And he wasn't just fighting for a title or some prize. No, he was fighting for something that had haunted the Noah name for generations. Status, legacy, reputation. He was a Noah, and that meant something. Noahs were nobles, yes, but the lowest kind. A dusty, backwater title handed out centuries ago to an ancestor. They were barons, the least of the least, and every generation they tried desperately to claw their way up, to rise higher, to be seen, to be counted among the true nobles, the kind whose names earned respect in court, whose words meant something beyond the family lands. Ren had inherited that dream. He hadn't asked for it, but it was there, quiet, constant, like pressure in his chest. And this competition, this was his chance. If he truly won, he wouldn't just earn a title higher than his father. He'd become a viscount, a step away from true nobility, real nobility. And then, there was her, the Duke's daughter. Ren didn't care about her. But if marrying her would pull the Noahs higher, if it would plant their bloodline into the heart of the capital's elite, then yes, he wanted her. Ren closed his eyes and exhaled. But then another image flickered into his mind. Michael and Yuga, those two. One moved like the wind, the other struck like thunder, and both of them weren't even trying yet. Ren had seen it. Michael hadn't even unsheathed a blade. Yuga hadn't gotten serious, and that scared him. He wasn't the strongest here, but he was the one with something to prove. Ren opened his eyes and slowly rose, strapping the wooden sword to his waist. "I won't lose," he whispered. "I can't lose." He stood there a moment longer, steadying his breath. Then, without looking back, he stepped out of the room, into the day that might define the rest of his life. Grand Mage Lien office. The old mage behind the desk had a frown on his face, the first in the last few days. He turned to look at his personal attendant who stood on the other side of the table. "How many do you think they are?" "At least 30, my lord." "Their strength?" "I'm not sure, but I heard someone came from the Empire." Duke Evermoon didn't say anything. "I can't tell, my lord. But seeing as he accommodated all of them for days, it's telling something, my lord." "That bastard." Mage Lien gritted his strength. In a way, he was sorting of overreacting if one considered he had no business in the Duke's personal business. Unfortunately, this business just happened to be his lifeline. Wasn't the competition because of that? At the very beginning, Mage Lien was at ease and didn't even bother with keeping up with the details of the competition. With his understanding of Michael, he just couldn't see the youth losing. Unfortunately, things seemed to be going another route. "Follow me. Let's pay a certain Duke competition a visit." Chapter 339, 339 Newcomers? Michael remained seated on the bench, his expression unreadable as more footsteps echoed through the corridor behind him. One after another, new figures entered the chamber. Some wore noble crests, trimmed coats of silk and leather armor stitched with house insignias. Others had no family symbols at all and only polished gear. More nobles, more commoners. Michael noted them all. A few gave curt nods in greeting, but most simply scanned the room and chose a corner. Tension thickened like fog. Among everyone present, one more caught his attention. A girl, not so young. At least she was approaching her mid-20s already. Her frame was slender but wiry. A long braid ran down her back, and her gaze was focused. Michael had seen her before, one of the few commoner females who had made it through the first round, and the only one who remained now. She also dressed like what one would expect from a female adventurer. She didn't look around. didn't glance at anyone. She just stood by a far wall, eyes closed, hands resting on the hilts of twin daggers crossed behind her waist. Michael watched her for another few seconds, then shifted his gaze. The murmur of whispers died as two familiar figures entered the waiting hall from the rear doors. The officials, the middle-aged man and woman, both clad, as always, in sharp, pristine shades of deep blue. Their robes swirled slightly as they moved. The woman's hair was tied in a tight knot, her expression calm but steely. The man walked with hands behind his back, a small roll of parchment clutched loosely in one palm. The room straightened on instinct. Participants, the man began, his voice clear. Your moment has come. He didn't wait for applause. There wasn't any. This is the final trial. From this point on, the eyes of the entire kingdom are on you. Michael felt the air shift. Even Yuga stirred slightly at those words. There are lords, merchants, generals, guildmasters, and even foreign delegates watching today's events. The woman added, her voice as crisp as steel on ice. This stage. It is a window, a chance. She gave the room a slow sweep of her eyes. And for some of you, it may be the chance. Michael remained motionless, but he noticed several participants shift in their seats. One noble straightened. Another commoner clenched his jaw. You are not just fighting for a title, the man said, pacing slowly in front of them. The Duke's reward is great, yes. But even if you do not win, this stage offers more than you think. He stopped near a brazier and turned. If you perform well, if you impress, there are people here with the power to offer sponsorship, positions, apprenticeships, favor. The woman nodded once. So fight, not just for victory, but to be seen. Michael's gaze wandered again. Some looked stunned, especially the commoners. One burly axeman blinked rapidly, clearly having never imagined himself as someone who could attract a noble's favor. Another participant, a skinny youth with a jagged scar across his nose, seemed to perk up for the first time. But there were others, too, like the female dagger user. She didn't move. She already knew. Michael leaned back slightly, his mind making quiet assessments. Of course, that's why some of the commoner girls participated. Not everyone came here to win. Some came to be seen. And one did. Only one passed. Her. He didn't know her name. But that wasn't important. She had earned her spot. The male official checked the parchment in his hand and rolled it back up. We begin shortly. Prepare yourselves. Then both turned, blue robes fluttering as they exited through the side passage. The room fell into silence again. But the air was different, thicker, sharper. Michael adjusted the spear resting beside him, eyes half-lidded as he reached down and tapped his earrings once. It begins, he thought, and continued waiting. The silence didn't last. Moments after the blue-robed officials exited, a new presence swept into the room. He was dressed in red, a red-robed official. His eyes swept across the participants. Listen up, he said, voice blunt and precise. Before the final trial begins, you will be grouped. He raised a slim parchment and unfurled it with a flick of his wrist. There will be 4 groups, he continued. Group A through D, each with a maximum of 25 participants. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly at that. 25? He did the math instantly. Yesterday, the results had shown 69 participants passed to the final trial. 4 groups of 25 would mean space for 100. That left 31 extra slots. If they were meant to be filled, that is. He wasn't the only one who noticed. A few heads turned. The quiet girl by the wall frowned slightly. Michael's thoughts raced. Are they padding the groups? Or are the true participants only now arriving? He couldn't be sure. But deep down, he felt it. Some of the real players had yet to appear. And this was just their curtain call. He barely finished that thought when the door at the far end opened again. And in walked a figure he immediately recognized. Ren. Ren was dressed all in leather armor, making him look a little intimidating. If it wasn't for the weathered look on the armor, he would have looked a little more noble. His wooden sword was strapped to his side. How face set in the kind of calm that was built on sheer willpower. He didn't walk over. didn't speak. But from across the chamber, he nodded once at Michael. Michael returned the gesture. Then Ren moved to an open spot on the opposite end of the room. Alone. Michael watched him for a moment longer, then shifted his gaze as the red-robed official began to read names aloud. The grouping process had begun. Group A Yuga, the official called first. The hulking figure didn't react. Cassius Rel. A lanky noble nodded and stepped aside. Della Meyer, the official continued. The name belonged to the dagger girl. She stepped forward silently and moved to the left as instructed. Name after name was called. The groups filled slowly. And then, Mike Nor, the official called. Michael stood without a word. The red-robed official didn't even glance up. Group B. Michael walked to the right side of the chamber and found a quiet space. Ren's name came a few turns later. Ren Noah, the official said. Group C. Ren's expression didn't change, but Michael saw it. The flicker of tension. If they had been placed in the same group, they wouldn't face each other early. That was the logic. Now, that possibility had just vanished. Ren exhaled through his nose and moved silently toward his assigned group. Michael's group was getting filled slowly. Some familiar faces. A few strangers. But neither Ren nor Yuga were among them. Michael felt no disappointment, no concern. Yuga didn't either. The bear-like commoner was already lounging in Group A, leaning against a wall like it was his personal tent. But Ren's fingers tapped once on the hilt of his sword. Not out of fear, out of calculation. He'd wanted the odds tilted in his favor. Now the board was complicated. Michael returned to his corner and closed his eyes. However, he didn't have enough time to rest before the official clad in red robe spoke again. Look around. There are several entrances here. I'm not sure if some of you have figured out their purpose by now, but I'll say it. These entrances lead to the stage directly. Ahead is also a waiting room. Now, according to your group, you'll enter and wait for your name to be called to come on stage. Other people will also get joining you soon. Michael's eyes opened slowly at that last line. Other people will also be joining you soon. So it was true. He had suspected. The math didn't lie. But hearing it confirmed aloud, hearing the red-robed official say it so casually, like it wasn't about to change the entire dynamic of the trial, settled it. There were more participants. Ones who hadn't been through the first two trials. Hidden candidates. Probably handpicked. Michael said nothing. But his thoughts ran deeper now. How many? 100? And why hide them until now? Were they being kept in reserve? Were they the true heirs the Duke hoped to see succeed? It didn't matter. Not really. Michael rose from his position and followed the rest of Group B as they were motioned toward one of the side entrances. A tall corridor branched into a wide passage. At the end of it stood a reinforced steel door. It opened with a whisper, revealing a clean, simple waiting room with rows of stone benches. Michael stepped in, found a seat at the farthest bench from the door, and lowered himself calmly. Other members of his group filed in behind him. Chapter 343-40 Earth Dragon Kingdom. Michael sat in silence, leaning slightly forward with his elbows resting on his knees. His green-black spear stood upright beside him. He didn't have to wait long. Roughly 10 minutes passed before the atmosphere shifted again. The steel door creaked open, and footsteps echoed down the corridor outside. And not just one set, several. The first to enter was a tall youth in deep crimson armor inlaid with silver filigree. A symbol Michael didn't recognize gleamed on his chestplate. His face was sharp, clean, and expressionless. Behind him came two others, equally well-dressed, equally polished. Then another, and another. By the time they all entered, there were 6 of them. 6 new figures. All dressed in armor far superior to anything the current nobles in Group B wore. Each of them moved like they belonged here, and maybe they did. Michael also didn't need to activate any skill to know. They were strong. Stronger than most in the room. The room reacted accordingly. The nobles of Group B sat a little straighter, eyes sharpening as they exchanged subtle glances. Some stiffened, others scowled. The commoners, on the other hand, mostly lowered their gazes. The unspoken truth was clear. These newcomers hadn't participated in the earlier trials. That meant they hadn't earned their spot like the rest. Yet, they stood here anyway, just like the nobles yesterday. However, the difference was that the nobles of yesterday that were here today fought for it. These ones didn't. Exceptions to the rules. Candidates above the rules. Michael's eyes flicked over them one by one. He could already tell who the leaders were. The one in front, the tall one in crimson, and the one that gave off the strongest feeling. Silence stretched longer than it should have, until someone broke it. A noble. Michael turned slightly. The speaker was a boy with jet-black hair, neatly combed and held by a silver clasp. He stood slowly, stepping forward with arms crossed. "Who are you guys?" he said, tone calm but firm. Michael felt the question was unnecessary. These must be the true players of the competition. However, his thoughts soon changed. Wait, why does it seem like they don't know themselves? Surely, anyone that could cheat their way into this final stage couldn't be normal. Such figures should have had enough prestige. But why did it look like they were outsiders? At first, Michael didn't immediately assume they were from outside the kingdom. Instead, his mind drifted toward a more grounded suspicion. Do the other groups have newcomers too? But before he could finish that thought, the tension snapped. One of the newcomers scoffed and stepped forward. Shorter than the leader in crimson but broader, with bronze skin and sharp, reptilian yellow eyes. His voice carried a mocking lilt. "You nobles of the Lionheart Kingdom are even more disappointing than the reports suggested." The room stilled. The noble who has spoken out earlier narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" "Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads." "I said what you heard." The bronze-eyed youth sneered. "All pride, no bite. You think crawling through a few rounds of low-tier skirmishes makes you worthy? You've mistaken this arena for your backyard sparring court." Gasps spread across the room. Another of the newcomers chuckled lightly. "Don't be too hard on them, Rio. They've been swimming in this shallow pond for too long. Can't blame frogs for not knowing what a sea looks like." That did it. The room practically cracked in two. One half filled with nobles barely restraining themselves, the other half made of commoners who, while not loyal to any side, certainly didn't like being called frogs. Michael didn't move. The Lionheart noble stepped forward again. "Speak clearly. Who the hell are you people?" The youth in crimson finally smiled. And then, with deliberate arrogance, he answered. "We are from the Earth Dragon Kingdom." The moment the words landed, it was as if someone had dropped a bomb in the room. Even Michael's brows lifted a fraction. He heard the sharp inhalation of breath from at least half the participants. Earth Dragon Kingdom? Michael was no longer as ignorant as when he first entered this kingdom. Thanks to the gift Grand Mage Lien had provided, he had learned more in weeks than most locals would learn in a year. The Lionheart Kingdom didn't stand alone. It served under an empire. And within this empire, 3 kingdoms stood apart from the rest, so powerful that each could rival minor empires on their own. The Lionheart Kingdom, the Steel Kingdom, and the Earth Dragon Kingdom. They weren't just kingdoms. They were pillars, territorial giants that operated like empires within the empire. Michael had read that the Earth Dragon Kingdom was known for its martial supremacy. And more importantly, it was not on good terms with Lionheart. Decades of veiled hostility, territorial disputes, economic clashes, cultural disdain. They weren't openly at war, but neither were they allies. So why were Earth Dragon elites in a Lionheart competition? More specifically, why were they being allowed to participate in a trial where the winner earned not just a title, but the hand of the Duke's daughter? Michael's gaze sharpened. What are you trying to do, Duke Evermoon? This wasn't mere favoritism. One should remember the Duke was offering his daughter as a prize. However, this way he was inviting wolves into the den. And Michael wasn't the only one thinking that. Even the commoners, though quiet, were visibly shaken. They weren't fools. They knew their place, knew that outside this competition, they would return to serving the nobles, working their farms, or dying anonymously in monster-infested fields. But they had come here thinking they were competing against their own. Now Now they realized they were being pitted against outsiders who hadn't been part of any trial before now. And the nobles? They looked almost insulted. Because while the commoners could not do anything about it, the nobles could. And the noble from earlier did. "You're trespassing in our lands," he said coldly. "You don't belong." The crimson-armored leader raised a brow. "Then beat us and send us home." He smiled wider. "Or kneel and learn your place." The entire room burned with tension. Chapter 341 Ninth Prince. Michael wasn't wrong. Group B wasn't the only group that received newcomers. Across the arena, in the other preparation chambers, a similar scene unfolded, but each with its own color. In Group A, where Yuga stood like an unmoving boulder near the back wall, the atmosphere hadn't grown hostile, but it had shifted. New entrants had arrived. And like those in Group B, they were clearly not part of the trials from the start. But these ones were different. Their leader was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with iron-gray gauntlets and a steel crown etched into his chest plate. When asked who they were, he simply said, "We are from the Steel Kingdom." Unlike the Earth Dragon Kingdom, the Steel Kingdom was on friendly terms with Lionheart. They shared trade routes, some cultural exchanges, and even occasional joint military drills. They were allies, at least on paper. But that didn't mean they were welcome. Everyone in the room knew that the moment they stepped in, the nature of the trial had changed. Yuga didn't speak. He didn't move. But his eyes opened fully for the first time since entering the room. He studied the steel warriors one by one. He gave a low grunt and closed his eyes again. Across the arena, in Group C, the tension was different. Colder. Deadlier. It was quiet in this room. Too quiet. Ren Noah stood along the left wall, arms folded, head lowered slightly. He had thought his nerves were steady, that he'd seen what the world could throw at him. He was wrong. The moment the newcomer arrived, the temperature dropped. Not literally, but in sensation. One man entered the room. Just one. He wasn't dressed in ornate armor. Just a black cloak draped over dark robes, fastened with a single obsidian clasp. His face was youthful but carried an eerie weight to it, as if every step he took pressed the room deeper into silence. He didn't smile, didn't glance at anyone. He just walked in and sat down. And the room let him, because every noble, every commoner, even those who had strutted confidently before, now felt it. Aura. Not the advanced tier. Not the peak of it. Grand tier. The real thing. Ren's jaw clenched slightly. This wasn't like Leonard's fake ascension through a bloodline burst. No, this was a man who had walked into the grand stage. But what sent chills through the room wasn't just his presence. It was what he said. His voice was smooth, almost bored, but clear enough for all to hear. "I am Rue," he said, brushing a speck of dust from his cloak. "Ninth Prince of the Black Serpent Empire." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The Black Serpent Empire wasn't just some far-off dominion. It was the Empire, the same one the Lionheart Kingdom served. And now, a prince of that empire sat among them. Rue didn't threaten. He didn't boast. He just said, "I hope you give me face," and leaned back in his seat like it didn't matter what happened next. But it did. Because every person in that room knew this changed everything. Even Ren. He swallowed slowly, shifting just slightly on his feet. The wooden sword at his side suddenly felt a lot heavier. Outside, the arena had never looked this full in a long time. From the highest rafters to the lowest tiered stone benches, people were packed in like wheat before the harvest. Shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, every breath a shared echo in the mountainous coliseum. Even nobles had filled their reserved balconies. Everything was prepared. Everything felt grand. And at the center of it all stood a single figure. The commentator. He was a man draped in flamboyant red and gold. His smile was wide, his stance theatrical. And when he raised his hand, the arena practically exploded in response. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" The cheers thundered like a mountain breaking. "Make some noise if you've been waiting for this." The response came like a tidal wave. Screams, applause, stomps, and chants. Even in the noble balconies, Restrained claps and murmurs of interest rippled among dukes, merchants, and foreign delegates. The commentator turned slowly in place, letting the crowd build before he threw his voice again. This is the final trial of the Duke's Grand Competition, and this time, it's public. More cheers, more stomping. Children waved wooden swords. The commentator gestured toward the colossal illusion screen now hovering above the stage. There are 100 participants in this final stage. He threw up one finger. 100 chosen. He paused for effect, then added, but only one will walk away with the title, the reward, and the right to ascend into the Lionheart nobility. Gasps followed. Everyone already knew the prize, but hearing it out loud, it made it real. And that's not all, he continued, voice rising again. This trial will be played in 2 modes. The crowd went quiet for just a breath, hanging on his words. The first, he spun dramatically. A 4-team battle. Boom. There it was. Cheers erupted again, but some looked confused. The commentator didn't make them wait. The 100 participants have been divided into 4 teams. 25 warriors per team. Team A, Team B, Team C, Team D. And in this first round, the commentator continued, lowering his voice like a magician unveiling a secret. It's not about who's strongest. The crowd leaned forward. It's about who works best together. He snapped his fingers. Each team must eliminate the other teams. The last team standing will win the first phase. Gasps, then murmurs of surprise. But he wasn't done. But the sound cut the growing confusion. Once the team contest ends, we begin the true final trial. He paused, let it simmer, then roared. The individual contest. The crowd exploded again. This is where all alliances vanish. All favors fall apart. It becomes every warrior for themselves. Above, nobles watched carefully, whispering among themselves. Some were here to scout. Some were here to bet. Chapter 342 Delamere. Just as the commentator's voice echoed through the Colosseum, wild and theatrical, back in Group B's preparation room, things were on the verge of exploding. Tension rippled like an unseen storm. The nobles of the Lionheart Kingdom were visibly bristling, some gripping sword hilts, others standing as if daring the newcomers to push them further. The commoners, though many furious, stayed seated. The newcomers from the Earth Dragon Kingdom remained smug, some chuckling under their breath, others silently scanning the room with thinly veiled contempt. Then, a voice boomed from outside the waiting room. Anyone who raises a weapon here will be immediately disqualified. It was calm, firm, but undeniable, a command that made the room stiffen like stone. You have little time, the voice continued. Make use of it preparing. Everyone froze. Michael recognized the voice. It was the older male official in blue. The very air changed with those words, like the storm had been sucked out of the room, leaving behind only the faint whisper of restraint. Some nobles lowered their hands. Others turned away with snorts. The Earth Dragon warriors simply smirked, as if the fight hadn't even been worth considering. Michael remained still the whole time. His eyes, however, had narrowed slightly, because just then, something on the far wall caught his attention. A portion of the wall, one he'd previously assumed to be decorative, lit up with a low hum. Lines of light raced across its surface, forming a perfect rectangular window of illusion magic. It shimmered briefly before stabilizing. Then it projected the arena above. It was the commentator, arms wide and grinning beneath the midday sun. Behind him, the crowd cheered like thunder. Michael leaned forward slightly as the man's voice filled the chamber. His words were flamboyant, but Michael paid attention to the substance. 100 participants. For groups, 25 per group. 2 phases of battle. First, a team contest, then an individual war. He tilted his head just slightly and began counting the members in his chamber. 25. Rudkovsky Trading. Ads by Pub Future. Already complete. Michael's gaze shifted toward the Earth Dragon participants again. Some of them watched the illusion display with interest. Michael looked away and refocused on the screen. The commentator was still speaking. As we speak, the names of the first batch are being selected. At random. That caused murmurs across Group B's room. Michael exhaled silently. From the corner of his eye, he noticed some participants adjusting their armor, unsheathing and checking blades, performing breathing exercises. Others simply stared at the illusion screen, waiting for their name to be called. Michael didn't move. His hand rested lightly on the green-black spear by his side. It was quiet now in Group B. The earlier noise, the almost fight, the arrogance. It all felt like a distant thing. Now that the commentator had laid out the rules, reality had settled in. It was time. The crowd had barely calmed from its previous eruption when the commentator's voice boomed once more across the vast Colosseum. All right. Now that everyone knows what's at stake, let's get down to it. He spun, arms outstretched, with a grin on his face. As I said earlier, we have 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Each group has 25 participants, and the first round will be a group versus group contest. The crowd leaned in both physically and metaphorically. The pairings for this phase are simple. A dramatic pause. Group A will face Group C, and Group B will go against Group D. Now, as you all know, each group has 25 members. He held up both hands, fingers splayed dramatically. 4-man squads will enter the battlefield in waves. That makes 6 full squads per team, and leaves 1 person in every group without a team. The crowd began to stir with realization. And what becomes of that lone warrior? The commentator grinned. They'll get an automatic advancement into the next stage. Back in Michael's chamber, tension spiked once more. 1 lucky person from each group wouldn't have to fight at all in this phase. The question was, who? The commentator clapped once. Let's begin with Group A. He pointed at a certain location. A youth in red robes was in the arena stand with 4 bowls in front of him. He then reached out to pick something from the first bowl on his left. It was a rolled-up paper. Della Meyer, the youth announced, making everyone aware of the choosing method. The youth in red robes continued. Second member of Team A, Lionel Hartwright. Third, Yuzen Kerr. Fourth, Sir Ma of House Corwin. Representing the Steel Kingdom, that name brought a sharp shift in tone. The atmosphere in the Colosseum was electric, until confusion slowly began to spread like a fog over the roaring crowd. It started with a few furrowed brows, then whispers, then outright murmurs. Wait, did he say Steel Kingdom? Isn't that? Why are they allowed here? The noise began to swell, not with cheers this time, but with sharp, questioning voices. The commentator, sharp-eyed despite his flamboyant grin, noticed it almost immediately. He cleared his throat loudly and raised a hand toward the illusion screens above. Ah, I see we have some confusion, he said, his tone still light but now tinged with purpose. Let me clarify before the speculation gets out of hand. The audience hushed, leaning forward in anticipation. Yes, there are participants from the Steel Kingdom. That brought a wave of murmurs. But the commentator didn't stop there. And yes, he said, voice dropping an octave, we also have participants from the Earth Dragon Kingdom. Silence. Then the crowd erupted, not with cheers this time, but with boos. Loud, angry, almost thunderous boos. Even in the noble balconies, some lords were seen turning to each other in disbelief. Others gestured to attendants, likely demanding confirmation. The Earth Dragon Kingdom? The same kingdom that had fought wars with Lionheart? That had tried to annex frontier territories just a decade ago? Even the commoners reacted. They might not have followed politics, but everyone knew stories. The border skirmishes, the merchants who never returned, the silent bitterness between both nations. And now they were here, participating, competing for the Duke's rewards? For his daughter? Pub Future adds. It was outrageous. I know, the commentator shouted over the noise, both hands raised. Believe me, I don't get it either. The crowd quieted just a touch at that. The commentator leaned slightly toward the center of the stage, his voice becoming a touch more serious. However, one thing is clear. No one should cause trouble. You're here to support your participants. His grin returned. So pick your side. Choose your warriors. Support your own. He stepped back and gestured broadly toward the illusion screen. Now, let's return to the drawing. Inside the preparation rooms, the reactions varied. In Group A, Yuga's eyes had barely opened. His massive arms folded over his chest. He has no business with what was happening outside the room. The words were confusing and gave him a headache. It made him hungry too. Yuga gave up. In Group C, Ren clenched the hilt of his wooden sword tightly. The Empire Prince was already bad. But now there were kingdoms. He did not like how things were turning out. In Group B, Michael's expression remained unreadable. He glanced at the Earth Dragon Kingdom warriors, who wore smug grins as if the booing didn't reach them at all. Michael's gaze returned to the screen just in time to see the youth in red robes prepare to draw again, this time for Group C. The crowd had mostly settled. The confusion had become fuel. Everyone now watched with burning interest. This wasn't just a local contest anymore. Now on to Group C. The crowd hushed. The first to enter from Group C. Click. Lord Fenric Valen. Next, Joss Tren of East Run. Third, Cerne of House Reliner. Then the fourth name fell. Legay. The gates at the edge of the grand stage suddenly rumbled as one opened and 4 participants from Group A were led into the arena. The first through entrance was Della Meyer. Slender, focused, graceful in her stride. She wore lightweight leather armor with a weathered cloak draped across one shoulder. Twin daggers glinted at her hips. Her long braids swayed behind her like a whip of shadow. The moment she stepped onto the stage, the commentator lit up. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our first entrant, Della Meyer. Yes, you heard the name right. I've heard whispers that she's the only female among all 100 participants. More chapters coming soon. I'm sure some of you have noticed the recent reduction in daily chapters, or rather, the near absence of them. It's partly my fault, and partly out of my control. My exams are approaching, and it's been a bit difficult juggling both writing and studying. I've also read the comments on the previous chapter, and I want to assure you that I'll do my best to keep the story satisfying for everyone without compromising the plot. Thank you so much for your continued support. Despite everything, you've brought this book to top 11 in golden tickets, and that means the world to me. Please keep sharing your thoughts about the novel. Let me know what you'd like to see more of, what you think should be avoided, and how I can improve the story to create an experience you'll all enjoy. Let's build something amazing together. Chapter 343, 343, First Battle, 1. Yes, you heard the name right. I've heard whispers that she's the only female among all 100 participants. The crowd murmured at that. Others cheered, and a small but vocal segment began chanting her name. That's right, Della Meyer, an adventurer, from what I hear, and the last female standing out of all who applied. The commentator lowered his voice theatrically. Now tell me, folks, what kind of strength does it take to reach this stage, alone, when so many others fell? The applause rose. Some clapped in admiration. Others simply appreciated the novelty of seeing a woman up there. Della, step forward and introduce yourself. Della, still calm, nodded slightly. She stepped to the front, her voice clear and measured despite the noise. Della Meyer, a gold rank adventurer. I'm here to win. Simple. Direct. The crowd loved it. As for why a woman was on a stage competing in what seemed like it was tailored for men, the crowd couldn't care less. Ah, she's got the tone of a warrior and the eyes of a hunter. Look at that calm. Beautiful, dangerous, and deadly. The crowd hooped and hollered. The commentator then gestured to another member in Group A. The youth's hair was combed back, his expression confident. Look at the shine on that armor. I can see my reflection from here. Please introduce yourself. The youth stepped forward and bowed slightly. Lionel Hartright, House Hartright. I look forward to bringing honor to my house. Folks, This young man is here to prove himself. Following him came Yuzen, a stout, scarred man with a rugged beard and a heavy axe strapped to his back. No noble crest, no fancy gear. Just raw presence. Now this one, who boy? Look at him. I bet that axe has tasted blood more times than we can count. Yuzen said nothing for a moment, then stepped forward. Yuzen. He announced his name with a roar. The crowd equally responded with a roar. Commoners in the stands rose to cheer, fists pumping into the air. And finally, Sir Ma of House Corwin. This one walked with deliberate grace, armor polished to a silver gleam, and a narrow sword resting elegantly at his hip. He gave a sharp, practiced bow to the crowd. Sir Ma, everyone, a noble knight from the Steel Kingdom. Yes, the Steel Kingdom, the commentator added, stoking the tension. Looks like this competition is really going to live up to the hype, folks. The crowd didn't know how to feel. Some clapped, others booed, but all eyes stayed on the arena. Back in the preparation rooms, participants were watching with grim focus. Then came Group C's turn to step into the arena. First was Lord Fenric Valen, tall and haughty with a long white coat that swept the ground like a robe. His weapon, a rapier with a silver-engraved guard. Fenric Valen, he said with a raised chin. May my blade honor my house. The crowd gave a muted response, neither welcoming nor hostile. Next, Joss Tren of East Run, the announcer called. A lean figure with short-cropped hair and a curved saber strapped across his back strode forward. His eyes scanned the crowd but offered no introduction. Joss is quiet, folks, but don't mistake silence for weakness. Eastrun's scouts have a reputation. Then came Sernur of House Reliner, whose steel-gray armor bore deep scratches across the chest. He raised his shield high, nodding once to the crowd. Finally, Legay. There was no title, no fanfare. A short figure stepped out. No armor, no flashy gear, just a weathered cloak and a single curved dagger strapped to his thigh. His face was hidden beneath a hood. Ah, mysterious. I love it, the commentator cried. No title, no background, no introduction. Just Legay. Can't tell if we should be worried or excited. The two teams now stood across from one another on the vast arena stage. The commentator stepped back to a raised platform just outside the shield. All right, settle down, people. The first team battle begins now. A resonant gong echoed through the Colosseum. Instantly, Della moved. No hesitation. Her twin daggers flashed into her hands, and her body blurred into motion. A streak of leather and shadow. The crowd erupted. Yuzen raised his axe with both hands and let out a thunderous war cry before charging forward like a battering ram. Dust flew up around his feet with every heavy step. Lionel followed with practiced grace, sword held high and aura burning with noble intensity. Sir Ma, cool and collected, moved like a fencer preparing for the perfect counterstrike. On the other side, Group C was just as fast. Fenric raised his rapier, activating an aura technique that made the blade shimmer. Joss flanked wide, his saber drawn low, knees bent in a runner's crouch. Cerna stayed central, shield high, spear braced. Legay disappeared. Literally. One moment he was there, the next, gone in a shimmer of light. Did anyone see that? The commentator yelled. He vanished. Where'd he go? Back in the preparation rooms, jaws clenched. Some participants now realized they were woefully unprepared for the level of skill they were about to face. Even among the Earth Dragon Kingdom's smug elite, a few now leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Then it came. The first blow. Not from any of the visible warriors, but from above. Life in the form of a formless shimmering blade. A strike descended like judgment itself toward Della's head. The crowd gasped, though most hadn't actually seen what had happened. To them, Della simply flinched and twisted, her body blurring sideways in a motion so fast it seemed she'd vanished for a heartbeat. One moment she stood mid-dash, the next she rolled beneath a sweep of air, her daggers flashing up defensively. A blade struck the ground she had been standing on. It hissed. The stone cracked. The commoners in the crowd leaned forward, straining their eyes. What just happened? Wow! Did she trip? Why did the floor crack? Chapter 344, First Battle 2. Their voices rose in confusion, not fear. But the excitement didn't dim. In fact, it increased. Because while they couldn't follow the details, they could feel the pressure. The hum in the air. The impossibility of human movement being displayed below. It didn't matter that they couldn't see the magic. This was what they came to witness. A show of power. And power had arrived. Phew! Did anyone else feel that? I don't care if you can't see it, folks. You felt that chill run down your spine, right? The commentator's voice echoed once more, clear and booming. And for those of you wondering what just happened, yes, that was an assassination attempt, launched from the shadows by our mysterious Legay. The commentator proved he too was no ordinary person just from the ability to see what was going on. See that? That wasn't just a strike. That was a slash meant to kill in one hit. And Della, he pointed dramatically at the screen, dodged it like she was born in the shadows. The crowd exploded in cheers. On the field, Della crouched low, one knee bent and her eyes narrow. She didn't smile. She didn't speak. She moved. Twin daggers danced again in her grip, and then she vanished in a blur, heading straight for Joss Tren. You want to talk about instincts? The commentator said. Della's not waiting to see if Legay tries again. She's going on the offensive. Straight for the flanker, and she was fast. Joss barely managed to intercept. His saber clashed with her twin blades, sparks flying. But the clash lasted only a second before Yuzin slammed into the melee like a wall of muscle and steel. The impact sent both Joss and Della tumbling. Della flipped back in perfect form while Joss staggered away, gasping. The crowd erupted again. They didn't need to see every detail. The momentum was visible. The energy was real. The magic of the stage barrier allowed some of the impact force to ripple through the Colosseum air, giving the audience a faint taste of the battlefield's fury. Meanwhile, Lionel engaged Fenric, both warriors weaving light and blade like dancers. Their weapons moved with precision, clashing at speeds the eye could barely follow. Lionel versus Fenric. Nobility meets nobility, folks, the commentator said, now fully animated. But watch their footwork. Fenric's favoring his left. Did Lionel already land a strike? Surma still hadn't moved. He watched, patient, his hand on the hilt of his blade, eyes never leaving the space behind his teammates. The commentator noticed. Surma hasn't joined the fray yet. Waiting, calculating, protecting the rear, or expecting another sneak attack. And he was right to wait. Suddenly, a flicker behind Surma, but his sword was already moving. Steel rang through the arena. Some sharp eyes caught eye. A glint, a flash, a faint shimmer in the air that collided with Surma's guard before vanishing again. No kill today, Legay, the commentator barked, grinning. Looks like the Steel Kingdom's knight is sharper than he looks. The crowd was enthralled. Every clash, every movement, every surge of power. Many didn't understand the techniques, but they understood spectacle. And this was a spectacle worthy of nobles and commoners alike. And the tension kept building. While the crowd was still roaring from Surma's last-minute deflection, the sharpest watchers started asking the question that had been lingering since the beginning of the battle. Where was Legay now? The answer was everywhere and nowhere. He hadn't disappeared. There was no magic veil, no spell of invisibility. He was simply fast. Too fast for most eyes. Too fluid for the untrained mind to track. Legay didn't move in straight lines. He didn't stay in open space. He weaved through the smoke, the dust, the shadows cast by lunging bodies and flaring auras. And that made him terrifying. He was a phantom not by spell, but by movement. The commentator saw it. Listen carefully, folks. I know some of you are wondering, did he vanish? Was it a spell? But no, there's no illusion, no blink, no teleportation. What you're watching is pure technique. He doesn't vanish. He hides in motion. The commentator continued. a combat style used by certain rogue circles and Eastern assassin guilds. Each step made to draw no sound, each angle taken to fall just outside the line of sight. Even many of the combatants haven't realized how close he's gotten. He's fast, but more than that, he's smart. He's not looking for a duel. He's hunting for a moment. And just like that, the scene jumped back to the present. Down below, Fenric launched a lunge at Lionel, aura crackling at the tip of his blade. It was a brilliant strike, until, flash, not from Lionel, but behind Fenric, Legay. A dagger arced forward, silent and curved like a snake's fang. It was perfect, but Lionel, twisted at the last moment, and Fenric stepped forward a half-step more than planned, causing the dagger to barely miss his spine. Legay flowed with the motion and disappeared into the dust again before either of them could counter. The commentator barked a short laugh. Ha! Almost had two birds with one blade. But Lionel's noble instincts aren't just for show. And Fenric, well, he's blessed by fortune today. The crowd howled in disbelief. Some screamed Legay's name, others Lionel's, others just cheered the madness of it all. This wasn't just a fight. It was a game of shadows, bursts of raw might, and flashes of insight. And amidst it all, Della re-entered the fight. In the preparation rooms beneath the Colosseum, silence reigned. A young swordsman from Group D whispered, "Was that a feint or no, wait, he's behind him again? How? No. He's not blinking," another muttered. He's just fast." Even the arrogant, smirking warriors from the Earth Dragon Kingdom had stopped laughing. Their eyes followed the flow now. Not a single one underestimated what was happening anymore. Among them, Michael sat still. His spear rested beside him, one hand lightly on the shaft. His eyes were fixed on the illusion screen. For a time, he was confused. Chapter 345 Mir Nor 1. This wasn't like the previous trial rounds. Not even close. Della, Yuzin, Lionel, even that phantom called Legay, especially him, they were fighting like their lives depended on it. And perhaps it did. But then, slowly, the realization settled in. Of course, it was different. This was the main event. There was a reason the climax of every event was always so far beyond the preliminaries. Because this was the moment they showed it. However, unlike others, for Michael, the current battle in the arena, it was a bit boring. Everyone moved so slow. Back on the stage, it was chaos. Della was bloodied but breathing hard, her daggers slick with effort. Joss was finally down, collapsed after a brutal exchange with Yuzin and a well-placed kick from Surma that shattered his footing. His sword had clattered to the floor. "Joss is out," the commentator bellowed. And look at that. Surma finally joins the attack, and bam! We lose a scout. The crowd roared. Then it happened again. Yuzin caught in his shield with one hand and ripped it away, dragging the man off balance. Della slashed behind his knee just as Yuzin brought his axe down. Not to kill, but to crush his shoulder into the arena floor. 2 down. N's out. Group A is rolling strong, but not without cost. Lionel had collapsed to one knee, bleeding heavily from his right arm after a precision thrust from Fenric earlier. Della's left ankle had been twisted during a misstep near Legay's zone of influence, and Yuzin had a deep cut running from his ribs to his lower back courtesy of Fenric's desperate flurry. And still, Legay was moving. Each time they cornered him, he darted away he slashed across Yuzin's thigh and disappeared, flicked a cut along Surma's gauntlet and vanished. But he was slower now. It was 3 versus 1, and it was catching up. The crowd sensed it. The commentator knew it. All right, what's the time here? We've got a dangerous Legay dancing between 3 injured but hungry lions, he said, voice electric. But make no mistake, this man is not down yet. Surma lunged forward, cutting the field off from the east. Yuzin came from the left with a swing heavy enough to shake the stone. Della waited, eyes like daggers. As Legay darted through a small arc of smoke, Della moved. She threw one dagger, not to kill but to distract. Legay's foot faltered. It was slight but enough. Surma's blade swept in, not at Legay, but to force him toward Yuzin. Yuzin roared, his axe raised for the final blow. Ding! A bell rang. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. A chime that echoed through the Colosseum like a divine interruption. Every fighter froze mid-motion. Even Yuzin's axe stopped, mere inches from Legay's side. What? Della breathed, lowering her stance. Surma stepped back, blade humming with halted mana. And Legay, still crouched low, chest heaving, blinked slowly in disbelief. Above them, silence spread across the crowd like a wave of confusion. Then, with impeccable timing, the commentator coughed into his magical mic. Ah, ha ha ha, oops. I might have forgotten to mention something important earlier. He cleared his throat dramatically. For the team battle, he said, voice rising again into theatrical glory. The time limit is 15 minutes. The crowd exploded with laughter, boos, applause, all blended into a chaotic storm of noise. But hey, no deaths, right? Just glorious, bruised, battered warriors and one mysterious rogue who refused to die, he added quickly. Let's give it up for both teams. What a fight! The arena barrier shimmered once more, lowering the combat field's enchantments. Healers began to move in, but before anyone could speak, the commentator's voice once again boomed across the Colosseum. Group A, victory by eliminations. 3 down, 1 standing, and a rogue who managed to survive a pack of wolves. I don't know about you all, but that's what I call a perfect opening round. The crowd exploded, and just like that, the first battle ended. The applause was still echoing through the Colosseum when the commentator's voice returned, this time with a tone of deliberate drama and deep satisfaction. Phew! He exhaled theatrically, letting the tension hang for a beat. Was that not a sizzling start to our grand team contest? Pub Future ads. He paced along his platform, robes fluttering. That matchup, folks, he said, pointing to the scene, was quite special, unique even. Do you know why? He held a hand to his ear, waiting for a response that would never come. The crowd laughed, already locked in his rhythm. Well, allow me to enlighten you, he bellowed. All 8 participants, yes, all of them, were either at the late stage of the intermediate rank or just stepping into the early advanced stage. That's right, folks. We weren't just watching good fighters. We were watching peak performers. Right at that razor-thin edge where technique meets power and instinct decides the rest. The commentator wasn't done. He gestured to the center of the arena, now being cleared and reset. They were all so close in power. That's what made it so hot. So intense. The crowd erupted again. Applause, cheers, and chants rose like a wave. The commentator's voice cut back in, now with a teasing grin lacing each word. But alas, the stage does not rest. The crowd does not sleep. And the blood of warriors does not cool for long. His voice boomed louder. It's time. A slow, dramatic pause. For our second battle of the team phase. Group B. A cheer broke out. And Group D. 25 warriors in each. 6 squads to enter. And 1 lucky soul to advance without lifting a blade. The commentator clapped once, sending a ripple across the field. He leaned forward on his platform, grinning. So, what do you say, folks? Shall we see if Group B and D can match the fire? The answer from the stands came in one thunderous voice. Yes. And in the waiting room, Michael watched everything quietly. What he hadn't just expected was what happened next. Group B. Mike Nor. Chapter 346 Mir Nor. 2. ####. I hope the plan pace is a bit better now. Maybe it was because he was never the first to come out in the previous trials. Michael was a little taken aback. But it didn't take long for him to recover. Immediately he stood up. His grip tightened around his spear and he continued listening to the commentator. Second member, Frel, a lean youth with sun-darkened skin and mismatched boots, stood up beside Michael. He gave a short, awkward nod. A commoner, from the look of him, one of the quiet ones. Third Rago Varun of the Earth Dragon Kingdom. A tall, broad-shouldered boy with gold-threaded armor and a curved blade strapped to his back stepped forward confidently. He didn't spare Michael or Frel a glance. And lastly, Tyron Vel, also of the Earth Dragon Kingdom. This one was smaller, wiry, his silver-plated gauntlets humming faintly with energy. He joined the other three in silence. Their moment had come. They stepped through the entrance hall. The gates creaked open. As one, they stepped out into the light. The crowd greeted them with cheers. Several people in the audience with tools that looked like telescopes quickly zoomed in on the entrance. The four strode side by side. 2 Earth Dragon elites, 1 rugged commoner, and a youth clad in black armor, his long dark hair drifting slightly in the breeze. The commentator leaned in, smiling like he was holding onto a secret he could finally share. "Well, well, well," he said, voice thick with mischief. He raised his hand and pointed directly toward the young man at the front. "You there, in the black armor. What's your name, young sir?" Michael stopped. He took a small step forward, raised his head and spoke. "Mike Nor," he said clearly, voice low but firm. The crowd hushed slightly at the name. And then came the commentator's grin. "Mike Nor, is it? Let me tell you all a little secret," he said, his voice dropping into a hushed tone, loud enough to echo through the arena, but soft enough to feel conspiratorial. He turned slightly, his gaze now focused in on Michael's face. His pale skin looked almost polished beneath the sunlight. Delicate features, beautiful even. A face as fair as a noble lady, the commentator mused aloud. Skin so pale it's like he's never stepped outside. Hair like a painting. If this was a beauty pageant, I dare say he'd steal the crown from half the princesses. Laughter rippled through the crowd. But then the tone shifted. "Ah, but don't be fooled," the commentator continued, now more serious. "You see, despite looking like a porcelain doll, this one here, you shouldn't underestimate him." The crowd leaned in. "In fact, between you and me, I've heard whispers, and not just the idle kind. No, serious whispers, that this boy in black might just be faster than our little shadow dancer from earlier." A roar broke out from the commoner stands. "Faster than Legay?" Now the gossip began. From one end of the stands to the other, whispers turned to gasps, which turned to full-blown chatter. But it wasn't just the commoners. Up in the noble balconies, the atmosphere darkened. Some sat still, brows furrowed in thought. Others whispered to aides. They'd heard about what happened to Leonard yesterday. Rumor said it had been a very effortless win. And now the boy who had done it stood calmly in the arena. "Mike Nor," one noble lord muttered. "So he's real." Another nodded slowly. "I didn't believe the rumors. But if it's true." Among them, a few had even darker expressions, because they'd heard other things. Those lords watched Michael now with narrowed eyes. Today, they would find out if the whispers were lies. Down in the arena, Michael barely reacted. He simply stepped back into position with his squad, spear resting against his shoulder, expression unchanged. To him, it was simple. Talk was talk. Now was the time to act. The commentator clapped his hands together. All right. Enough secrets. Let's get to know the rest of the squad. Shall we?" He swept his hand toward the others. First was Frel. The lean youth took a hesitant step forward. His boots scraped slightly on the stone floor, and he gave a brief, almost bashful nod to the crowd. "Frel," he said, "I'm, here to give it my best." The crowd gave a few encouraging claps, mostly from the commoner stands. There was something honest in his awkwardness that earned a smattering of support. The commentator grinned. "Ah, the humble ones always surprise us. Let's hope that quiet spirit hides a sharp blade." Then came Rago. He stepped forward like he owned the arena. Head held high, golden armor glinting under the sun, his sword resting against his back like a sleeping beast. "Rago Varun, Earth Dragon Kingdom. I'm not here to lose." The commentator let out a soft whistle. Well, confident. And why not? A blade that heavy usually comes with the strength to back it up. Then Tyron Vel stepped forward. His silver gauntlets sparked faintly as he flexed his fingers. "Tyron." The line was sharp, almost threatening. It drew a mix of reactions. The noble stands, however, simply watched, unmoved. The commentator chuckled. Oh ho ho! Looks like the Earth Dragon Kingdom didn't come to play today, folks. Fire and frost in one squad. He stepped back, throwing his arms wide. And there you have it. Frel, Rago, Tyron, and Mike Nor. He turned toward the crowd, his voice rising again. Let's hear it for Team B. Cheers, whistles, and scattered applause burst across the Colosseum. From the far end of the arena, the youth in red robes stepped forward once more. His expression calm, his posture precise, as he reached into the fourth bowl. All right, he said, voice magically projected across the stadium. Representing Group D. A hushed silence swept through the stands. The youth pulled a slip of paper and unfurled it smoothly. First, Aron Valcrest of House Valcrest. Second, the youth in red called, drawing the next name. Mike Daniel of House Daniel. The third name came quickly. Dren Voss of House Voss. And finally, the youth in red reached into the final bowl. Kale Rynth of House Rynth. Chapter 347. 347 Duke Evermoon. Chapter 347. Chapter 347 Duke Evermoon. Silence. The entire Colosseum stilled. No commentary. No cheers. Just stillness. Confusion. Shock. Even the commentator had gone completely quiet. On the space between both teams, nothing moved, except the hundreds of bone spears floating in the air. They were as thick as javelins. All of them glowed faintly with dark energy, swirling in concentric layers above the heads of the Group D team. The temperature across the entire Colosseum had dropped several degrees. The commoners shivered. The nobles sat rigid. Then came the sound, not of battle, but a single voice, calm, unrushed. Michael. He stood alone at the front of his team, eyes half-lidded as he looked toward the frozen nobles across from him. Should we continue? He asked softly. No one answered. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed across the arena like a hammer blow, because every bone spear above the stage trembled at his words, like they were just waiting for a command to fall. Rago, behind him, had one foot shifted backward, sweat breaking down his temple. Tyron stared wide-eyed at the sky, gauntlets trembling. Frel had nearly dropped his weapon, and across from them the noble team, still frozen. Finally, the commentator cleared his throat. Well, the commentator said dryly, I was going to say something like, let the battle begin, but apparently, the battle ended before I could even open my mouth. A burst of laughter broke through the tension from the crowd, scattered but growing. Still, the tension hadn't fully faded, because while the spears began to dissolve into drifting bone dust, the image of them, hundreds, formed instantly, lingered in everyone's minds. All of this was thanks to Michael's understanding of magic. If you cast a spell well enough, repeatedly, instinctively, even without fully grasping the theory, your subconscious begins to internalize it. Eventually, you reach a point where a magic circle can form instantly, without gestures or incantations which Michael never even used. Though Michael often relied on his spear and undead in combat, he never abandoned his identity as a mage. He simply didn't use it often. Brute force had been more convenient. Victory to Group B. A pause. Then, louder with cheer. And we'll be taking a short break before the next match. Don't go anywhere, folks. Just a few, logistics to sort out. A wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd. A break? Now? After that? Boos followed, light at first, then swelling as spectators from the commoner stands expressed their frustration. Let them fight. But even as the cries grew louder, the buzz didn't die. It intensified. The air was electric. People talked over one another, speculating, repeating what they'd just seen, describing the terrifying elegance of it. Because Michael hadn't just ended a fight. He'd performed. The beauty of it, the sheer, awful beauty of magic made visible, made deadly, had left them craving more. It was the first real taste of spell work the arena had seen today. Back in the waiting rooms below the arena, the mood was wildly different. Wait, what? One youth from group breathed, his face pale. He's a mage. I've seen him fight before. He doesn't cast spells. He did now. From one of the corners, Della, who had treated her injuries, stared at the illusion screen. I thought he was just a physical type, she muttered. Knights can't cast like that, said Lionel, bandages wrapped tight around his arm. Even most battle mages can't. That was something else. To avoid drawn-out battles, the Duke didn't provide healers for the participants. As long as they were not close to dying, only after the competition would they be healed or after forfeiting. Even the elite nobles from the Earth Dragon Kingdom, who had looked down on the rest since the start, were unusually quiet. Michael stepped back into the waiting room. He didn't speak. Neither did anyone else. Rago kept glancing at him sideways, jaw twitching, while Tyron hadn't quite stopped looking at the entrance they'd walked through, as if expecting the bone spears to come back at any second. Frel just looked shaken. No one congratulated Michael. No one dared. He sat down calmly, resting his spear against the wall like nothing had happened. And yet, even the silence that followed his arrival felt heavy. Across the arena, far above the noise and crowds, two figures hovered unseen to mortal eyes. One of them wore long dark red robes edged with silvery runes. His arms were crossed, but the corner of his lips twitched every few seconds. Mage Lien, trying very hard not to laugh. Beside him stood a man in layered crimson and navy robes, embroidered with a subtle, glowing crest on his chest, the same sigil worn by the red and blue officials overseeing the tournament. Duke Evermoon. The Duke's arms were behind his back, expression unreadable as he watched the arena below. His silver hair billowed softly in the wind. Duke Evermoon. To most in the capital, the name carried a weight that went far beyond his title. In power, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the other three dukes who formed the backbone of the Lionheart Kingdom's nobility. But in influence and ambition, Evermoon surpassed them all. He was no figurehead. Not just a political schemer hidden behind papers and handshakes. He was a grand tier mage in his own right, just like Mage Lien. All agreed on one thing. The Duke of House Evermoon was dangerous. In noble circles, he was called many things: the Crimson Strategist, the Quiet Wolf, the Duke with no chains, ambitious, power-hungry, calculating, but never foolish. And that was why he had thrived for decades without slipping, without giving the court or royal family a clear reason to suppress him. Well, until recently. With the old king stepping down from the throne and the battle for succession quietly erupting beneath the surface, it was the rarest kind of opportunity. In a time like this, the one who could back the right prince to victory would rise beyond measure. Wealth, favor, positions, no price would be too high for loyalty that led to the crown. Duke Evermoon had all three pillars of power needed to influence the throne: gold, renown, and powerful subordinates. If he moved carefully and aligned with a few other forces, any prince he supported could practically walk into the throne room. And what's more, if the timing was right, even the king wouldn't be able to stop it. But for all his ambition, the Duke wasn't without scars from the past. His earlier bolder moves in court had nearly sparked a coalition against him. He'd pulled back, retreated into silence and neutrality for years. But now, the moment had returned. This time, however, subtlety would win. And it was during this cautious planning that the idea of family ties struck him. A marriage bond. A quiet string that could turn into a chain of loyalty. He, among the four dukes, was the only one with a daughter of age. The problem? He couldn't openly offer her hand. Doing so would alert the court and, worse, the other princes. They would use his intention against him, turn it into leverage, or worse, snatch the prize for themselves. And so the competition was born. The competition wasn't just a spectacle. It was a scheme. One crafted with deliberate care to favor a very specific candidate. The 13th Prince of Lionheart, a grand knight of 25 years with peerless reputation among the middle-tier nobility and enough charisma to sway the people. He wasn't the strongest of the princes in raw might, but in terms of balance, image, and reliability, he was ideal. Duke Evermoon had watched him for years. The competition was a perfect fit for him. The requirements, simple but precise. A minimum level of power, enough to keep out weaklings and insignificant noble heirs, and a maximum age limit of 25. A cutoff that conveniently eliminated most of the older princes and war heroes from the competition, narrowing the field exactly how the Duke wanted. Should have been easy. The prince was in the prime of his strength. His name was respected, his bloodline clean, his martial achievements already marked in border skirmishes. He would have dominated the event without breaking stride, gaining favor with the crowd, impressing other nobles, and further legitimizing the Duke's hidden hand. But the Duke made a mistake. Contrary to what most believed, the old king hadn't stepped down simply to pursue a peaceful retirement or focus on breaking through the great knight stage. That was the rumor, one he'd allowed to spread freely. But the truth was far more dangerous. It began with the discovery of a ruin within the Lionheart Kingdom's territory. When the kingdom's adventurers first found it, they believed it to be the remains of a great mage. It was the remnant of a legendary mage, a realm above even the great stage, a tier so rare, so unfathomably powerful, that only a handful of names across the entire continent, and just 3 in the history of the Black Serpent Empire, had ever reached it. This wasn't a ruin. It was a legacy, and it just happened to be where the Duke's plan started to fall apart. Chapter 348. 348 The Situation. Chapter 348. Chapter 348 The Situation. It was all meant to be perfect. To show that he wasn't aiming for the throne, at least not directly, Duke Evermoon made the competition open to all regardless of origin. A calculated show of fairness. On the surface, it looked like a generous, risky move. After all, who's to say some hidden prodigy from outside the kingdom wouldn't enter? Someone just as powerful or even more special than the 13th prince. But in truth, it wasn't much of a risk. To reach such a high level of strength at a young age, enough to rival a Grand Knight at 25, was no small feat. It required training, resources, powerful mentors, and lineage. And Duke Evermoon didn't believe people like that could rise from nowhere. If such individuals existed, they wouldn't be anonymous. They would have names, noble crests, reputations. They would be known. And within the Lionheart Kingdom, the Duke had eyes everywhere. From the smallest baronies to the largest duchies, he had scouts, informants, reports. He knew who was rising, who posed a threat. And among the notable youth eligible for the competition, none came close to the prince he supported. As for outsiders, another layer of foresight. By offering his daughter's hand as a prize, he'd laid an invisible boundary, one that discouraged foreign nobles from meddling. No true noble would risk offending a duke from another kingdom over a bride already claimed in political spirit, especially not one like Duke Evermoon, who held considerable influence. It was an elegant wall, one that didn't need to be spoken aloud but was understood in every noble court around. A foolproof plan, or so it seemed, but the ruin changed everything. At first, the Duke knew nothing about it. The king had kept the ruin discovery buried. Even most of the royal family remained in the dark. But secrets, especially ones that monumental, rarely stay buried for long. And by the time the Duke heard whispers of a legendary mage's legacy, it was already too late. The stakes had shifted. The competition, once merely a tool for succession, had become a spotlight. A grand event the world watched, now held in the very kingdom that housed one of the greatest magical discoveries. And the ruin wasn't just any tomb. Even the mighty Black Serpent Empire, rulers of the continent for over thousands of years, had only produced 3 publicly acknowledged legendary beings in its entire existence. The presence of such a ruin was enough to shake the foundation of nations. Unfortunately for the Empire, they had rules binding them. All land under the Empire belonged to the Empire, but if governed by due allegiance, seizure without cause is forbidden. A law set by one of the most revered emperors in history. It gave security to vassal kingdoms like Lionheart and fostered loyalty across the empire. Because even the weak could keep what was theirs, so long as they did not rebel. On a normal day, the empire could only watch such a pie pass them by. But this time, things were different. Thanks to a certain duke. The ruin, originally meant to stay within the grasp of the Lionheart Kingdom, could now be opened just wide enough for others to step in. After all, the Lionheart wouldn't refuse an in-law with a notable background, right? Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Rules could be bent, and the powerful empire knew this. And for a time, the Duke was unaware that the world had begun to take notice. Not until the second trial ended. Not until a day before the finals, when he from the Empire and other powerful kingdoms began to arrive. It was like clockwork, like a planned operation. And it was only thanks to them he knew the secret the kingdom was hiding. The Duke was not pleased. He stood tall above the arena, arms behind his back, watching as the noise of the crowd. The situation had spiraled out of control. This was no longer the competition he had orchestrated. The game board had changed. He had never been naive. Ambition, yes. Cunning, always. But disloyalty? Never. Duke Evermoon might have thirsted for power, but he was still of the kingdom. Lionheart flowed in his veins. He had bled for this land. He had helped shape its policy and protected its borders. His daughter, his Pearl, was never supposed to be a bargaining chip for outsiders. Pub Future ads. But now she was a tool. A prize for foreign opportunists to squabble over. He scowled faintly. Just because the Empire's prince had joined the competition didn't mean he was celebrating. On the contrary, he detested it. The Empire's reach was vast. Their nobility arrogant. Their princes even more so. Becoming in-laws with a crown prince from the Empire sounded powerful in theory, but it was hollow in practice. He had no illusions. The difference between their families was a chasm. His daughter would not be a wife. She would be an appendage, something to be claimed and discarded at convenience. Her voice would be muted. Her future would be unrecognizable. He'd rather she married no one. He'd rather his influence remain rooted in the kingdom, where his hands could still shape the future. And this mess? He blamed the old king. How could he allow such a discovery to slip out? How could he, knowing the stakes, allow the secret of the ruin to be exposed? But Duke Evermoon also knew the man well enough to understand. Something must have happened on his end. The king had been careful, very careful. For him to fail meant an unknown force had intervened. Perhaps someone within the Empire court. Perhaps the ruin itself wasn't dormant. It no longer mattered. The damage was done. The Empire had moved, and they had come with company. That was the part that angered him the most. If it had been the prince alone, Duke Evermoon could have leveraged the kingdom's structure, bureaucracy, and political theater to stall or resist, to control the narrative. But with the arrival of multiple dignitaries, adventurous nobles from various kingdoms and factions, it had become a diplomatic powder keg. Chapter 349 Aftermath. Pressure. That was the word. It wasn't about fairness. It wasn't even about marriage anymore. It was about making it impossible to say no. If the Duke rejected this sudden surge of interest, if he tried to block these entrants, the backlash would be immense. Accusations of discrimination, disrespect, disregard. The kind of stain no kingdom could afford in front of the Empire. He would be forced to open the gates. And once that happened, there was no telling what else might flood through. Still, all was probably not lost yet. Duke Evermoon's eyes flicked briefly to the man beside him. Mage Lien stood calmly, gaze locked on the arena below, where dust still lingered in the wake of Michael's display. There was a glimmer in his eyes. Duke Evermoon didn't speak, but he followed that line of sight. Mir Nor, a name unfamiliar to the Duke's reports. But he remembers hearing rumors of a certain mysterious youth. This boy, he might be the one from the rumors. But if that was true, based on the operation that happened weeks ago, there was only one person who would have the full story. Grand Knight Vurin. That icy bastard. Mage Lien might know too, but the Grand Mage wanted nothing to do with him after getting a grasp of the current situation. Duke Evermoon was just about to address Mage Lien when a voice echoed in their come. Both of you, come. They turned to look at each other. It was the princess, a great mage of the Lionheart Kingdom. The people below didn't know what was happening in the kingdom. They couldn't. Not even most nobles did. Thanks to Michael's overwhelming show of power, something shifted. Not in the arena, but behind the scenes. The commentator, normally flamboyant, excitable, the voice of the people, sat rigid in his private section of the stands. His hat had been removed. He wasn't speaking now. He was listening. Beside him sat a middle-aged man clad in blue robes lined with silver trim, one of the officials overseeing the tournament. His brows were furrowed deep, his mouth drawn into a tight line. The commentator looked at him sideways. "Well?" he whispered, voice dry. The robed man didn't answer at first. His fingers drummed on his knee, rhythm tight, anxious. "It's complicated," he finally muttered. "We've had disruptions." The commentator blinked. Disruptions? The man rubbed his forehead. Withdrawals. Now that made the commentator pause. "How many?" 53. 53? He hissed, barely able to keep his voice down. 31 remaining now, the man replied, grim. "Not counting the teams that won." The commentator leaned back, stunned. He wasn't new to competitions like this. Withdrawals were normal. Cowards existed. Injuries happened. But 53? All at once? Because of him? He tilted his head slightly toward the arena. The man sighed. He didn't need to finish. "People don't want to be the next sacrifice," the official muttered. "Especially the ones who thought they had a chance. Now they're scrambling, making excuses, talking about family matters or personal limits or no use competing. The only good thing I can say, it's only the capable ones that remain." The commentator looked down at the arena. "So what now?" he asked softly. "Still continuing?" The blue-robed man didn't answer at first. He stared out at the arena, lips twitching like he was chewing something bitter. Then he finally said, "We continue the team battles." The commentator raised a brow. "But the numbers are low." "I know," the man muttered. "We'll rotate as needed, but none of them will proceed to the finals. Only 4 will." The commentator blinked. "Why? I thought the team rounds were a qualifier for the next stage." The man gave him a look. "They were." Then he added quieter, "But the current state of things changed everything. Those 4. They're different." Michael sat quietly in the waiting room of Group B. The air was different now. Not heavier, just thinner, emptier. Only a few participants remained in the room, scattered across the wide chamber like uncertain shadows. The benches that had once been filled with nervous tension were now silent. He sat alone. Not just metaphorically. There was a wide berth around him, an invisible boundary the others seemed too afraid to cross. They stole glances when they thought he wasn't looking. A few stared outright, some with fear, others with bitter curiosity. Michael didn't care. In fact, he preferred it this way. The less time he spent here, the better. He leaned back slightly, arms resting over the bench, letting the stillness settle around him like armor. He imagined it was the same in the other waiting rooms. But like before, he just didn't care. He stared at the illusion showing the situation outside just to see the commentator that was previously absent return. But before he could say anything, the illusion display switched to white. "Ha!" Michael wasn't the only one taken aback. The other participants were too. What they had no idea of was that the officials didn't want them to see or hear what was going to happen next. Back in the arena, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. The massive coliseum, which had briefly gone quiet following the delay, roared back to life as the commentator's voice rang out once more. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, voice booming with renewed energy as he stepped onto the floating stage platform. "There has been a slight change." The audience shifted uneasily. The nobles leaned forward. The commoners straightened up. "The team battles will continue as planned," the commentator said, raising a hand. "But," he paused for effect, "they will now be purely for entertainment and demonstration." A stunned silence settled. "No one from these matches will advance to the finals," he said. "Instead, the final stage of the competition will be fought between 4 individuals selected by the officiating council. A decision made due to the overwhelming difference in power displayed thus far." There was a brief murmur, some confusion rising from the stands. He pressed on. These 4 participants are not just contenders, they are the strongest. The finest the tournament has produced. Their abilities are beyond the expected scope. They have surpassed the original scale of this competition. He took a breath. Among them is Mike Knorr. A ripple of reactions followed. Some gasps, others cheered. A few muttered indignantly, no doubt unhappy with what they saw as favoritism. But before anyone could voice those thoughts too loudly, the commentator clapped his hands together with a grin and declared, "Now then, back to the stage. For those still fighting, for glory, for honor, or just to prove a point, your time has come. Next up, we have again Group A versus Group C." The names of the participants appeared in bold script across the skies above the arena, and the stage began shifting, adjusting for the upcoming team match. The crowd's uncertainty began to melt away as cheers returned, swept up in the motion and momentum. The commentator had expertly redirected their focus. That was his job after all. Chapter 35350 Finally time. The battles resumed with renewed intensity. The arena echoed with the roars of combatants who remained not for glory alone, but for pride, defiance, and the refusal to back down. Those who had stayed behind were not fools, especially those with more knowledge about Michael. Many had seen what Michael did and had done before and still chose to stay. Whether out of unyielding will or sheer stubbornness, they remained, and it showed. Every clash on the stage now felt heavier, fiercer. The crowd watched, gripped by the relentless back and forth. Power exploded like fireworks. Blades clashed with ripples. There were fewer participants now, but that made each bout stand out more. But elsewhere, a different kind of tension grew. Back in the waiting chambers, the atmosphere had changed drastically. Michael had noticed it first when the illusion displaying the outside events had cut out. At first, he'd thought it was a malfunction. But when it didn't return, even after several minutes, his suspicions deepened. Then people began to leave. One by one, once the participants in Group B were called on stage, they never returned. He kept track. The first few didn't rattle him. The middle few made him raise an eyebrow. Now only he was left. Michael didn't panic, but his senses were fully alert. What he didn't know was that he wasn't the only one. In the waiting rooms of Groups A and C, 3 others also sat alone. Ren was seated with his hands folded calmly across his lap. His wooden sword rested against the bench, untouched, but never far from hand. Yuga was also alone, but unlike before, his eyes were open. And the 4th, the prince? Well, he also stayed in silence with Ren. Michael had no idea they were the others. Just as his thoughts began to whirl faster, the illusion center on the wall of his chamber flickered, then returned. Abruptly, the image of the Colosseum filled the space again, showing a battle already in progress. A young man wielding twin daggers was locked in a vicious exchange with a staff-wielding opponent. Their movements were a blur. Around the stage were 6 other people, collapsed. The impression it gave was that they took each other out. Fortunately, it didn't seem like anyone died. But the bloody stage, unlike its earlier appearance at the start of the competition, told a lot of story. Michael stared. The dagger wielder launched forward with blinding speed, flickering like a shadow across the stone. His opponent spun the staff defensively, parrying 3 strikes in rapid succession before planting its base against the ground and releasing a sudden shockwave. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Dust burst upward. The crowd gasped. But the dagger user wasn't deterred. He weaved through the dust like a phantom, appearing beside the staff user with a sharp pivot. Dagger aimed at the neck. It was blocked, barely, by the flat of the staff. Sparks flew. Their battle raged like a storm trapped in a cage. The staff wielder, a tall, wiry youth, backpedaled swiftly, then swept low, trying to trip his opponent. The dagger user jumped, flipping backward midair and tossing a small dagger as he did. The projectile was caught, not by the opponent, but by the staff, which had twisted mid-spin to intercept it with almost lazy precision. Then came the counterattack. The staff came down in a vertical arc, fast and unforgiving. The dagger wielder crossed both weapons in defense, but the force of the blow knocked him to one knee, cracking the arena stone beneath. The crowd roared again, with the commentator making comments in the background. The dagger wielder shot back up, spinning into a whirl of slashes that forced his opponent to retreat. But even as the staff user moved, he did so with grace. Every step measured, every motion fluid. The match was close, could go either way, but it wouldn't last much longer. It was about to end. And just as expected, the next exchange happened in a flash. The staff wielder feinted high, then jabbed the base of his weapon toward the dagger user's side. But instead of dodging, the dagger wielder stepped into the strike, twisting as he did. The staff hit, but the blade found its mark first. Pub Future adds. A clean slice across the shoulder. The crowd roared. The staff dropped. The wielder stumbled. But the dagger user didn't gloat. He didn't smile. He just stepped back, panting, and waited for the announcement. The illusion dimmed slightly, shifting to a wide-angle view of the Colosseum as the announcer's voice echoed once more. Let's hear it for our brave fighters, of spirit, of skill, of everything they represent. The crowd cheered. The commentator stated the winners. Group D. Cheers erupted across the arena. The commentator smiled brightly, his voice booming again. Please head to the waiting room. The officials will be with you shortly to guide you on what comes next. As he spoke, several individuals in flowing red robes stepped onto the arena stage. They moved swiftly, efficiently, and without much ceremony, tending to the unconscious participants. The crowd grew quieter, watching the figures carefully lift the fallen fighters and carry them toward an archway that had opened at the far end of the Colosseum. Michael leaned forward. That wasn't the exit normally used by participants. He had watched the earlier matches while participating in one to know where each group typically entered and exited. This was different. Michael narrowed his eyes. So it's not just my group, he thought. None of them are coming back. Then the commentator's voice broke through again, vibrant and theatrical. And that marks the end of the team section. Thunderous applause followed. Michael kept his eyes on the illusion display, but now he was listening more intently. Spectacular, wasn't it? The commentator went on. From the vicious clash to unshakable pride, we saw warriors rise, fall, and shine with everything they had. The crowd cheered again. Nobles clapped and commoners stood and hollered. I must give special mention to our bold contenders. Delamere, who fought with elegance and unshaken will. Legay the Shadow, who moved like wind through his enemies. And the twin blades of Kalen and Riss. Heroes, all of them. The names caused murmurs and reminiscence to ripple through the stands. And now, the commentator's voice suddenly sharpened with excitement. It's time for what we've all been waiting for. The individual matches. The reaction was instant.